9 rounds, 64 hours of racing, 1 season. Welcome to race 1 of the VMG Endurance Series here at Spa. My name is Ross McIntyre. Alongside me is George Morgan, and we are super excited, aren't we, George?
Oh, I'm super hyped, Ross. Absolutely hyped for this incredible series that we've got upon us here. And it's going to be an absolutely tremendous season. So many great drivers, great teams pulling together to make this excellent long-running endurance sim racing series. And we are here at Spa-Francorchamps for the very first race of this very series. And of course, Spa, so famous for its motor racing. Obviously, historically, Spa-Francorchamps, sensational 70,000 capacity racetrack here, as well as it being a 7.004 kilometer circuit, 4.352 miles. That makes 19 corners of pure octane energy. And I've got to say, I cannot wait for this, Ross. It's going to be a cracker.
Sure will be. And just remember that Spa is not the only race that we are going to this season. As I mentioned earlier, we've got 9 rounds and in total 64 hours of racing and going to tracks such as Silverstone, Road America, Interlagos, Sebring. We're going everywhere this season, and we just want to make a special mention that we are going back to Spa at one point this season for round 5, the VMG 24-hour race. And as I just mentioned with the Sebring race, the 1,000 miles of Sebring, which we contested at the end of last year, those are our 2 special events here in the VMG Endurance Series. They're providing double points, and my oh my, will they be absolutely phenomenal. And we can see just coming up in other classes as well, it's important to mention that we just have 3 new entries of cars. We have the official Cadillac DPI, now that is no longer an unofficial mod, that is an official rFactor 2 car. We also have the Ligier LMP2 running alongside the Orica, and as well the Corvette C8R is now replacing the Corvette C7R, so we have the new Corvette in the sim as well in the GT category. So that's just some phenomenal stuff there from the boys and girls at Studio 397, and hopefully that should just enable us to have some even better racing here at VMG.
Absolutely, and what a series it is too, and it wouldn't be the same without our illustrious team that are here trying to make this work for everybody. And I've got to say, we're very excited to see it come into fruition as well. Of course, it's myself and Ross, your commentators for this series. Of course, we've got to say thank you, a huge thank you to Joey Vrolijk and Sebastian Schou Hansen as well for all their work in bringing the production to life, as well as the many other team members, including Martin Hemmingson, who have actually attributed their way through in order to produce this amazing series. And we're so lucky to have them on board. And we hope you guys are all going to enjoy this incredible feast of racing indeed. Of course, not long to go before the start of the race. I suppose it'll give us a chance, Ross, to sort of go through a lot of the talking points before Spa, because, of course, a very tricky circuit indeed. Lots to talk about and some really aggressive corners as well. Lots of racing, quality racing to be had.
It certainly is. Now, if you had to choose a single circuit to kind of almost picturise sim racing with, it would be Spa. And, you know, it's the one that everyone knows. Even if you're just jumping onto sim racing for the first time on Assetto Corsa, you know, the chance are you're going to be going on a GT3 server at this track. It is just one of the I mean, it's super famous in real life anyway, but in sim racing, it's one of the ones that everybody knows. But that doesn't make it any less tricky. It's still a super narrow circuit that is very punishing if you make a mistake. You know, if you slightly lock up, get your line wrong, you will easily find yourself in a wall. So you've got to be really careful. And it is also a circuit that's actually very hard to be fast at as well. The super fast guys, when you compare their times to maybe the mid pack, there is a huge difference. And then again, you have to take into account the fact that you've got to drive fast and drive safe so you don't end up in the walls like I've just mentioned. So there's lots of talking points around here. And also, one thing I'd like to mention is the first lap. You've got to get a great start to make sure that you are super good out of La Source and up Eau Rouge and Radium, because that is a long straight in the Kemmel going to Lake Com. And if you've got a poor run out of La Source, people behind you are just going to get in your slipstream and absolutely swarm you. And while yes, this is an endurance race and it's not all won on the first lap, it can certainly determine whether you're going to have a good finishing position or not. And you want to make sure that you're near the front of the grid, so you want to make sure you get a great exit out of La Source. You've got the run up the Kemmel and into Lake Com, and that no one can overtake you to the best of your abilities anyway, George.
No, absolutely, Ross. I mean, even at the best of times, the likes of Eau Rouge can be a very daunting prospect, even when you're taking it by yourself. But when you have got side-by-side potential action off the start of a race, that clean air is so vital. And as you can see on the circuit here today, you can see the puddles on the track. rain has hit Belgium indeed. Not ideal at all for the drivers on circuit. Of course, it does affect the downforce, certainly the grip levels on the circuit. You're going to find that this is going to make the race even more turbulent. So it's going to really test the drivers as to their moxie going into this race. They're going to need all their ability out there on track in order to negotiate this swinging circuit of Spa. It's going to be absolutely sensational, and I cannot wait to see it. I mean, any talking points from yourself about either, Ross? Is there any certain points of the circuit that the drivers do have to be aware of concerning wet conditions, or would you put it down to La Source being the main crux of the issue here?
Obviously, La Source, as I mentioned, is a very tough corner, especially in the first lap. You really have to get it bang on. And the exit as well is slightly cambered, so if you get the power down slightly wrong, you may find yourself looping around. But, you know, with the wet conditions, you've just got to make sure you stay off the Astro, stay off the curves, and keep going on the straight. But we can see now the grid coming up on the screen. On the pole, we've got the number 9 Epic RSR car. The Musion number 16 is in P2. Drillers Esports number 7 in P3. And the Volante Racing number 2 in P4. Then moving further down the grid in P5, the Red Arch VRT number 19. The Revolution Racing number 11. The Sim Apex number 22. The TTF Racing number 23 in P8. In the DPI category. And further along we have the LMP2s. We've got the Musion Sim Racing number 27, the Satellite Racing DPI number 10, the Team Iris number 37, the Eurasia Motorsport number 35 is in P12. And further along, the Santon Motorsports number 48, the Omicron Sim Racing number 50, the Sim Apex number 56, the RLR Abruzzi Esports number 52 car in P16. And now we have the DDoS Racing number 57, the TTF Racing number 18, the number 41, apologies, the Global Endurance Racing number 33, and the Team Imperium number 55, all the way down in P20 overall. We've got the HPR Scuderia Blue number 34, the Team Hardline number 39 and 22, and now we have the GTE category, the Drillers Esports number 97's on pole for GTE, and the DDoS Racing's in P2. It's Musion Sim Racing number 63 is followed by the Global Endurance Racing number 99, Phoenix Motorsport number 62, and then the Glassing Sim Racing Ferrari, the number 60 following them. The TCC Motorsport number 78, then the Musion Sim Racing number 95, the Solo Sport number 64, and the Team Imperium number 87 in P32 on your grid. Then we have the Global Endurance Racing number 99, the Heimdall Racing number 66, the Bottling Motorsport number 91, and then the Team Iris number 77 is in P30. On the grid. Then we've got the 027 Racing number 83, the Solar Sport number 65, and then at the back of the grid we've got the Netrex Grand Prix number 6, which is a DPI all the way back there, but they will be at the front with this DPI pack that we could just see here. They will just be at the back of that grid. Obviously, the starting procedure here, we have the DPI and LMP2 classes, the prototype combination heading off on their own. Then 30 seconds later, we'll have the GTE getaway. And boy, oh boy, that should be exciting to see both of them happening at the same time, George.
Absolutely, and it doesn't half build the drama because you've got several different cars on the track. A lot of them will be driving their own race. Of course, the GTE cars tend to be the stragglers. Of course, you frequently see them getting overtaken by the DPIs and the LMP2s, etc. It's certainly a very, very huge gamble for a lot of these drivers to take the circuit the way they do. You have to be really alert at all times because you never know what's coming. And certainly at Spa, when it's almost like a maze of corners, certainly through Sector 1 into Sector 2, it can really catch you unawares. And if you're not careful, certainly as you head around like the likes of Blanchimont, even coming out of Les Combes, heading around that blind turn 9 into turn 10, you never know what you might see in front of you. As we can now see Timotej Antonovsky there making his way around the next left-hander, and certainly he's going to have a lot of pressure built upon him. Not only has he got the drivers behind him making up the rest of the grid that are just making their way down towards the next right-hander, down towards turn 10, but also being aware of the LMP2s and the DPI cars, as we've already suggested, coming up behind them here. There's lots that could occur out on this track. Spa is not the only danger, it's the other cars on the track as well.
Obviously, it very much is, and lap 1, as always in sim racing, is there's every possibility it's going to be just a little bit of a crash avoidance. You know, obviously, with single screen monitors being what the majority of the field will likely be running, it's you can't really see either side of you. When you have your field of vision set correctly as well, you really cannot see a lot. So it's important to just make sure that you stay out of the wall, stay out of trouble, and that you can keep it going as we just head round P1 now on this very, very slow formation lap. And just heading into the second left now. And as I was saying, it's just vital that on the first lap you stay out the crashes. Coming out Eau Rouge and Radion going too wide on the first lap, that's really going to be interesting to see. And then into Laycom as well. If anyone misjudges their braking, that's going to be a bit of an issue for the drivers in front. Where else could there be actions? Well, Blanchiment as well, of course, if you're running too wide through there. In fact, anywhere on this track, really, it's so narrow that if you're running too wide and you make a mistake, you're almost certainly going to find yourself in a wall.
Absolutely, and this is why you've really got to try and harness the grip on these cars. And you can just see that they're going side by side. Of course, this is a rolling start, so the cars will be making their way down towards the grid base, and all of a sudden the hammer will be brought down upon certainly this on this grid. And all of a sudden they'll be making their long awaited trip down towards La Source. I've got to say, though, for us as spectators, the trip down towards La Source won't seem too long at all. I can imagine for the drivers in the cars, it's going to feel like the longest stretch going, because the absolute pressure that is applied going around that first corner. La Source is notorious for it. Of course, we've seen it in Formula One, we've seen it in endurance racing, and we're going to see it today. Certainly they're going to need to have all the bottle about them in order to take that first hairpin bend as best as possible, because they've got another punishing sector to go through, and that is of course the series of corners going up through Eau Rouge before you reach Camel. It is going to be so testing, and it's going to take the best of them out here. But any sort of predictions, Ross? Anything you'd expect to see from these drivers out on track?
Absolutely none, George. Obviously, it's the start of a new series, and frankly, the qualifying that I was kind of watching in the background surprised me with who was lurking around, as we can see a car just pinging off to the right there for some reason on our screens. But honestly, I have no predictions, and we have no idea who's going to be fast in this race. It's just going to have to wait and see. And it's 4 hours, it's Spa-Francorchamps, it's live here on VMG TV, and it's going to be an absolute scorcher of a race.
Yeah, the very first one on VMG TV, and it's a pleasure to be here, folks. If you want to keep hammering in the live chat as well, we'd like to hear from you as to who you think is going to really grab this race by the horns. I can imagine there's quite a few people in there supporting their favourite drivers, their favourite teams, looking forward to the spectacle that is VMG Esports TV, that's for sure. And I cannot wait to get this Spa endurance race underway. 4 hours of racing, folks. It is literally 4 hours of magic here on this Saturday, and I hope that you're all going to enjoy it and eagerly anticipating this getaway as they make their way down the stretch now. And it won't be long now before they make their way through the bus stop chicane, and you can just see them warming up the tyres slightly in the back, just making sure they're optimal temperatures. And there you can see Chris Shepherd leading them through, and the pace is starting to slowly hot up. They're twitching on their gas pedals. In there as well is Roland Jukes. They're lining up in behind, getting ready to bring the hammer down. As indeed, they're just pitching up. You can see Roland Jukes there on the left-hand side, Chris Shepherd there on the right. And it's pedal to the metal. Go, 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 go. And Chris Shepherd gets away, tries to block off the approach from Roland Jukes. Heading into La Source now. There's a break in behind Henry Sinnick. Cutting. But clean indeed. And it is going to be Chris Shepherd who gets clean. In behind mid-hot pursuit is Roland Jukes. Henry Sinnick is coming up as well. But it's been a good start.
It's been an absolutely great start from the man that was on pole, Chris Shepherd, heading down the Kemmel Straight. Now we should be seeing the GTE categories getting underway any second. The DPIs and the LMP2s, we can see here breaking into Laycom. They've managed to keep it clean so far, which is absolutely great to see. Chris Shepherd already trying to build up that gap, that lead through car of Chris Shepherd in the RSR 09 car, and then Fusion Sim Racing of Roland Jukes and Henry Sinnick in the Drillers Esports number 7. They are going to be trying to break away from the rest of the pack as early as they can. There's a yellow in sector 1. I'm not sure what quite is what happened there. Hopefully we can see soon, but it's gone as quickly as it's turned up, coming through No Name now. And here we are, we can see the GTs have got away, and it seems that Timotej Andonovski's lost the start early on, but he's trying to get back down the inside into Laycom. Let's see what he can do. Timotej Andonovski in the Drillers Esports Ferrari dives down the inside into Laycom. Lovely move there from the Drillers Esports man as he heads back into the lead. I'm not sure if it was just a poor start from him at the start, if he just lost the lead to Van der Laan in the GER number 99 BMW, but he now has maintained that lead, and now we look back to the DPI category, George.
They do. Chris Shepherd leading them round now, and he's still maintaining that gap of approximately a tenth of a second. These cars, of course, nearly at 800 brake horsepower. Sensational stuff indeed. Yes, you can see the timing screens on the left-hand side, and that pretty much tells the story. Epic RSR driver Chris Shepherd leading the way, but you can see Roland Jukes in behind. A tenth of a second gap is the delta still. Heading up through bus stop. In behind is Henry Sinnick as well, trying to close the gap onto P2. Pedro Gomez in behind as well, and a nice train of cars as they make their way down towards the source. But leading the way, Chris Shepherd looks comfortable for now. I can see in the background there is a little bit of battling there as well. You can see there, that's the blue car. I think that is the team Irish Blue. Is that Che Hatch there?
Is Che Hatch, who's leading the LMP2 category, trying to overtake a Cadillac. Now we expected the LMP2s and the Cadillacs to be very close at this race, but we weren't expecting them to be this close. He's just not quite managing to overtake the DPI car in front of him. But Che Hatch, who's currently leading the way in LMP2, looking to make up positions overall as well. He's absolutely flying as we go back to the Drillers Esports car of Timotej Andonovski, who completes his first lap here. That Ferrari is absolutely flying already despite the early loss. And look at the gap already to Van der Laan in the GR number 99 car. It looks to be about, well, according to our screens, it's 2 seconds. That's a phenomenal gap there. I'm not sure if there was incidents going on or just something's happened, or maybe Andonovski has just absolutely floored it and is trying to get away as quickly as he can. But this is some absolutely phenomenal stuff from the Drillers Esports team here as he heads up Eau Rouge and into Radion. And the 99 car is having to focus its attention behind to the Glassing Sim Racing number 60 with Alessandro Forset. Well, we've got a replay of Ernest Lappens. I believe it's into the first corner, just spinning around. I'm not sure if we've got a tuck from behind there. The number 35 Eurasia Motorsport driver there. He's a very quick young man, is Ernest, but he's got a lot of ground to make up now. But as we saw at Sebring in his absolutely dominant drive, if you remember, George, he certainly can do a fight back, and that, I think, is him there going very, very slowly, however.
Yeah. Lappin is certainly a very, very capable driver indeed, and he's going to be taking all his skill and talent in order to try and bring his car back to life here on the circuit, of course, but still a long, long way to go. 3 hours and just under 55 minutes remaining as we're now seeing the number 22 car make its way around. But we're just seeing, riding now back with Chris Shepherd, who's leading the way. Obviously the DPI cars making their way down towards the source. Roland Jukes just hotly in behind as well, still maintaining that 9/10 gap. That has not been brought down by too much. Chris Shepherd doing a sterling job of maintaining his position in P1. Henry Sinek currently 7/10 of a second in behind that of Roland Jukes. As you can see, that rear view camera of Chris Shepherd a little bit tail waggy going through Eau Rouge indeed as he makes his way up towards Kemmel Straight. And of course, you want to bomb your way up towards Le Com now. And certainly the gaps are being maintained all across the grid in the DPIs right now. Nothing to really write home about thus far, but obviously a long way to go. You've got to settle in, folks. We're going to be in for a very, very crazy ride.
We are indeed, and one thing to remember is even though we are early on, you have to think about the tyres. These drivers who are currently picking up a gap, I'm looking at Timotej Andonovski, the Drillers Esports number 97 Ferrari. He's already got a 3.5 second gap to the Global Endurance Racing car behind him. And that's phenomenal stuff. Van der Laan's probably sitting there thinking, where's Timotej gone? But you also have to remember that Timotej will be just chewing through those tyres on his car, and they're going to be in shreds in a few minutes time, frankly. So he needs to get that gap up, but he's also then got to manage it because his tyres are just not going to be in a state to be able to continue pushing for that much longer. So I presume that he's just trying to get the gap out and then try and manage it, but anything's possible. Then maybe the drillers are on a different strategy, trying to make more pit stops. We simply don't know here in the comms booth. We're going to have to see what happens as we're just following around the battle for first in LMP2. The Team Iris number 37 Che Hatch has got about half a second of the Omicron Sim Racing car behind them, and then according to our timing screens for a second, it was about a 1,000th of a second between the Omicron and the Musion car, but that's quickly been corrected as Che Hatch flies along into Blanchimont now. Let's see how he does. Takes a little bit of the Astro onto the way in, but not too much. Obviously, he's still very high fuel. The track hasn't fully evolved yet. The tyres are still probably not quite there or thereabouts at this moment in the race. We see a replay here. This is Billy Eisman in the... Oh, he's on... Oh, dear. That's not the line you really want to take into Eau Rouge at all. Yep, bouncing off onto Eau Rouge, just trying to take it too wide, trying to go too fast and losing the rear end. I believe he has come into the pits for repairs. Or I'm mistaken, he has not yet. But that's unfortunate stuff there for Billy Eisman in the GT category. Hopefully he can get back up there soon, George.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to do just that, but like anything, never nice to go into the pit lane at the start of a race, as we're now seeing Sebastian Apostol there being challenged by Jorge Lopez heading round into Les Combes. You can just see him there tucking in on the inside. I think we've got a battle there further down a cut of the chicane there at Lecom, as we can now see Sebastian Apostol there, losing out there to Jorge Lopez, an incredible, or George Lopez, as he makes his way around the next right-hander.
Oh no!
Right-hander, and as Apostol manages to snatch it back, Lopez, we've got another Valley MP for there as well, but he's off the track. Lopez off. That is not ideal. Henry Sinek able to cruise through, but not something you want to see on the first lap there. Indeed, Ross. Absolutely tumultuous scenes.
Absolute disaster there for Jorge Lopez. He was running very well early on in the race, then just contact with the Sim Apex number 22, Sebastian Apostol. Here we can see he just gets wide, then contact with Apostol in the Sim Apex car, then comes through to the next corner, tries to look down the inside, and a touch, and around he goes. Almost gets hit by the car behind. I'm not sure who that was, but just, you know, everyone just streaking through there. Really tough luck there for the Revolution Racing number 11, Jorge Lopez. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and get back up to where he was. He just hit a purple first sector as well, so that's really, really tough luck for him. So hopefully he doesn't have a lot of damage. It didn't look very heavy contact. He was actually very lucky. There was no real strong contact with another car or barrier, just light touches. So hopefully he can get away. As we can see here, some position changes in the GT category. The battle for third, the DDoS racing car just managing to get into third, and I believe that's the Classic Sim Racing car is just having a bit of a disaster here, just going backwards into P5 in the GTE category. That's really not what you want to see. Alessandro Forte is not having a good time here today, and Samuel Bentley in the DDoS racing car now looking to build a bit of a gap. He's a very quick driver, is Sam Bentley, and I'm sure he'll be able to try and hopefully chase down the BMW in front of him, the GR number 99 of Raidner van der Laan in the GR 99, and then Timur Tandanovsky as well ahead of them in the Drillers Esports Ferrari, the number 97, who was absolutely flying. 5.5 seconds to the GER number 99 behind him. He's really pulled a gap already in only 10 minutes into this race, so it's a bit of a phenomenal drive from him already. So keep your eyes peeled on what happens with that gap, however, because that may go down very, very quickly when the tyres come to the end of their life cycle. But as I mentioned earlier, perhaps that Driller squad is on a different pit strategy. Obviously, it's a long race here at Spa, 4 hours. We're now following Sebastian Apostol. We just saw in that incident Henry Sinek chasing him down. Henry Sinek was running very, very well early on, and I'm not sure how he's managed to end up down in P7. Maybe he's run wide somewhere. I'm not quite sure, but let's see if the Drillers Esports man can do something here. Henry Sinek, obviously a very, very quick driver, as is Sebastian Apostol in that Sim Apex number 22. But however, Sebastian locks up a little bit into the left, right, and Henry Sinek's going to look to dive down the inside, and that is as easy as they come, George.
Oh, he is an absolutely dynamic figure, is Henry Sinek. Hasn't had the best of laps here, or certainly the last couple of laps haven't gone his way, but he's tagged back at Apostol. Of course, we saw that bit of a rubbing together going through Lecom, or on the outside of Lecom, heading down towards turn 10, and it was very turbulent indeed. Apostol losing out once again, this time to Henry Sinek, as we're now witnessing now these cars make their way through. Thomas Garcia trying to hold up Zoltan Varkonyi, shall I say, as they make their way down towards the bus stop chicane once again. Now, these guys are part of the LMP2 categories, which Team Iris is currently leading the way on, but Omicron Sim Racing currently 7/10 in behind. But you can just see the Mugen Sim Racing car of Zoltan Varkonyi just in behind of that Omicron Sim Racing driver Thomas Garcia, as they come down towards La Source once again. And there's a good string of them here, and anything can happen, certainly if you're going up through the likes of Eau Rouge. If you don't take that series of corners in the right fashion, it can really land you in hot water, as we're now seeing Thomas Garcia now just trying to tee it up nicely, heading up through Eau Rouge, nice and tidy. Behind him, Zoltan Varkonyi, looking very menacing indeed, and behind him he's got a car literally chasing him as well, that being of Stein Prins, who is just in behind him now, and you can see, look at them all tucked in behind each other, heading through Lecom now, and that's exactly the way you need to be. Try and take the best line possible to get the most effective pace out, as they now round the swinging right-hander at turn 9, bombing down towards turn 10, and still, I think we're going to be teed up for a classic here, Ross.
We are indeed. Just one thing to keep an eye out for in the LMP2 categories. We now head back to look at the GT categories, that the Oricas seem to be absolutely flying in comparison to the Ligier. Obviously, the top 4 cars in the LMP2 category are all Oricas, and then the first Ligier, the RLR Abruzzi Esports number 52 and P5, has got a bit of a gap to the Sim Apex number 56 in front of them. So that's something to watch out for in this early phase of the race. But the Oracle LMP2s are much, much faster than the Ligier LMP2s. That could obviously change with how the track goes, how the race goes. And obviously you have to take into account reliability as well, but let's just keep your eye peeled on that, see how it unfolds as we see the Phoenix Motorsport number 62 trying to defend from the Glassing Sim Racing number 60. The Glassing racing car was running very, very well early on, now not too well, which is unfortunate for them, but we'll have to see what they can do as they come through Interlagos. I think it's going to be a bit too far behind to take the dive into 4th place, but perhaps if he gets a really good exit into Interlagos, he can get a very good run down the Kemmel Straight, and it looks like it's been a decent exit, so he's going to have to follow him through Eau Rouge, and let's see what he can do here as he comes through. Alessandro Forte in the Glassing car chasing Dylan Clavier in the Phoenix Motorsport Porsche, and it's let's see what he can do now in the Kemmel Straight. Obviously there's no DRS in endurance racing, there's no single seaters, and he's already going for the move over the slipstream, proving more than enough. I don't think he stayed behind long enough. We're already seeing lapping cars. I believe that's the Epic RSR Cadillac behind them, or you're looking for a way through. It is, and they're going to try and make it 3 wide almost. This is very brave stuff from the Epic car, and he's going to have a look down the inside of the Phoenix car as well. He's managed to get through. That is very, very brave stuff from the DPI there. But he's in the lead of this race, and he knows what he needs to do to keep that lead. He's already got a 2.5 second gap. And you need to take risks. You need to clear those lap cars as fast as you can, because if you're stuck behind them, you're just losing time. You're losing grip because you've got the dirty air coming off them, and then there's every chance that you can have an incident with them, and that would really ruin your race, wouldn't it, George?
It certainly would, and this is why you can now see Roland Zooks in behind, really trying to hammer home that fact as well, because he's trying to chase Chris Shepherd. Now, if you look at the time deltas, the differential was at 3.7 seconds, which is absolutely tremendous work by Chris Shepherd. He's been landing in some severe hot laps, though Henry Sinnick, who we looked at previously, currently with the fastest lap of the race. He's got a 158.175, so he's absolutely flying right now. But as we're now quite rightly seeing, we saw that battle between the likes of Henry Clavers, or Dylan Clavers, sorry, battling it out with Alessandro Forte. Dylan has managed to actually regain that position. Alessandro Forte now back into P22 on track, but still chasing that of the Phoenix Motorsport cars. This battle is not over yet, as they're running around Blanchimont now, and very soon they will be tackling the bus stop chicane. Now, you've got 2 different ends of the spectrum here, because while you've got the DPI cars and obviously the other prototype of LMP2s trying to lap these GTEs, the GTEs have got to be careful as well to maintain their positions in amongst being lapped by those very same cars. So you've got 2 different contrasting races going on here, and it certainly is providing a feast for our eyes, Ross.
Indeed it is. That is part of the beauty of endurance racing, because you've got cars lapping each other on one hand, as you mentioned. Oh, and there's contact there between the Sim Apex and the Revolution Racing DPIs. They managed to keep going though. Wow, that could have been really disastrous for both of them, but as I was saying, they both managed to keep on going up the Kemmel Straight. Let's see if the Revolution Racing number 11 can do anything here on the Sim Apex car. But as I was mentioning, you said we've got 2 different races going up alongside, and that is very important, because obviously if you're smart as a GTE, and we can see the Revolution Racing are having a look into Lake Hall, obviously not quite confident enough to make the dive. But as a GTE, you can be very smart with how you let, well, you're not supposed to let the DPI and LMP2s through, but you can be very smart in where you allow them to overtake you, because you can actually gain quite an advantage. And you can see here Felix Neuberger in the bossing car. Oh dear, that's very, very hard contact with the outside wall of Blanchimont in the boxing Motorsport number 91 Ferrari. That's really not ideal from what you want to see. He's in the pits at the moment, I assume getting some very serious repairs. There's a few cars in the pits, it stands actually. Actually, I think we've had 2 retirements already. The TCC Motorsport 78 and the Volante Racing number 2, I believe, are both out of this race already. It's only been 20 minutes. We've already had a lot of casualties. So that's very, very sad to see, as we continue to go around with 3 hours and 42 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. It's been hectic so far. Let's see how it goes over the remaining time.
Well, I think it's as we predicted, I think, in a sense, in terms of the fact that a lot of these guys are going to struggle around this very, very tricky circuit. Spartans is unrelenting, and here comes Steve Prinz now on the inside there of Jay Hatch in Team Iris colours. They make their way down towards what will be Blanchimont, and in behind, you can see there Steve Prinz and Jay Hatch, the team colour here, Sebring, the green car, its way through 310 seconds. Ross, but this battle seems to be brewing.
does indeed. Stein Prince is a very, very, very quick driver. He is. He's rapid in single seaters and he's super fast in prototypes as well. And he does love Spa. Che Hatch coming under attack now. Obviously, these two are. Che Hatch was in the lead of the LMP2 category. I'm not quite sure if he's had a half spin somewhere or something like that because he's fallen back quite dramatically. But is now seems to be in the clutch of Stein Prince as they head down Eau Rouge into Radin. If Stein Prince is smart, he will lift off a little bit to try and get more of a run onto the Camel Straight. But he is absolutely on it over the curbs. And there's a car off to the side there. That's the other Sim Apex. That's the DPI Sim Apex car there. Not sure what's happened there. They go 4 wide down the Camel Straight, and it seems that the Sim Apex and the Revolution race cars have had contact. Is off onto the grass on the side of the road, and Stein Prince has managed to take Che Hatch among all that craziness. And there is a code 80 in 10 seconds that we have confirmation. There will be a code 80 for the Sim Apex car that was off to the side of the road. Sebastian Apostle, obviously in his fight with the Revolution Racing number 11 Jorge Lopez. The code 80 has been called. That's very beneficial for any cars that are maybe struggling a bit, but it's and for fuel as well. But obviously just contacts coming over the top of Eau Rouge and into the wall. He's got no rear wing. The code 80 is out. Wow, that's the first big, major incident between two cars that we've seen today, George. Hopefully we can get a replay of that in a second, as Che Hatch tries to take the shortest line possible into Pouon. And that was just, and here we can see a replay. Sebastian Apostle just gets and he doesn't even make contact with the Revolution Racing car, and he actually does touch the Revolution Racing car, and he touches the Drillers Esports car as well, the GTE Ferrari. Just lost it coming up Eau Rouge and contact with both cars there. That's an absolutely disastrous incident for him, and as well the Drillers Esports car and the Revolution Racing car. The Drillers Delta now down to only 3 seconds. Tim Tandon obviously did have a 5.5 second gap. Hopefully none of those cars have too much damage, but here we can see a replay again. I believe this is the onboard of Tim Tandanovsky. Yeah, you can just see there to the side Sebastian Apostle going off, and he can do absolutely nothing. Manages to keep out the wall, just a light tap to the rear, and hopefully that is barely any damage at all there as we remain under code 80. And Chris Shepherd, he's been very, very quietly confident today, hasn't he, George? He's got himself a bit of a 4-second gap now to the Music car behind him. But he's been very strong, kept out of the wall, kept out of the incidents. But what do you take of this performance so far?
Very comfortable. I think, honest to God, he's really managed to sort of negotiate his way around, the clean air circuit. Obviously, this is why it's so important to get that P1 spot from the off. And certainly under code 80 conditions, he can now sort of relax, take a moment. Obviously, good for the tyres. Obviously, but he will need to try and maintain at least some of the, the temperatures in the tyres, the brakes as well. That is probably one of the bad things about code 80. A lot of the drivers now have to sort of restart, but everyone's in the same boat, so it's not really a situation where there's an advantage given to another driver or not. But there you can see Apostle's car, and it looks a little worse for wear right now, and he's literally crawling at the moment, albeit under code 80, but at the same time, it does not look in a good state. And I feel sorry as well for Timothy Antonovsky. He was unfortunately caught up in all the drama. Apostle just lost it going through Eau Rouge, lost the car, slammed into the wall, the bounce back just taking out Timothy Antonovsky. So really, he was the unfortunate casualty in that series of events. And obviously it led to then that big battle that we saw going up through the straight, which was absolutely hellacious, but amazing to see. And am I seeing correctly now? Is Chris Shepherd and Roland Dukes, will they be pitting now? I believe they are. Chris Shepherd's in the pit.
They are indeed. Obviously, the Code 80 running the perfect opportunity to come to the pits from fresh tyres and fuel, just reset your strategy. So that's what these cars and the Red Archer VRT as well, I think we'll be seeing most of the DPIs diving into the pits. There's still quite some time before this Code 80 will end, which I presume will be when Sebastian Apostle dives into the pit lane himself. Now, we can see actually the satellite racing cars managed to jump all of them pretty much. And the Red Archer VRT is apparently in the lead of this race now. Obviously, there's different pit slots along the way. This is the endurance pits. There's utilising both pit lanes. We'll have to see what can happen in the pit lane. But this could provide a big shake-up to the order. As you can see here, yep, there's the Red Archer VRT car coming into his pit box there. Yeah, as you mentioned, just really unfortunate for Timotej Andonovski. And as well for the Revolution Racing car, Jorge Lopez also got caught up in that contact. He managed to stay out of the wall as well, I believe. And don't count me on that one. As there's Chris Shepherd coming up the pits now in P2, so he's luckily not lost that many places. Ian Pfeiffer, actually, I lie, he's now back in the lead because of that shortcut up Eau Rouge of the pit lane. That's going to be very frustrating for Ian Pfeiffer, who thought he maybe could have got a big jump in the pit by staying out there. Henry Cynic, however, has got a big jump back up to P3 for the Drillers Esports number 7 driver. So that's a very good for him. And Henry is a very, very quick driver as well. So I'm sure we'll be seeing him trying to fight his way back up into the lead. And Pedro Gomez has a penalty there for some reason. I assume that'll be perhaps releasing the pit lane speed limit just slightly too early, maybe. That's unfortunate for him. But there we can see the Sim Apex LMP2 car, Stein Prinz at the wheel. You can see Shea Hatch just looming in his rearview mirror. That's going to be a very terrifying sight to see for the Dutch driver, and I'm sure that he will be wanting that Code 80 to go green on the entry of the corner, so he can, on the middle of a straight, for example, he's going to be very compromised because he's suddenly got the slipstream behind him. So he's going to, the end of this Code 80 is going to be vital for who gets that position. There is Sebastian Apostle struggling to even get into the pit lane. That's a very, very wonky car indeed. As you mentioned, no rear wing. It seems like he's got some heavy suspension damage as well, and he's crashed again into the wall there. It just keeps getting worse, and I suspect he's going to have some very, very long repair times indeed. Obviously, I'm sure they'll take it. It's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say, and we should be seeing the Code 80 go green very, very shortly. But yeah, hopefully they can get back into the race, and as it unfolds, get back up and into the field. 5 seconds before the Code 80 goes green again. Let's see what Shea Hatch can do here, because Stein Prinz looking like he's going to be very, very vulnerable as we go green again, as Shea Hatch has the slipstream. We are green, and Stein Prinz gets the better start than Shea Hatch does under the Code 80. So it looks like he's managed to get away with it this time. That's some great luck for Stein Prinz there in the Sim Apex number 56 LMP2. And actually, I think the Team Iris car behind them may have just been overtaken by someone. Actually, I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Maybe an LMP, DPI even, apologies, and it would appear that it is on our timing screens. But yeah, Stein Prinz getting very, very lucky there. He gets very, very close to Timothy Andonovski just for good measure. But yeah, very expertly timed pressing of the throttle and releasing of the pit limiter there from the Dutch driver, George.
Yeah, very, very good indeed, and made the most of it heading up the Kemmel Straight. And now you can see Shea Hatch looking to follow suit. He's still letting fly here at Stein Prinz. He's not letting this man get away from him, as we're now looking at this other DP. This will be the LMP2 car. Sorry, Luca Tizzano battling with Hugo Tempez. They come down towards what will be the next swing-in right-hander. This is in the middle sector, as you can now see Luca Tizzano there in that very, very outgoing blue and green colour, and you can just see Hugo Tempez just maybe getting swallows a lot of the curb there on the outset, and he's trying to find his way around Luca Tizzano, and very, very close indeed. And we've got a GTE car entering the equation as well, as we now see Luca Tizzano trying to hold off Hugo Tempez, trying to block off any access route possible for Hugo Tempez as they come round towards Blanchimont now under the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and here comes Luca Tizzano, where Hugo Tempez snatches it at the death and round in the next left-hander in good shape, making his way down towards bus stop, smoking ahead there, and a great overtake indeed. And we're riding back on there with the GTE cars, Sam Wooldridge and Laszlo Zanto, as they make their way around the next left-hander indeed. A lot of cars seem to be getting some lovely slipstream heading down to the straights. You can see Laszlo there just looking all over the rear end of Sam Wooldridge, the Solo Sport Racing driver, and at the mercy now of Team Imperium as they make their way on the outset, heading down towards the start and finish straight past the paddock. Here comes the Solo Sport Racing driver Sam Wooldridge down towards the source. Laszlo Santon looking to almost maybe avoid maybe an overtake going through La Source, but he'll have his opportunity, that's for sure. But we got quite a fixture of battles on the go here, as we're now witnessing various cars almost making up a train, as we see now this man at this moment in time, of course, being the pink card livery, almost like it's almost the candy floss livery that we've seen, obviously battling out on track to date so far, making its way up through the long straight. And in the midst, you can see further back, they're all queuing up, waiting to go through Les Combes, battling down through the circuit. It looks like a BMW there trying to make its way through on the left-hand side as they come through this winding section. That was the 99 car, I believe, just trying to look through my deltas to get an update for you, Ross. And that looks like Reinder van der Laan who's trying to make his way through, but incredible battling. Chris Shepherd, though, he is literally only 6/10 away ahead of Ian Peether. Lots of racing going on, and certainly lots of battles in amongst this classification. The Code 80 has certainly not led to them settling down.
Hasn't at all. Reinder van der Laan in the Global Endurance Race number 99 in GTE was running very well early on, so I wonder if he's dived into the pits appears to have not worked out because he's just fallen backwards since we've gone green. But as you mentioned, yeah, this is just the code 80 just led to even more craziness. Even Piper is not falling back as far as I thought he would, and he's actually gained on Chris Shepherd through La Source. So if he gets a very good run up through Eau Rouge and Radion, we could be seeing a change for the lead here, George, as they fly through the left-hander and up the hill. Dust flying through the air, and you can see how on it these drivers are. 5/10 is the gap. Let's see if Ian Piper can get in the slipstream. I'm sure he'll be in the highest fuel mode he has available to him. He'll be pushing as hard as he can. Does he have a look to the inside? He does, but I think he's just too far back this time. Only 2/10 though separate them. As you can see that the slipstream is very, very powerful down the Kemmel Straight. Coming into the middle sector now, however, Chris Shepherd, this seems to be where he has the advantage. Let's see if he can pull away here. However, he is now under pressure from that Satellite Racing number 10, so there's every possibility that he may make a mistake and find himself off the track and in a barrier. That's not exactly what you want to do when you're leading a race half an hour in, but it's a possibility nonetheless as they now head down towards Pillon. Let's see who gets the advantage out of here. Still 2/10 separate the drivers as they fly through the left-hander, both of them taking the curve on the outside and then sweeping back in for the second half of the corner into La Fan now. Into the right, and yep, as I mentioned, Chris Shepherd appears to just have the upper hand in this middle sector, pulling a bit more of a gap than Ian Piper would quite like. That Satellite Racing just pulling further back, but let's see what it can do out of Stavelot and up to Blanchimont, George.
Yeah, Chris Shepherd maintaining the pace quite well here. Ian Piper has in fact gone very close to Chris Shepherd's times as well. Both of them landing very similar hot laps. The only difference separating them right now is approximately 0.3 of a second on hot laps alone. So certainly they're going to be very quick, rounding every single corner. Obviously, it's a question of consistency for Chris Shepherd as we're now riding back on board with this battle for the third place. Of course, the Phoenix Motorsport team currently have an interval of approximately just over a tenth there, and that's the Glassing Sim Racing team just closely in behind, just monitoring, and that, of course, being Alessandro Forte on Dylan Claver. Remember, these two were battling earlier on, and this battle has certainly not let up, as we're now seeing a gap then to Fenrec, Christian Cabal in P22. But as you can see now, the Drillers Esports car, now this being, of course, the DPI, should I say, making their way up through the winding section of Eau Rouge, and still it's Henry Sinek still in P3. Roland Jukes, the Mugen Sim Racing team, making his way out. Oh my word, he's off the track and spins, and there's damage sustained to the Mugen Sim Racing car. Roland Jukes has come a cropper out of Eau Rouge, and once again we've seen it. They're struggling for grip through that section there, Ross. Not ideal at all, and I'm sure we'll take a look at a replay of that because that was a shocker.
I'm sure we'll be seeing Code 80 in a minute as well, because a car without rearing is definitely a liability. Just coming over Eau Rouge, the rear of the car getting light, and there will be a Code 80. We've just had confirmation in our ear, and that's going to shake up the order even more. That's not what Roland Zooks wanted to do, and here we are, Code 80 enforced back under speed limit conditions, and here we can see an onboard of Roland Zooks just touching the curb, getting a bit loose, and then it just bites him when he tries to correct it. Round he goes into the barrier. Hopefully that's just the rear wing damage and some rear suspension damage. Hopefully it's not too bad and he can repair it in that Mugen Sim Race car. We're running P6, which they've been very strong this far into the race, so unfortunate for them. Hopefully they can get the repairs done and get back in it very quickly, George.
Fingers crossed. Code 80, hopefully we won't be under this ruling for a long time, but of course we've got to allow for the track to be clear, and not ideal at all. Roland Zooks having a real blow up through Eau Rouge, not ideal. Of course, we've seen it a couple of times now through this race where they've lost control, brushing the curbs, and just imagine what it would be like in wet weather conditions. The track has seemed to have almost dried up quite a bit. The sunshine is out on track right now, and currently at 29 degrees out on circuit, so it's actually looking moderately good. We're actually not seeing any rain clouds in the sky as of yet, but even without it, we seem to be struggling for grip up through Eau Rouge right now. But Chris Shepherd undoubtedly still in front for now. 0.8 gap to Ian Piper as well in P2. Henry Sinek in P3, still in the fight. And you can see that Drillers Esports car just making its way around the bend there. They're soon going to be making their way around the next right-hander. And of course, this is the double right, should we say. And this is where they sort of take Stavelot into turn 16, and then they'll have Paul Frere as well. But just a question about these curbs, and of course we spoke about it previously, Ross. I mean, these LMP2 cars, the prototype, certainly, downforce is absolutely key for them to stay on track. And it just seems to me that obviously whenever they brush the curbs, the little slightest bite of the curb, and it sends them into obscurity, as proven by Roland Zooks.
Yeah, obviously coming up Eau Rouge is a very, very fast corner, and obviously it's uphill as well. So you want all the grip you can get to kind of scrub those front tires across the tarmac and just get it to bite in. And obviously, if you're braking that downforce, suddenly you've got the air over your car. It's all messed. The air pressure is going to go completely wonky and not what it's designed to do. And you're going to find yourself facing the wrong way. It's not as much of an issue in the GT cars. Obviously, they don't have as much downforce, or anywhere near as much downforce, should I say. But obviously in the prototypes, that it is really a big problem. You want to stay off the higher curbs, and especially in the faster corners as well. So coming through Blanchimont, for example, or going up Eau Rouge, which you saw with Ronan 6, you do really want to stay off those curbs, because they're going to cause you some big problems. As we just follow Henry Sink round in the Drillers Esports number 7, I predict we'll be seeing him come into the pits soon, due to the fact that he didn't pit under the last Code 80. So let's see what he does. We can see in the bottom right there is Ronan Sukes crawling very, very slowly back to the pit lane. We have to see what happens, and very unfortunate for him again, that incident, but sometimes the racing gods giveth and the racing gods taketh away, as I like to say, and that is an example of them taking away, just making a little mistake up into Eau Rouge and finding yourself in the wall. It's unfortunate stuff, and we do see a car into the pits as Heimdall Racing number 66 in the GTE category, but not everybody else, as I suspected, George.
Well, it was very poetically put there, Ross. Very impressed indeed, as we know. We're now watching them crawl around the track right now. That's the number 62 car of Dylan Claver, who was under pressure from Fenrec Christian Cabal earlier on. Well, should I say it wasn't? It was actually Alessandro Forte who's dropped back a little bit, but as we're now seeing them make their way around the next left-hander. Still not in question, though. Chris Shepherd in front. You can now see Henry Sinek, Ian Piefer and Hugo Poom are now pitting. Pedro Gomez going in to join them as well. So a great opportunity, like Ross has alluded to, the fact that the Code 80 is out on track and in force right now. It's allowing all these cars to take necessary stops, and be interested to see how they get on and obviously where they come out when the Code 80 returns to normality. Obviously Chris Shepherd now leading the way. He's already boxed and once again regains his P1 position. So it definitely was a wise move on part of Epic RSR, and they can be very pleased with the way things are going right now. The Omicron Sim Racing team in front as well, 5 seconds the delta between them and Mugen. And we can now see Pedro Gomez coming into the pits. So very shortly, I'm hoping that we will get back underway ASAP, Ross. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully, anyway. Yep. The Ronan Sukes should be arriving in the pit lane very shortly. So that will be, I presume, when the Code 80 will end. You really don't want to be in the pit lane when the Code 80 ends, because that's going to lose you a whole chunk of time, as we could see Chris Shepherd and there it is. The Code 80 has just ended as Henry Sinek gets a penalty in the top left. Not sure what that's for. But disaster for all the people still sat in the pits. They are losing so much time to that Epic RSR car, who has just been dominant so far in this race. And it's now a 36-second gap to Henry Sinek behind him. That's and you can just see all the cars swooping out the pit lane. Absolute disastrous for them. I think they should have stayed out. It probably would have been better to stay out and perhaps gamble on another Code 80. But here we are, Steinprinz and Che Hatch back at it again. And Che Hatch is going to have another look this time. Chooses not to. Steinprinz runs very well, and Che Hatch runs even wider into Lecom. They both have to slow down. Steinprinz will probably benefit from that more than the Team Iris driver. He'll probably be able to build up a slightly more gap, because Che Hatch did have to slow down quite a lot. But then Steinprinz again just locking up into Ravage. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Perhaps they're not quite back up to speed yet from the Code 80s. They swoop through no name. You can see a replay here on board of Che Hatch. Not only does Steinprinz outbreak himself and lock up, but Che Hatch just has to swoop down the middle and over those speed bumps. Has to slow down. There's a Corvette going very slowly there on the exit of Pouon. I'm not sure what's quite happened to them either. But here we are anyway. Steinprinz still in the lead of this battle for P3 in the LMP2 class. That Sim Apex Orica is sitting very firmly on that podium place, George.
Yeah, it almost looked like he took evasive action heading through Lecom there, Che Hatch, because it was almost like Steinprinz had locked up, and it was almost like Che Hatch had to make a split decision on whether he was going to just continue following Steinprinz through Lecom, or whether he was going to take avoidance by cutting into the corners, which I think he was probably right taking the latter and avoiding taking either of them out. But Che Hatch still menacing in behind Steinprinz. Might get a view here going down towards bus stop. Here comes Che Hatch down the outside there of Stein Prinz. Against a slip going through the bus stop, and Stein Prinz able on and keeps that position in P3, and Che Hatch relegated back into P4. Sensational view, just missed his braking zone, and that cost him dearly there, Ross.
It did indeed, just getting it slightly wrong to the bus stop. It's a very, very awkward chicane. It's cambered on both corners, and if you get it wrong, you're just going to lose traction so easily, and it just seems, yet, as you mentioned, missed his braking point, got the line wrong. Around the window, we could see a lot of DPI cars diving into the pit, so I assume that there was several speeding penalties in the pit lane, perhaps. Not quite sure what happened there, but they're all coming in to the pits, so I presume for perhaps a drive-through or a stop-go penalty. Here we can see on the screen the battle for 4th place. The Global Endurance Racing number 99 currently has a bit of a gap to the Mutual Sim Racing and the Glassing Sim Racing cars behind him. He's obviously the only BMW in the field. They're representing the German mark this season, and it's not the quickest of the GTEs, the BMW, but they're doing a very good job here today, and as we can see there, Henry Sinnick looking very forlorn as he exits the pit lane and comes up Eau Rouge. It's disastrous for the Drillers esports squad, but it's a very, very quick drivers at the wheel of that car, and I'm hoping that they'll be able to get back up on the pace soon. Here we can see Lucas Lichten in the RLR Brute esports, the fastest Ligier on the track at the moment. Just in front of Wesley Boakhout in the Santon Motorsports number 48. Only 2/10 separated them at the last sector split. Let's see if this differs in the middle sector. It seems to be the case here at Spa that the teams are either faster in the first and third sectors or the middle sectors. There's no really overall winner. You'll either gain massively in coming out of Stavelot and up through Interlagos, or you will gain massively through the middle sector, all this tight and twisty section down the hill. So that seems to be the case here today. So it's just about when you make your move by the looks of things, as we come to 3 hours and 19 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. But yeah, when you make your move is absolutely crucial here at Spa, because it's all about where you have the advantage and where you know that they're faster than you. As we can see, friend Christian Kabay having a look at the Mutual Sim Racing Porsche and Alessandro Forte, the Glassing Sim Racing Ferrari. That Glassing Sim Racing car is really not having a good time today. It's fallen backwards further and further and further. And we can see here that it looks like Christian Kabay is about to make a move in that 95 Porsche coming through Pouhon. Maybe let's have a look what he does into Le Fang, into that right left. However, he runs really wide on the exit, and that looks like he's going to have to be a little bit too far back. But let's see what can happen on the exit of Stavelot and the run up to Blanchimont and the bus stop chicane, because that is you get a good slipstream through there, you can really get a good run, can't you, George?
Yeah, well, Christian Kabay looked very tail happy on the outset of that left-hander, should I say. Just rounding the next right now, and very soon he'll be making his way around Paul Frere. And as he makes his way down towards Blanchimont, turn 17, it's still Alessandro Forte in P5, Fenric Christian Kabay all over him like a nasty rash right now, very soon to make their way around turn 18 now. They've already been through the likes of Blanchimont, heading down the bus stop. Very wide goes Fenric Christian Kabay as they come down towards the bus stop chicane now. Is there any sight of the move? You can see Forte taking the middle line, trying to avoid the overtake. Oh, a slip there by the sim racing car, and that might have opened the door there for Christian Kabay as they come down the source, but they've got company. They've got what looks to be the LMP2 car making its way down. Actually, I believe that's actually a DPI car making its way around the next right-hander, but Alessandro Forte can count his lucky stars there, heading around bus stop. He very nearly lost it, managed to catch it, but indeed, Fenric Christian Kabay might yet get an opening as they come down now up towards Eau Rouge now. You can see their Forte right in front of Fenric Christian Kabay. Up through the series of bends they go. They've got another car coming up to join them as well as part of the prototype class, as you can now see Christian Kabay right in the slipstream. Is there any open doors for a move here for Christian Kabay? The Mugen Sim Racing team watching on in anticipation of a potential overtake as they come up through Lake-Com. Has the door been opened? Not quite yet, but an intense battle nonetheless, Ross. It's cooking on gas here.
It really is. Alessandro Forte, as you mentioned, could count himself very, very lucky through the bus stop chicane. Now coming to Rivage, is Christian Kabay going to have a very late lunge? No, he's not. He has a look around the outside over, so maybe he's going to try and get a run through No Name and into Pouhon, which would be a very dangerous place to have a move, but he can pull it off. Then all for him. That'd be fantastic if he manages to achieve that. But yep, as you mentioned, Forte just getting the line wrong into the bus stop chicane, just dealing with that change in camber, just spinning, losing the rear, managed to catch it, but now is just hoping to get that back up to Christian Kabay in the Mugen Sim Racing number 95 Porsche. Obviously, the Ferrari and the Porsches are definitely the fastest of the two they're the two fastest cars in the GTE category by a country mile, shall we say, in rFactor 2. They are very much the quickest cars, and it really differs with each track which one is faster, it seems. And here at Spa, at the moment, it appears that the Ferraris have the upper hand, but you know, it's not until the fat lady sings. I've already said that once there, and I'm going to say it again because there's 3 hours and 50 minutes left to go on the clock. And Christian Kabay is dead set on chasing down and overtaking Alessandro Forte. Let's see what he can do here into the bus stop chicane. He's a lot closer this time, diving down the inside. Very defensive from Forte, and they do make contact, touching between the pair there. Forte just didn't see him on the inside, I think, as they made contact. A bit of a flash of the lights, I think, to say sorry there as well from Forte. But the Mugen Sim Racing number 95, Christian Kabay, gets through. Lovely move there. Very aggressive defending and very aggressive attacking there. But let's see what happens now on the exit of La Source, because it may be that the Ferrari is faster in a straight line, and he's got a very, very good slipstream heading down towards Eau Rouge. Let's see what he makes of this, coming out of Radion and up the Kemmel Straight, managing to stay pinned with him, just running the curves. The GTE cars can do that. Obviously, the prototypes can't, as we mentioned earlier, with their downforce levels. Here is Forte, and let's see what the gap does as they head down the Kemmel Straight now. Is he going to have a look to the inside? No, he's staying behind him for the moment. Christian Kabay goes very defensive on the inside, moves twice back over. Forte not close enough this time, he feels. And perhaps he will be able to get the run through the middle sector. Oh, and a big wobble there from Christian Kabay just as we go to replay. And we can see the move that got him the lead, but we'll have to see as we come back whether he's still got that lead in this battle. As there was a bit of contact between the pair there, but a lovely move by Christian Kabay there. As we come back, and he still does have the lead of that battle despite that big wobble. And there is a DPI behind, looking to try and get through as well as they head through Pont. That could have been disastrous off-screen. While he was off-screen, that could have been disastrous, that wobble from there, George. If he'd lost back out against Alessandro Forte, all that work he'd done could have just gone down the drain.
Absolutely, and we've seen it so many times already in this race, but you can now see Alessandro Forte has no interest in lying down. Fenric Christian Kabay still holding on to P5, Alessandro Forte in P6 right now, really trying to gun and really weave all over the rear end of Mugen Sim Racing's Fenric Christian Kabay, but it looks like that delta is slowly creeping up slightly. We're up to 2.5 tenths of a second now as Christian Kabay comes around the next right-hander, and indeed Alessandro Forte needs to sort of get himself back in shape, ready for another attack, but the delta now out to 6 tenths of a second, nearly 7 tenths for that matter, as Alessandro Forte is looking to find some straight line speed there, trying to get in the slipstream of that of Christian Kabay as they come around the next left-hander indeed and towards bus stop, but still Christian Kabay holding on to P5 for now, and it's going to be so key to see what the results are heading down towards what will be La Source. And you can see there another prototype just lagging in behind there, just coming up through, dives into the pit lane, but the race is still hotting up, plenty of opportunities across the board. But still no doubt in my mind, Fenric Christian Kabay holding on to that P5.
At the moment, he looks very, very happy in that P5 position, but then again, just before we went to the replay earlier, anything could happen. He could have a little mistake, and that'll be it. Here we see the Ligier of the RLR Abruzzi esports car, currently in P5. Lucas Lichter did a great job, and they both dive into the pits, do him and Wesley Boku in the Santon Motorsports Orica behind him. So let's see who can have the faster pit stops here. It's going to be battle of the virtual pit crews, and the strategy, perhaps one car's taking less fuel or not changing tyres. We'll have to see what happens as they head into the pits. They're very, very close, neck and neck, in fact, as they head through, and we can see there a car behind them coming in as well. I believe that might be a TTF racing car, just can't quite see. As they head through now, both cars will be on the endurance pit lane, not the Grand Prix pit lane. And back to Christian Kabay and the glassing car behind him as they're heading through. Forte still trying to close that gap down, but he's struggling to do so. At the moment, it almost seems like he's falling further and further back as that Porsche, that black Porsche, just seemingly tries to streak away into the distance with 3 hours and 12 minutes left to go here at the VMG Spa, 4 hours of Spa. And Christian Kabay, he's obviously done a very, very solid overtake, withstanded the aggressive defending from Alessandro Forte, and is now hoping, despite a small wobble earlier, to just go into the distance. He doesn't seem to be feeling that much pressure from the car behind as he heads into Stavelot. And let's see what happens on the run up to Bonchimont and the bus stop chicane, because that Ferrari, if it gets a good run, as we can see, just getting lapped by a car behind there, if he gets a great run, or if Christian Kabay makes a mistake through Blanchimont, it could all be Fortes again, and we'd be back to where we were, back to square one. It's the Classic Sim Racing number 60 in P5 and the Mugen Sim Racing in P6. Here we see, I'm not quite sure who this is on board with, but they are exiting the pits now. I believe it's Lucas Lichten, and it is Lucas Lichten. He has managed to hold the lead of that battle, and he's actually gone up into P3, so it appears that a lot of people have come into the pits that time round. Yet back into the P3, and he's actually managed to jump Che Hatch, has Lucas Lichten. That's impressive stuff there from the RLR Brutus squad. Managed to gain some big places in the pits. The Santa Motorsports car still in the pit lane. They're spending a lot of time sat there, clearly, as it finally heads back out. Here is Anders Hellstrom in the Global Endurance Racing number 33, P10 in the LMP2 category at the moment, trying to chase down Adam Zagaiva in the Team Imperium car. There is the Mugen LMP2 in the pits, I believe that is, who's currently in first place. He's got a huge gap to the Omicron car behind him. So let's see what can happen between those two, if the gap's going to close them, because it's a long pit stop here. We've been seeing people in the pit lane for over 2 minutes sometimes in the LMP2 category. And there is the Omicron car driving desperately quickly. Thomas Garcia trying just to keep the pace up in that Orica. Let's see if he's going to get the jump on the Mugen car. I'm not quite sure he will as he heads through bus stop chicane. Very aggressive, it must be said. You can see there in the bottom right, there is the Mugen Sim Racing car. Who's going to have the lead as he heads up to Assos? There goes the Mugen car away. I think he is just going to be able to hold on to the lead, and yes he is. There's the pit lane exit line. No, it's not the pit lane exit line. That's the first corner, that's the source, and Thomas Garcia has managed to take the lead. So there you are, the Omicron Sim Racing car, number 50, into the lead of this race, the LMP2 category. Zoltan Vakonyi in the Mugen Sim Racing 27, suffering out there. He was sat for 1 minute and 4 seconds. That's a long time to be sat there. There is the Omicron Sim Racing car, now sitting very pretty. Some clever strategy there, George, by the Omicron team.
Yeah, very good indeed. I'm just a little comment about the Mugen Sim Racing team. I'm not sure whether they stopped under the original Code 80s because obviously taking a long time to pit up there. Remember, Zoltan Barkonye was actually second on track behind Chris Shepherd. So I'd imagine he skipped a lot of the Code 80s to get round. He is now coming out, I believe, back onto track in P3. So he is behind the Abruzzi Esports team, RLR Abruzzi Esports, that is. Omicron Sim Racing, as you quite rightly say, Ross, P1 now, and that is absolutely tremendous for them. Alessandro Forte has managed to overtake Christian Kabay for that P5 spot. These two have been battling now lap after lap, at least for the past, I'd say 5 to 7 laps at least. It's been sensational to see these two go at it, but Alessandro Forte regaining that P5 spot. Hellacious racing from these two, and it's been a superb watch indeed as they make their way up Eau Rouge. Alessandro Forte still hanging on, but you might get a chance to see Christian Kabay, who's only 8/10 back, just clocking that car in behind. You can see a battle going on in behind those as well, as we're now seeing Alessandro Forte in P5. Christian Kabay there as well. You can see there's another prototype car trying to find its way through in between the sandwich of the GTEs now into Les Combes. But Alessandro Forte can take a breather, at least for now, albeit he has got the LMP just stuck in behind him there.
Does indeed. It's a very tight battle, and this is really the worst place to lap someone on this track. It's just the tightest, slowest section of Spa-Francorchamps, and as you can see there, just cars getting caught up everywhere. There's a DPI there, there was an LMP going past, I believe it is. There's a Ligier behind them there. It's just a bit of a total mess, if I'm frank, just going through this section. So it's something to watch out for, and we can actually see, I believe, behind the Mugen Sim Racing car, there is the Corvette C8 so that's something to keep your eye on. For Christian Kabay, maybe having to watch out for the Team Imperium number 87, Laszlo Zanto, is perhaps trying to get in this battle for P5. He's got the pace, it seems, so we could be having a three-way battle on our hands very shortly, which would be great to see. As Che Hatch sets a new best lap time for the LMP2 category in the Team Iris car, currently residing in P4 in class. Frank Christian Kabay now looks like he's got a very strong run heading into Blanchimont. He's already having a look around the outside. The gap looks very big though from there, but he's right on the tail of Alessandro Forte. Is he going to have another dive into the bus stop chicane? Let's see what he does. Does he hang to the inside? Frank Christian Kabay certainly does. Is he going to make a mistake, however, with his lines? All compromised? No, he manages to keep it in P5 for the time being. And yet, as I mentioned, we can see there, just behind them, that Imperium C8R is now all over the back of Ferenc Christian Kabay. So this is now becoming very much a three-way battle. Laszlo Zanto is going to be loving some of that Porsche action. We can see on board here with Hugo Tempest and the TF1 Racing actually a bit of a touch with the glassing car there. So maybe that was why the gap closed down all of a sudden. But hopefully he'll be trying to increase that gap there. There's a penalty for Martin Militai, as we can see in the top left of the screen. There's Henry Sinek as well getting involved in the Cadillac DPR, the Drillers Esports number 7 car. And they're just an absolute cluster of cars heading down the Kemmel Straight. It looks like it's going to still be action stations heading into the middle of the pack. And here we can see some LMP2 action. Lucas Lichten and Zoltan Vakonyi are right on each other for P2. Perhaps we're going to see a move from Zoltan Vakonyi. This is Orica versus Ligier for P2. This is a very, very strong points finish already for both of these cars as it stands. But if one of them, if Zoltan can make a move and he does have a look to the inside, it'll be even more points for that Mugen Sim Racing squad, who are doing very well in all three classes at the moment. Lucas Lichten seems to be not too worried about the car behind. He wasn't defending that much into that corner, so let's see what he could do here out of La Source, George.
Yeah, well, Zoltan Varkonyi obviously had that late stop. He makes a diving move there on the inside, and La Source, oh my word, very, very close there indeed, and they both come out together, wheel to wheel, and it looks like Varkonyi's got it in the bag here, but it's certain right now. Lucas Lichten in P3, Glenn Fly, and Zoltan Varkonyi wants his position back. If he gets the straight line speed, he can certainly put it to use as they come up through the Kemmel Straight now. You can see Zoltan Varkonyi really, really in trouble now. Lucas Lichten all over the back of him through Les Combes. No for overtake, but still an epic encounter by Zoltan Varkonyi to overtake Lucas Lichten. Superb racing, Ross.
As I mentioned earlier, it appears that the Orcas do just have the upper hand over the Ligiers here today. That RLR Abruzzi Esports squad just seems to be struggling compared to its counterpart as it just goes on the outside of the Corvette there, and I'm sure Che Hatch will now be loving some of that P3 action as well. As you can see a replay of Zoltan Vakonyi just having a big dive down the inside, lovely move, timed perfectly, got the throttle on the exit right as well. Everything about that was bang on, so well done to the Mugen driver there as he heads off into the distance very, very quickly. It appears that the RLR Abruzzi car just doesn't have the pace as it stands, so I'm sure Che Hatch will be wanting to clear Lucas Lichten as quickly as he possibly can, just so he can chase down that Mugen car for P2. They've now got 30-second gaps to the Omicron sim racing car in the lead, so it's a big jump to the leader of LMP2. But then we've got these three cars here all in a class, or should I say these two, because the Mugen sim racing car has frankly left them behind, George. It's been it's already bolted, and there goes Che Hatch already down the inside of Blanchimont. Very brave move there with Lucas Lichten's going to hold the inside into the bus stop chicane. Let's see who comes out on top of it. Late braking side by side into the right-hander and into the left-hander. Who's going to come out on top? It looks like it's going to be Che Hatch. Lucas Lichten has a bit of a wobble on the exit. Perhaps he can get braking into the La Source better and get the move back, but it just seems that Ligier does not have the pace into La Source. No, Che Hatch is going to hold that position. Great move there from the Team Iris driver, George.
Yeah, it was a superb switch heading down towards bus stop there, Ross. Scintillating stuff from Che Hatch. He literally blows my mind every time he's on track. We've seen it a couple of times from him. His racecraft is tremendous. In behind him, though, Lucas Lichten, far from done just yet, of course, for the RLR Abruzzi Esports team. Team Iris are looking on with grins on their faces after watching that excellent move by Che Hatch. They come up through Les Combes now, and still Team Iris in P3, RLR Abruzzi Esports 6/10 back heading through Les Combes. And here we have a look at the replay. This was absolutely scintillating poetry in motion here by these two as they made their way around the bus stop chicane. It looked like they might have found the slip through the inside, but Che Hatch held firm, and it was absolutely superb to watch. Incredible scenes here. Of course, if you guys want to check out the social media, you can obviously check out VMG Esports as well on Twitter. Stay up to date as we now see Dylan Claver and Rain de Vert Van der Laan as well making their way through. And of course, they've got a GTE in the midst here, a GTE battling amongst a prototype car making its way through La Source as they make their way up through towards Eau Rouge. It's Dylan Claver currently in P3. Reinder Vardelan there in P4 as they make their way up through now. Don't want to touch too much of the curve. We've seen so many spins up through the section of Eau Rouge, and already you can see Van der Laan now looking all over the rear of Claver as they come up through the stretch. Kemmel beckons on the inside. Global Endurance Racing driver Van der Laan finds his way through on the outside. Can he close it up before Lecom as he makes his way through out the inside line, the tiger line, shall we say? But indeed, Claver does not want to give it up. They're going to wheel. The next rounder is Claver. They're switching it up. P3 to P. Van der Laan scuppers there. Final. Dylan Claver, he hugs up through the inside, but an incredible display of racing indeed between these two. Sensational, Ross, to see Dylan Claver hold on to that P3. Amazing racing.
That was some phenomenal stuff there by both drivers. Van der Laan timed the move perfectly, got a run, really good run, and then was just holding it around the outside of the late corners, and then Dylan Claver just was determined to not give up that P3. He wants that podium. You can smell it from here, from my bedroom in the comms booth, and he's managed to hold on, but it's not over yet. Van der Laan, I'm sure, will be looking to get another run on that Phoenix Motorsport Porsche, and I'm sure that'll be coming very soon. So let's just carry on watching them as they head through Stavelot and up through the right-hander and on the run now to Blanchimont, and it seems that Claver's just going to hold on for the time being. However, Van der Laan is, they have to let through a DPI while they're there. I believe that's the Sim Apex DPI going through. Van der Laan having to do much of the same, and he's got to run now into the bus stop chicane. Oh, and Dylan Claver runs very wide through Blanchimont, and they're both going to have to let through an LMP2 car there. And Van der Laan's going to have a look down the inside. There's contact between the two, and there's a big touch between the pair of them. Absolute disaster for Van der Laan. He's just tried to be too keen down the inside. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that very shortly. And Dylan Claver, contact between the two, and just contact between the two. Van der Laan just being too keen on the brakes, and just disaster for him there. Here's the replay on board with him, helmet can and everything. Tries to follow the Oracle through, just too keen, and just turning in there. And there we are, just last there for the Porsche there and the BMW. Just shocking there. Here you can see Stein-Prinz having a dive down the inside of Lucas Lichtland. That's a great move by Stein-Prinz there. The Ligier really struggling. I'm not sure if it just needs some fresh tires or something, but it's like really struggling as we carry on. And Stein-Prinz already building a gap on Lucas Lichtland, but yeah, just a disaster there for the Global Endurance Racing number 99 GTE car there, George. Just what do you think? Was he just too keen on the brakes? Maybe perhaps didn't expect the Porsche to turn in there? It would appear that Georgia is not here, but we're going to carry on anyway with Stein-Prinz and Lucas Lichtland as we have a replay here. Stein-Prinz up the inside of Lucas Lichtland. Lovely move, done well before the corner as well. Great stuff there from the Sim Apex man. The Dutchman is absolutely flying. So let's carry on following him around. You can see already, it's already a second gap to car. And we're just going to carry on. And we're going to carry on. And apologies, George does just appear to be having some technical issues. Hopefully he'll be back with us shortly. For now, you're just stuck with me, so hopefully I'm not too much trouble for you as we are back here with Dylan Claver and Reinder Van der Laan. Maybe perhaps it's a bit of a bigger gap as they head through into the bus stop chicane. So it's going to be not as much of an aggressive dive now as they come through the corners. And Van der Laan, though, still closing the gap. He's so strong on the brakes. That BMW, it is a big old lump, but it is it's just it really does have the best brakes out the GT field. It's super sharp on the brakes. It can definitely just get it on, and we can see there the Omicron Sim Racing car, which is in the lead of the LMP2, just flying through the pair of them now. Dylan Claver just following him through. Bit of a wobble through Radeon, and now Van der Laan is going to have the slipstream down the Keppel Straight. I think he's way too far back this time around to make a move. Perhaps he can get close for the next sector, perhaps make a move into Rivage after Les Combes. However, he's going to come through Van der Laan, 3/10 separate the pair. Claver's still going to hold on in the Porsche, in the Phoenix Motorsport number 62 car, as they head into Rivage now. And they head through the corners. And Reindar was just had a message from Daddy to Haas in the chat, and he's saying that Reindar was supposed to be in the Aston Martin, and he in fact qualified in the Aston Martin and then switched over to the BMW. So I'm not sure why that's happened. If that's true, then that is phenomenal from the Dutchman there in the number 99 car, because he's putting in an absolute performance in a car that I'm sure he's had no practice in. So phenomenal stuff from him there. As we see here, the Glassing Motorsport Ferrari getting lapped by the Team Iris car, Shea Hatch, currently in P3 and LMP2. Sam Waldbridge chasing him down. I know Sam is a very, very quick driver, and I'm sure that he'll be all over the back of Alessandro Forte very, very shortly. And I'm sure that they'll be hunting him down, Alessandro Forte. And as they carry on going around through now into Favelo, and they carry on now. Sam Woolbridge only a second and a half behind, and they carry on going through. Alessandro Forte just carrying on going round. And there we see a Cadillac DPR just diving to the outside there. 2 hours and 55 minutes left on the clock here at the 4 Hours of Spa Virtual Motorsport Group Endurance Series first race of this calendar year 2021. Hopefully holding a lot in store for us here at VMG. And here he is, Reindar Van der Laan, and he appears to have done the move on, and he has done the move on Claver. The Porsche is behind, the Global Endurance number 99 is ahead. And there we are, just off screen. The move has been done. Hopefully we can get a replay of that shortly. The BMW going up into P3. A great performance here by the Global Endurance Racing number 99 car. And we're just getting on board of Claver in the bottom right. Perhaps having a look into Rivage. Obviously decides against it. That Porsche is a lot smaller than the BMW. It's a lot more agile. So it's through the middle sector, it's going to be the car to be, but along the straights that BMW is rapid, and with the big brakes it has as well, it will certainly be the car to beat as it comes through Huon corner, flying through, and here we are now coming into the Fang corners. I believe we might have George Morgan back. You there, George?
I am, Ross. Yes, apologies for the loss of Mike there indeed, but obviously I'm not sure quite what happened. We just had to adjust some of the levels, so we should be back to normality. But the race seems to be hotting up. The battling's still on at the moment. Plenty to discuss, I'm sure, but currently leading the way, Higo Poom. Obviously, we've had a little bit of a development. Chris Shepherd down to P5.
Obviously Chris Shepherd is a P5. It's been a very interesting race while you've been gone. It seems like all the action's been happening off screen. Everything that we've been watching, it's all been happening elsewhere. As we just follow around the leading TTF car in the lead. The number 23 currently in the car is Higo Poom. As you just mentioned, Henry Sinek. Well, he dives into the pits now, so I'm sure we'll be seeing Henry Sinek take the lead of this race any second now. Obviously, the pit window appears to be coming around. But if the teams time this correctly, they could get some big positions in the pits, as we saw earlier. And if there's a code 80, that's another thing to gamble on, because I'm fairly certain there will be another one. There's still well over 2 hours to go in this race. So the crashing hasn't ended yet, as they will say. As we can see in the bottom right, Henry Sinek flying through Blanchimont now. Higo Poom coming around into the endurance section of the pit lane. And you can see, just watch Henry Sinek as he heads through bus stop. I'm confident that he's going to be able to take the lead of this race for the Drillers Esports squad, the number 7 car in that orange, white and black livery. A very, very strong team as Drillers took a double victory in both the Senna class and the LMP2 class at the GTR 24 Hours this year. And as Henry Sinek flies through into the lead, that win list appears to just be growing stronger as it stands. You can see him there. Into the lead goes Henry Sinek, and it appears to be a drive-through for Hygo Poom there. So there you are, Drillers Esports into the lead. So more drama here as the penalties start to unfold, George.
Yeah, Henry Sinek, after that obscure start earlier on, of course, remember, he was tied up in a couple of incidents, but he's been one of the quickest drivers on track currently. In fact, he is the quickest driver on track, a 158.175 being his fastest lap. And that's approximately 0.2 quicker than that of Chris Shepherd, which is absolutely extraordinary if you think about it. Chris Shepherd, of course, leading the race for the majority of the period now. And quite rightly, like you say, we've got just over 2 hours and 51 minutes remaining here as we're now watching the Mugen sim racing car making its way down towards bus stop chicane. That being Zoltan Varkonyi and Che Hatch in P3, 1.2 seconds, the delta gap between the two of them, and making their way through now. The gap is certainly seeming to be a little bit leveled off now. Maybe he can bring it back. We know Che Hatch is classy. He is very, very accomplished as a driver. That gap, in fact, has gone out to 2.2. So, indeed, really struggling to gain on the back of the Mugen sim racing car right now. Varkonyi looking very smart indeed. But quite rightly, Henry Sinek still leading the way, looking very smart indeed. As long as he can keep it there, keep it clean, nice and easy, nice and steady. Albeit we've got another 2 hours and 50 minutes remaining, all to play for at this stage. But at the moment, Drillers Esports on top in the DPI class.
They are indeed, as we've mentioned several times today already. Henry Sinek is a very, very quick driver. As I assume everyone heads into the final 50 minutes of their first stints, assuming there's going to be a single driver change for everybody at the halfway mark. 7 seconds between Henry Sinek and the TTF number 23 car and Hygo Poom. However, we'll just have to see what happens with that gap, and we see on screen now Mr. Sinek just flying out of last source. He just everything he seems to do is he's quick. I don't know how he does it. He just seems to have an innate ability to turn a wheel and just go fast, no matter what he drives, whether it be the Porsche Cup that he races in, or here at VMG. He's just a very, very fast driver, and he's putting in a very, very strong performance today. He was down in 7th earlier at the start of this race. I believe the half spin that he had. He's now back up. Here we are on board with Neil Tasker with replay spinning out in the also in the 99 Global Endurance Racing. This is what I've been informed is the real BMW 99 car. The other 99 car, which is currently in P2 as it stands in GT, was supposed to be an Aston Martin. It was supposed to be the number 90 Aston Martin, but they had a problem with the skin, and as a result changed very last minute over to the BMW as well. And it's definitely working out for them because they're currently in P2, so it's a phenomenal result from them. But yeah, that's the real 99 that we saw spinning out there. The 99 car with Van der Land at the wheel is the fake 99, shall we say. That's the Aston 99, as I think I shall refer to it from now on. Van der Land doing a great job. Here we see Timotej Andonovski coming into the pits in the Drillers Esports number 97 Ferrari. He's also put in a very, very strong performance today. You know, he got caught in an incident earlier on, because still managed to run up the front the entire race. He's also a very, very quick driver. You can see a replay of Farias in the O2 G27 racing car just running a bit wide down at Le Fang and getting a bit of a spin on as in that. Wow, that's not really where you want to be facing the wall like that. Unfortunately, there for him. Back to action now. There's the Mugen racing. Zoltan Varkonyi in P2. That Mugen squad, they've had a mixed day, haven't they, George? Obviously, the P2 car is running very well, but their DPI and Porsches both having big incidents. So, how do you feel the mood at the Mugen camp is at the moment?
I think you're quite right. I think maybe a little bit mixed, but the LMP2 certainly seems to be doing okay. Che Hatch, though, very menacing on his day as well. We've seen what he can do out on track. Very, very accomplished as a driver, and certainly Team Iris can be very, very impressed with the way he's performed here today as they come through the S section, that being Campus, and round towards Stavlo. There's the Drillers Esports car, Henry Sinek in the pits. So Epic RSR, Chris Shepherd retakes the lead of the DPI class, and Drillers Esports man Henry Sinnick in the pits. We'll have to wait and see whether Thomas Garcia can make the most of this as well. Zoltan Varkonye in P2 for Mugen Sim Racing. Che Hatch letting fly and cutting off the delta time as well. He's down to a second difference as they make their way down towards bus stop. Still Zoltan Varkonye in P2. Che Hatch just closing in behind Team Iris, watching on to see if their man can close the gap further, but it still remains currently approximately a second behind as they make their way down towards the source. Now, the source could be the make or break because, of course, you can lose a lot of time if you take this one untidily, and certainly Zoltan Varkonye looking very smart on the outset of that. Che Hatch trying to follow in tandem as well as they come up through Eau Rouge. Very important not to make a mistake up here, but I think Varkonye's time is going to be made slightly uncomfortable by the impending Che Hatch.
Hatch, we've already said he's a very, very quick driver, and he doesn't take no for an answer when he can smell a position on the horizon, so he'll be pushing, I'm sure. But here we can see Sam Bentley chasing down Martin Militare in the other Mugen car, and there goes Sam Bentley in the DDoS 75, already having a look down the outside onto the Kemmel Straight. He must have got a really strong run out of La Source. As you can see Henry Sinnick rejoining the track in the background from his pit stop. And they are neck and neck coming into Lecom. Who's going to come on the better? Sam Bentley's going to sweep round the outside. Great move there by the DDoS driver in the Ferrari up into P3 and GTE. And it's been a strong performance by the DDoS squad today, and that just kind of encapsulates what they've achieved today. And Martin Militare faces more anguish as Henry Sinnick has to dive through on the inside. Here's a replay of Sam Bentley. He was already neck and neck coming out of last source. And, yeah, just managed to hold it side by side, get the slipstream up through Eau Rouge, and now the move is his. And ignore the delta on the bottom right, that's just the split time, because now that is a lot more than 200ths of a second between Bentley and Militare now. And oh, there's a spin there, and that's his Militare, I believe. Spinning out of Pouon, yes it is, in the Mugen Porsche that we just saw behind Bentley a minute ago. Not quite sure what's happened there, he's just had a moment, it appears, maybe just a contact with Sam Bentley perhaps. Hopefully we can get a replay of what's happened, but he's gone off the road, had a spin, hopefully no one else involved. Here we are on board, and it was just on his own, so just touching the curb. Car gets unsettled and spins around, manages to just avoid Lucas Lichten there, who jumps down the outside. Now back along with the epic RSR car. Chris Shepherd is 72 seconds ahead of Thomas Garcia in the that's not Thomas Garcia. Thomas Garcia is second place over the LMP2 squad, apologies. In the epic RSR car, it's 72 seconds, 73 seconds even between them, so that's a big gap there, George. He's been putting in a very, very strong performance today, hasn't he?
Yeah, very, very comfortable ahead of Jorge Lopez, who's currently down in P5 on track, according to our time gaps here in the telemetry box. But currently, Chris Shepherd doing everything right now. I'm very comfortable indeed. You can see the battle between Zoltan Varkonye and Che Hatch. It has been drawn down by another 4/10 since we last viewed it. And you can imagine that Che Hatch, you've seen him ever dynamic, making overtakes out of nowhere. Che Hatch can certainly apply that necessary racecraft as they slip by the GTE class round the right-hander. They're very soon going to be taking the next left, of course. Very soon it'll be Pouon for these two as well. Che Hatch maybe looking slightly better under there, a little tail happy with Zoltan Varkonye as they come down through Pouon. Just look at this Team Iris car, the menacing purple livery, looking ever dynamic here at Spa. Going around this next left-hander again. Now they've got to try and wind through turns 13, 14 and 15. Campus corner in between the two of them as they make their way through this winding section. Very soon Stabilo will be next on their list, but that battle is going to be teed up for another day. Here we're seeing Juan Amaya in front of Roland Zooks as well. Mugen Sim Racing in amongst it once again as they make their way around. This, of course, being part of the DPI class, making their way round out into Pouon now. And certainly Roland Zooks may be probably the less happy of the Mugen Sim Racing team. It just hasn't gone to plan for them at the moment in the DPI class, Ross. And certainly I think there's more to shout about in terms of their LMP2 performance right now.
Indeed, obviously Roland Zooks had that big accident early on, caused a code 80. He had to limp around the entire track without a rear wing and some damage to his suspension. Currently P13 in class. It's not been a great performance from him today. He's a quick driver, but luck hasn't been on his side here at Spa. He's obviously had that incident, just not been particularly quick. I'm not sure if there's still damage on that car. As we flick back to Zoltan Varkonyi and Che Hatch now. Che Hatch looking a little bit further back, but if he gets a good run up through Eau Rouge and Radion, he can definitely have a look down the Kemmel Straight, and there's also a car behind looking to get in some of that slipstream action. They're going almost 3 wide there down the straight, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here through Les Combes. Che Hatch not making the move. I think he's been a bit sensible there, because that would have been a very aggressive and likely resulted in an accident as the Revolution racing car goes through. And now he's all over the back of Zoltan Varkonyi coming into Rivage, and he does have a look into Rivage. Obviously, doesn't feel like the time is right to make the move. He's as we mentioned earlier, he's an overtake master, as Che Hatch. You know, he very much gets the moves done, but he also knows when to make the move. He's very patient with the ball. He's very aggressive at the same time. And now coming through, Pelon Varkonyi still holding the upper hand in this battle for P4 in LMP2. There's a yellow flag in Sector 3 that's gone as quickly as it arrived. And we can see here now Varkonyi just trying and follow the Revolution sim racing car, I believe. Just trying to maybe perhaps learn anything off of him that he can, perhaps some lines. Obviously the DPI car is ever so slightly faster than the LMP2s around here, but it doesn't mean they're out and out fast. We can see that the Omicron sim racing LMP2 is actually second overall, ahead of this Revolution car, which is second in class. As Zoltan Varkonyi now has to turn his eyes back as the Revolution car disappears into the distance, because Che Hatch is ever gaining down through Blanchimont, and he's really close now. Is Zoltan Varkonyi's going to go defensive? No, he's not, into the bus stop chicane. I don't think Che Hatch is close enough. No, he's not. He pokes a wheel though. Doesn't quite get a look, but let's see what we can do into La Source, George.
Yeah, they're very, very close. Nip and tuck battle down through to bus stop. Now running down towards La Source, and this time Che Hatch takes another look on the inside, but just does not decide to make the move. Just stays close behind. Zoltan Varkonyi might be in trouble here going up through Kemmel. It depends on the exit that Che Hatch can get, and also the exit, I suppose, crucially, that Varkonyi can get coming out of Eau Rouge. Now you can see it in the camera view. The Che Hatch is right behind Zoltan Varkonyi's rear wing now as they make their way up towards Kemmel. Both of them getting there nice and tidily through, but this time Che Hatch will use the slipstream to his advantage. On the outside there of Zoltan Varkonyi comes Che Hatch, and he's just got the fourth place there as they come through Les Combes. No touching as they make their way there on the outset. Still Che Hatch trying to let fly on the outside. Going to the right then, oh my word, Zoltan Varkonyi, a spinala out of Les Combes. Sensational seats. Che Hatch held on, and he reclaims that position, holds to P4. Sensational driving, Ross.
An absolutely phenomenal overtake there from Che Hatch, but until the spin, Zoltan Varkonyi as well, just phenomenal defense, just hanging around the outside and then the inside. Unfortunately, that half spin just catching up. We can see a replay here of what happened. Just look how close they are. Barely any contact between this. There was a slight nudge here, but that was about it. And then Zoltan Varkonyi, there was contact. Sorry, apologies, I lied. Just the gap was too narrow, unfortunately, for Zoltan Varkonyi. Just another little racing incident there, losing out a big chunk of time, but hopefully he's able to get back up there. Is Varkonyi as they continue around. Nugent Sim Racing now back down in P3 in LMP2, and we go over here to a GTE battle by the looks of things. You see the Drillers Esports car is ahead of the Phoenix Motorsport car and the Mugen Sim Racing car in the battle for third. They're all locked in. As the Mugen car is just a little bit slower, it appears, but it's trying to close the gap perhaps. The Phoenix car we've seen today has got some serious pace. So let's see what's got. But then again, the Drillers car has basically led the entire race until about 10 minutes ago in the GTE category. And he's a very, very strong driver, is Timotej Andonovski at the wheel. So let's see what he's able to do here. But he might have to go on the defence instead of the offence for once. Hopefully he can manage to hold that position, George.
Yeah, hopefully he can. I mean, he's very, very accomplished as a driver, has all the qualities necessary to make this happen out on track. And certainly as we now watch the Drillers Esports car make its way around currently in P3, this of course is the battle for third in the GTE class. And as they make their way around very nip and tuck through this very winding section, very tough here at Spa. I know we've discussed it on very, very, many occasions. And certainly if you brush any of the curves, as we have seen, you can be sent into obscurity. But at least for now, the Drillers Esports car holding out very nicely. And as long as this is maintained, they'll be in a good position right now. And you can see Timotej Andonovski now making his way down towards Blanchimont, round in the next left-hander towards bus stop then. And in behind is going to be the Phoenix Motorsport man of Dylan Claver, who of course has been battling in amongst the best of them. We've got a replay here and this is actually the lap before where Andonovski actually came to battle, I believe, with maybe Claver. I think that is on the inside and just creeped through. And this was coming in through towards bus stop, and Andonovski just slipping through with another potential overtake. Has another look down the inside of the Porsche, but is unable to get it done. But the Porsche, both of them go for a ride around bus stop. Sensational scenes. Obviously, just missed that earlier on, but incredible replay though, Ross.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Timotej Andonovski, hanging it around the outside of a Max Verstappen-esque move. Obviously, it's hard to do that in the GTs as well because they just don't have the downforce that these prototypes that we're seeing on screen now do. So you've really got to believe in the mechanical grip of the cars, and he did so there and managed to make it stick. So great move there. Here we can see Roland Zux and Juan Amaya having a bit of a fight in the DPR category. Roland Zux now back up to P6 in class. He's done a very, very strong job in recovery, as Mr. Zux, after that early incident in the number 16 Musion car. And he's managed to work his way onto the leaderboard on our tower on the left, and that tells you he's done a good job. Juan Amaya still chasing him down in the Satellite Racing number 10, who've also shown some pace today. It's definitely a battle to keep your eye on as they head through Blanchimont, especially if Zux makes a mistake, because that will definitely allow Amaya to get all over the back of that Musion car. But however, you've also got to remember that we're coming up to about an hour and a half through these first stints, and there needs to be a driver swap in here somewhere. I'm predicting about half an hour, about halfway point in the race, there'll be a driver swap. But you need to remember that obviously it's two drivers, they're all on different pace, so it really now comes down to you could have done all the work in the first. Looking, for example, at the Omicron Sim Racing car leading the way in LMP2, the number 50, Thomas Garcia. He's done a big stint today, and his teammate can get in the car and can have an accident immediately and fall straight back down the order. It really is just one of those things in sim racing. It can happen like that, and it happens like that in real life motorsport as well. Different drivers are on different pace, and you just have to factor that into your strategy. As we head through No Name now, riding with some DPI cars, and we can see the Musion DPI car there, LMP2 car, apologies, ahead of them there as we fly through Porn. And it's been and we can see Hygo Poom, who was leading the race earlier, and Pedro Gomez in the Red Ultra VRT and TTF cars respectively. Hygo Poom, he's been a very quick performer today, but obviously that penalty earlier kind of scuppered him a bit. Do you think over the rest of the course of this race he has the ability to get back up to perhaps the podium finishing places, George?
Well, he's been in amongst it, Ross. I mean, he certainly has challenged. I mean, we've seen him in amongst various battles, and he's not far away from Pedro Gomez, mind you. Pedro Gomez looking very quick in behind him currently, bringing that delta time down within the 0.5 of a second mark now towards bus stop. And as you can see, they're just mixing it up with a little bit of traffic. Yeah, as you can now see, Hygo Poom now and Pedro Gomez. Oh, wide there from Pedro Gomez, and that is not ideal whatsoever. Again, missing the braking zone, I think, heading down towards bus stop. We've seen that a couple of times today already, as we're now seeing a Mugen Sim Racing car coming in between that of what looks to be Hygo Poom as they come round La Source, and again getting very close indeed as they make their way up through towards what will be Eau Rouge, and currently the Mugen Sim Racing car indeed at Roland Zux coming round, but you can just see Pedro Gomez once again in this replay. He just lost it all together, whether he just spooked himself heading down into the corner. I'm not quite so sure. He did get quite close to Hygo Poom, but we're now seeing back on board with our race leader Chris Shepherd, who's currently in front for Epic RSR, and he's driven a superb race. And I can't remember a time he wasn't in clear air, to be honest, Ross.
Yeah, just he's just phenomenal performance from Chris Shepherd. But just kind of harking back to what happened with the incident earlier, just like to mention, it seems that all the incidents there have just been misbraking into the bus stop chicane. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention, to the viewers at home, because it's a very tricky corner to get right as the bus stop. You can make up a lot of time through there if you get it bang on, but as I mentioned, it's cambered in two different directions, and if you get the line wrong, it's so easy just to lose traction on the rear of the car. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing people just slightly outbraking themselves and finding themselves looping around as a result of that. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on as the race goes on, because that could really be a deciding factor in several battles. As we carry on, we can see the Glassing Motorsport car being lapped there by the car that is the Red Archer VRT car, currently residing in P5 in class, chasing down the TTF car. We just saw them having a spin earlier, but now over to the leading car in GTE. It's Raider van der Laan, the man who's just jumped in this car for the race after qualifying in an Aston Martin. It's been a phenomenal performance from him so far, George, and as you mentioned earlier, with the Epic RSR car, as with Chris Shepherd, he's got a lot of clear air in front of him.
Yeah, he's in the clear, like we said, and the BMW car, obviously, I think is maybe better in the corners. I think it's maybe a little bit, it carries a lot more traction. But like you said, they would have practiced in the Aston Martin, so it's a very neat twist, and it can certainly scupper your race. If you're not used to driving a certain car, it can really make you uncomfortable in the seat. But Delan has done it incredibly well to adapt to the BMW here on track, and certainly coming to Spa and doing that sort of thing is no mean feat. So you've got to give him a lot of credit for bringing it here. Maybe just getting a little bit twisty there through that S section, but as he makes his way down towards Stavolo very shortly, still looking very good, leading the way in the GTE class. He's got the DDoS Racing team in P2, just trying to chase him. They're currently 12.8 seconds behind, but still looking good at the moment. And as long as van der Laan is able to maintain this very steady pace, they'll be in good shape. And that's a Mugen car there, Ross. Can we get a typist to do that? It's Zoltan Varkonye, who's in P1.
Yep, coming into the pits, obviously the pit window is forever open in endurance racing just because of the sheer amount of different strategies that are here. I don't think we'll be seeing a driver change just yet. Still about half an hour to go left before I believe we see those with 2 hours, 30 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock here at Spa. But yeah, this could really decide what happens in this next thing, because Che Hatches could suddenly find himself in the lead of this race, and he does so in the LMP2 category. However, I do believe that he also needs to have a pit stop, so the Music Sim Racing squad perhaps trying to secure their lead with an undercut perhaps. We'll have to see what happens. Chris Shepherd here is still absolutely flying in the lead of the DPI class. 80 seconds to the next car behind him, the Revolution Racing car of Jorge Lopez, who's then himself has got another 6 seconds or so on the Adrilli's esports car of Henry Sinnock. It's just been a phenomenal performance from Shepherd here today. You know, I don't think he's put a single foot wrong so far. And hopefully when he transitions over to his teammate, that performance continues, because the Epic RSR team have done an absolute service here today. They are absolutely flying as he heads through Stavolo and now up on the run towards Blanchimont. And here we can see the Omicron Sim Racing car who've also jumped the Mugen team. Thomas Garcia was in the lead of the LMP2 category earlier as he heads through Les Combes and now down into Rivage, and he runs very wide out of Les Combes, though, actually getting on the gravel a little bit, and that's not exactly what you want to be doing. He actually takes a bit of a conservative line into Rivage as well. Usually you'll see a lot of drivers taking a very aggressive line and turning while braking, but he obviously feels like he wants to take much more relaxed time, play it safe rather than gain a few tenths of a second. But that's perfectly understandable. With Che Hatch still needing to pit, he is in the lead of this race theoretically, as long as he doesn't make another mistake. And again, this is another car that's had a great performance. They've been very, very strong all race, George. And now we are flicking back over to the TTF race number 23. Now Pedro Gomez has got that gap back down a little bit to about 2 seconds. Where do you think he's going to make the move, George? Because he seems to be the faster car on the track at the moment.
Well, he wanted to make the move going into bus stop previously, and that was where he lost it earlier on, of course. He made that spin going into the corner, just missed his braking zone. So he does like to push. We know that Pedro Gomez, from that evidence alone, carries a lot of his pace nonetheless, so he's not scared of making moves. But of course, he's got to do it in the right place. I would anticipate a move going up Kemmel. I'd imagine he'll make the most of the straights on there. He certainly carries a lot of straight line speed, so he seems to be quite happy with that. So whether he applies it just before Les Combes is obviously, I think, one of the hot talking points, I think, for Pedro Gomez's race in order to overtake Hego Poom. We'll have to see where he executes. Of course, he's got other options as well. Going into the middle sector, there's plenty of corners if you want to try and find your way through there. Sector 2, probably not the most appropriate place to do it, but nonetheless, there's always a few openings as well to undertake. But saying that, we've seen a lot of moves going into turn 10. We've seen a lot of moves being done on the outset of Les Combes. It's just a case of how brave you really are on this track, and certainly at Spa, you need to be very brave.
It is a hard track to overtake at Spa. You know, it's all fast corners, very awkward angles, and you know, it's very narrow. There's not a lot of space on the track apart from the start-finish straight, really. So it is a tricky track to overtake. So you need to time your moves perfectly. And it's you know, when you do get them, when you set it up, it is just, you know, a phenomenal feeling when you finally do get an overtake. You know, because you need to plan redoing. It's not like other circuits where you see a gap and you go for it. You know, you need to think. You need to really think, where am I faster? Where's the other car slower? Where can I get the move done? You know, how brave am I on the brakes? How good am I on the brakes into this corner? I myself have been victim to this here before. You know, you think, if you spot a gap and you go for it, and suddenly you find yourself facing the wrong way. It's easily done, and it's just one of the characteristics of this track. It's a tricky track to drive anyway, and it's difficult to make an overtake.
Oh, it is, yeah, absolutely. And you've got to be careful of the curbs as well. We're just watching Lucas Lichten, who we're riding on board with now, and he's just taking the exit of Les Combes there and just literally hitting every curb. But you can see how he's playing with the wheel as he makes his way through. It is literally so key to maintain control. And you just see him there. That corner is so key as well. Heading around turn 10. It's very brutal if you get it wrong, much like this one. Like I said, the middle sector can be very brutal. Now, they're going to go around Pouon now, and we've seen a couple of spins here going around this Austacious bend. Of course, it can swing it. If you're not careful, you can go well out wide. And there's Chris Shepherd currently lining up in the pit lane. He's been there for a little while, so whether this is a final tune-up just to get him through the next half an hour before another driver change, I think that's on the cards. And he's just left the bay, Ross.
And he has still in the lead of this race, such as the dominance of Chris Shepherd so far. As you mentioned, probably just I don't think there's there'll be quite a little bit more than 25 minutes of fuel and tyre left in that car, so I believe he'll just be running a slightly longer stint than his teammate. But that's perfectly fine. There's no rule to say that you can't have a slightly longer rule. There is I think it's there probably is a rule somewhere in the rule book. I can't remember exactly what the timings are for how long you're allowed to be in the car, but as long as they respect that, you can do exactly what you want. Chris Shepherd now falling back down into P3 in class. He heads down that long endurance pit lane. The Revolution Racer car and Henry Sinek in the Drillers car both need to pit as Jorge Lopez inherits the lead of this race. But Henry Sinek is right alongside him, and perhaps having a look into Les Combes. Decides he's not close enough this time, but they are locked in a battle, and Henry Sinek does lock up a little bit there as well. So this is definitely something to keep your eyes on, because this could be a massive factor into who gains the lead of this race. Especially with Chris Shepherd having to come into the pits, who currently resides down in P5 at the moment over on the cars. All these cars need to pit. So if Henry Sinek can get through and get a gap going, then he may find himself jumping Jorge Lopez and even perhaps Chris Shepherd in the pits. We'll have to see what happens. They head out of No Name Corner now, on the run down to Pouon. That big sweeping left-hander, both cars riding on the curb on the exit. Jorge Lopez taking a slightly deeper line than Henry Sinek. It appears that Jorge Lopez appears to have the advantage in the middle sector, but he's coming up on the back of the number 99 Global Endurance Racing car. I believe that is the car that's in the lead of GT at the moment, Radert van der Laan, as they both sweep by, a minimal time lost. Now, here is where Henry Sinek appears to have the advantage in the straight lines, on the exit of the corners, and now he's just got to floor it and hope for the best on the big run up to Blanchimont now. The big long straight with lots of curves, and a fast corner, a tight chicane, reasonably long straight, a tight hairpin, and then a big long straight. That's where the move's going to be done, I think, into Les Combes, George.
Yeah, and they're coming down. You can just see the delta time cascading down as Henry Sinek takes a look, going in to bust off the Drillers Esports mat, looking menacing in behind Jorge Lopez, under severe pressure now from Henry Sinek. Now they're making the long stretch down towards the La Source curve. Of course, this being the very tight hairpin, you can see Henry Sinek having a look down the inside once again. No interest in overtaking Jorge Lopez going into that corner. He's going to be patient and wait his turn. I'd imagine he'll get something done on Camel as he comes up towards Eau Rouge. You can see Jorge Lopez doing what he can to try and maintain this P1 spot here in the DPI class. And of course, Henry Sinek just a little tail happy there, but on the outset pushes the curb. Here comes Henry Sinek following Jorge Lopez, looking for that slipstream that is going to benefit him all the way up towards Les Combes. 0.2 of a second the gap, but indeed he comes alongside. No entrance for Henry Sinek there. A lock up there from Jorge Lopez. That will not help him out at all as they come up through the next left-hander, round the next right. Henry Sinek letting fly here, down towards turn 10 now. This, of course, being known as the Bruxelles corner. Heading round the right-hander now, Jorge Lopez moving round it in such severe precision and pace. In behind him, Henry Sinek waiting for the right moment to strike as they come round No Name now. And indeed, a little tail-happy Henry Sinek this time, coming down towards Pouon curves now. Indeed, the battle seems to be raging on. Plenty of opportunities here for Henry Sinek to make a move. He just hasn't taken them yet, Ross.
He's a very clever driver, as Henry Sinek, and we can see how desperate he is. He's really getting on that throttle super early. The rear of the car just wiggling about. He's clever. He knows that he needs to be patient and wait for the move. It'll come if he just keeps applying this pressure. And that's exactly what he's doing, I think. I think he's just waiting for the right moment. They are super close now, coming out of Stavolo and on the run up to Blanchimon. This is where he's going to need to get the slipstream right, and then the exit of the bus stop needs to be bang on so that he can get the slipstream into La Source, and the exit of La Source, get the slipstream all the way up the kennel, and then make the move to Lacombe. That appears to be Henry Sinnick's best chance at the moment. The gap is a little bit bigger than it was last time though, so this is something to watch out for. He's going to have a really good bus stop chicane as they fly in. Jorge Lopez actually having a little bit of a side. Jorge Lopez dives into the pits. It was a lot easier for Henry Sinnick than we thought it was going to be. He inherits the lead of this race as Jorge Lopez comes into the pits, presumably some fuel and a change of tyres, George.
Yeah, great recovery from Henry Sinnick now. He's on top spot, at least for now, obviously subject to the pit stops that are going to be undertaken. And that's Revolution Racing's Jorge Lopez in the pits. Now relegated to P4, now to P5, as Chris Shepherd, of course, who was leading much of this race, retakes the position above him. He's now in P4, chasing Pedro Gomez. Still the delta difference currently at 3.2 seconds between Chris Shepherd and Pedro Gomez, who's in P3. Henry Sinnick not too far away though in the context of endurance racing. There's approximately a gap of nearly 8 seconds separating them and of course Pedro Gomez. I think 8 seconds. Saying that, Chris Shepherd's added on to that. That's going to be approximately 11 seconds gap. But here comes Stein Prins being pressured by Varconye as they come up through the next right-hander. This, of course, being the Bruxelles Bend. And very shortly, coming around No Name Corner, it's going to be Stein Prins still in front in P3 ahead of, when I say in front, ahead of Varconye, who has been very much pressuring the likes of Stein Prins. Of course, Mugen have been... is probably their main man at the moment, Zoltan Varconye. The other two classes, as we have discussed, haven't really lived up to what we thought would be the potential of Mugen Sim Racing, but Stein Prins maintaining a good, healthy gap in behind, in front of Zoltan Varconye, who's in P4, and we'll see how that one unfolds as well, as we're now witnessing what looks to be another DPI car making its way around the next right-hander, that being, of course, car number 23, Hygo Poom. And round the next right-hander he comes, indeed, looking very smart in the TTF Racing livery. And he's driven a very capable race, if anything, a smooth race. He hasn't really been troubled, Ross.
He's always kind of been lurking in the background so far, and now he's finally come into the spotlight, into the fruition. As you mentioned, he's been very clean, managed to stay out of incidents in that TTF car. And he's now finds himself in P2 overall, so it's been a solid performance. He's by no means been the fastest Cadillac on the track, but he's certainly been one of the cleanest and one of the most consistent, and as a result his performances are being rewarded at the moment with the P2, obviously subject to the pit stops as we mentioned a minute ago. 2 hours and 90 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. And as we just follow Hygo Poom down now through Eau Rouge, and he's got this battle between the LMP2 cars ahead of him. So he's going to want to clear those as quickly as possible, and he does indeed so, just flying around the outside of the Mugen LMP2 car there. I believe that's Zoltan Varconye, and I was correct there. And he's not going to be able to get past Stein Prins though before he gets through their comp, so that's going to cost him some time in comparison to Henry Sinnick, because obviously he's going to want to catch up to Henry Sinnick when he can. Honestly, there's 6.4 seconds between the pair at the moment. But I'm sure he's feeling very confident right now. He's sitting pretty in second place. He's driving very, very cleanly, very, very well, George. And I'm sure he's feeling like he can get a good result here today.
Yeah, I think that's your answer for Spa, really. You just need to try and keep it clean. That's the order of the day. And as we're now seeing this number 36 car making its way around the next left-hander, that of course being Stein Prins, still trying to hold off the advances of Zoltan Varconye, and of course they've got Hygo Poom stuck in between them right now. So when I spoke about having clean air, when I was speaking about Hygo Poom, he's now in between a battle between the LMP2s, and Stein Prins currently in P3, Zoltan Varconye in P4. 0.6 of a second is the delta difference. In fact, it's now out to 1.3 seconds, so it's starting to grow. And obviously, as I can imagine, Hygo Poom being in between them makes things a little complicated. And I know we said that before that the difference between the LMP2s and the DPIs, though they're both being prototypes, there is a slight advantage of pace for the DPI cars. And I'd imagine Stein Prins looking to get Hygo Poom through before bus stop was the order of the day. Didn't want him getting mixed up in the chaos, but Hygo Poom comes into the pits. And that's the pit stop that we were expecting. So Stein Prins and Zoltan Varconye have now got a clean-cut battle. And I believe that's Chris Shepherd coming in behind as well. So he will go ahead of Hygo Poom and Pedro Gomez, who is also in the pits, Ross.
This is shaping up very, very nicely for Chris Shepherd. Henry Sinnock still to come into the pits for his next stop. I believe he's going to try and run as long as possible, though. In fact, probably to the driver change. So that driller's car is on a very different strategy, but it's still sitting pretty at P1 at the moment. But Chris Shepherd looms in the background. 9.1 seconds separate the pair. Just going to see what happens with this battle. But on screen right now, Stein Prince and Zoltan Bakonia have been locked in place for the entire race, and they are still having a go at it. 6/10 separating the pair as Chris Shepherd tries to get involved in the background to try and overtake the pair of them. Stein Prince has held the advantage for the majority of this race, and still holds it now in that black Sim Apex car, the Orica, that he is currently at the wheel at. It's a very, very quick driver, is Stein in that Dutch squad. He knows exactly what he's doing at the wheel of an LMP2 car. It's just a bit of a flash from the sky there for some reason. And he's still very much happy to hold stage with Zoltan Bakonia. He doesn't seem under pressure, and he doesn't seem like anything horrific is going on. It appears to me that he's got his wipers going on, so it may be that the rain has started to fall here, George.
I was just about to say, to be honest, Ross, because the sky started to darken quite dramatically, and then you can see the clouds as we take a look at the cloud cover across, and it certainly has darkened here at Spa, and you can see some of the headlights starting to come on as well, so maybe the drivers are experiencing a little bit of a change in the winds here. Yeah, a lot of the lights are coming on indeed, Ross, as we're now seeing Stein Prince now making his way around the next left-hander. Of course, Zoltan Bakonia trying to let fly. He's got a Glassings car in between the two of them, as we now see a car exiting the pit lane, and I believe that to be, is that Pedro Gomez's car?
I believe it is Pedro Gomez, and we can see on the rear wing of that car the rain is falling. Here we are, 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. The rain has started to fall here at Spa. Now this is going to really cause some trouble, and honestly, this is gonna really add in a change up to the lineup, because now suddenly everything goes out the window. Rain is the big equalizer, as they say, and I'm sure we'll see the same here. And have to now stay off the curbs. We could see already cars in the background running off in the wet weather. This is really going to cause some problems for everyone, George.
Yeah, grip is absolutely the order of the day, and around Spa it's hard enough. And Chris Shepherd holding on 8 seconds. It's between the two of them very shortly, I can imagine. We'll have to see how Henry Sinnock currently stuck in behind. And there, as we're now seeing the cars make their way around the next left-hander, and certainly as they do make their way around, certainly the cars all lighting up here. The lights are all beginning to blink as the clouds start to seep over. The rain as forecast. We did expect some form of rainfall, as we see the blue flags being littered around, and very soon we'll start to see some.
We can see here now, with the wipers going, I'm sure we'll be seeing people diving into the pits very shortly for some wet weather tyres. The track doesn't look that wet from here, but you will see, I'm sure, very soon that the drivers will be starting to slip and slide about. And in the wet weather, the LMP2, the gap between the DPRs and the LMP2s is actually a lot closer. It's a very risky overtake there by Chris Shepherd to oh, and there's a big wobble there from Chris Shepherd. And just to mention, it really is just trying to keep the car in the road on the slicks at the moment, but it is what it is as they continue to go around. Here we see Laszlo Vansmo in the Team Imperium C8R. We can see behind him as well, there's Frank Christian Kabai, who we were talking about earlier in the battle with the Glassing Racing Ferrari, as they're flying along. You can just see the rain on the rear wing. It is absolutely hammering it down here at Spa. And as they continue to go around through Montalon and into the bus stop chicane, you can see the wipers going, and I'm fairly confident we will be seeing people driving into the pits very shortly. There is a car, I believe, already on the wets in Danny van der Neet at the Netrex number 6. I believe he is on the wets, and I believe Alexander Lino in the or the 027 Racing number 83, apologies, is also on the wets. And this may be what Sinnock was waiting for. He may have just been waiting for the rain because he knew it was coming. He may have just been sitting there waiting for something to happen. And now it has happened, and he may have done that strategy perfectly. and found himself now in the lead of this race. That's an absolutely phenomenal stuff there from Henry Sinnock, George.
Oh, it is absolutely tremendous stuff, and still currently topping the billing in the DPI class. The interval currently lying around 10.7 seconds between Epic RSR Chris Shepherd and you got Revolution racing in behind as well. Absolutely incredible scenes as Red Archer have now overtaken Revolution, and obviously in the midst of some severe changes in the build-up here, but Henry Sinnock still on top. And as we're now watching Samuel Bentley now being challenged by Andonovski, who was leading earlier in the GTE class. Has a little look down the outside, no signs of that just yet. Just exiting the source, making a move now past the paddock. And very soon up Eau Rouge, Timothée Andonovski in behind in P3, Samuel Bentley in P2. These two are going to be cascading up through Eau Rouge. Now the wet conditions, can they make a difference here as they come up through towards the straight? Indeed, it's still Andonovski in P2, currently Samuel Bentley as they make their way up through Kemmel. Indeed, Andonovski up on the inside now, heading up this long stretch at Kemmel. Trying to squeeze him is Samuel Bentley. To add complication to this, the LMP car's coming into play, but Andonovski with a tremendous drive, battling back to Samuel Bentley, and it's not over yet. Timothée Andonovski in trouble, but he gets it done. In comes the prototype in between the two of them, and indeed it's Andonovski with an incredible move, secures P2. Let's watch this replay here of Christian Kabay coming up through Eau Rouge. The wet weather, the grey skies. Oh, he's lost the car slightly, but regathers. A great catch indeed by Christian Kabay. But that only reinforces the fact that the weather is becoming so turbulent. And we've got another battle here between Jorge Lopez and Igo Puma. Igo Puma comes out wide and takes Jorge Lopez. And that seems like no contest there, Ross. I can't describe that. Jorge Lopez seems to be slowing down.
My live timing, Jorge Lopez is on a different compound of tyres to everyone else. I believe he's on the medium. That is going to be a big, maybe in the rain, and Henry Sinnock has come into the pits for, I believe, wet tyres. So that is a real shake-up. He's still in the car, but Chris Shepherd now back in the lead of this race. But we're going to have to see what happens between these two, because I believe Chris Shepherd will have to pit again in the wet weather. We're just going to have to see what happens. Here we see Chris Shepherd on our screens now, still driving pretty consistently. Not seemingly pretty stable, even with this damp track. I mean, I've seen a couple of the GTE cars begin to wobble, but the prototypes seem to be holding pretty strongly as they fly around. Here's Timothée Andonovski and Sam Bentley that we were just talking about in one of the road, flying through and looking like they perhaps may have gone into the pit lane, but they're not anymore. You can see on board with Samuel Bentley in the DDoS car in the bottom right-hand corner. And the rain is definitely coming down now. You can see on his windscreen just the water levels building. This track is only going to get wetter and wetter and wetter as they now head out of La Source. Samuel Bentley is likely to now to have a run down through Eau Rouge if he can keep it on the track in the rain. Let's see what he can do. Heading through Eau Rouge, up the right-hander now into Radion. It's a good set of corners from the DDoS man. Let's see if he can get the run on Timothée Andonovski. I think it's going to be too far back, though, to get an overtake into Lacon this time by. Unless, of course, Timothée makes a mistake. That is every possibility, George.
It is, absolutely. You see the prototype, the Mugen prototype, making its way through on the inside and very, very easily secures that. Andonovski still, though, in P2 in the GTE class. Samuel Bentley trying to close the gap. 0.7 of a second, the delta difference as they make their way down towards turn 10. This, of course, being Bruxelles. Every opportunity open very, very shortly. And there's Henry Sinnock. Of course, the dramatic recovery drive from Henry Sinnock has been impressive. Pedro Gomez, though, I think he's on a little bit of a charge. Managed to gather back a little bit of time. 2.3 has suddenly become 0.5 of a second. So Pedro Gomez really on a mission here in the Red Archer VRT car, coming around under through Blanchimont. Very soon around the next left-hander, still Pedro Gomez trying to tap into the rear end of Drillers Esports Henry Sinnock. Very soon down towards bus stop. Will he let fly into the corner? I think the GTE on the inside, I think whether that's a Mugen car, it's just complicated things. It actually cuts him off slightly as they make their way on the outset and is not allowed in the best racing line possible. So Pedro Gomez left frustrated there, Ross. It's never easy. We speak about it when the GTE cars get in the midst of the prototypes. It can certainly complicate matters, and Pedro Gomez definitely left frustrated at a bus stop there.
He definitely is, but however, I do believe that the wet tyres are slower than the slicks at the moment, and Henry Sinnock is on the wet tyres, so they're going to have to see what happens with that, and we can see the gap between him and Chris Shepherd is just dropping, and you can see they're just running wide. It's not wet enough to be on the wets yet. Henry Sinnick's taken a gamble, and it's not paid off for him, I think. I think it's safer to wait. Perhaps he had no more tyres, if perhaps he needed to come into the pits, and he had no choice, but it's really not paying off for him, this. And Pedro Gomez just reeling him in every single corner. Look at how slow Henry Sinnick is through Lake Honda. There's just no grip on those wets at the moment. There is not enough water on the track for them to work. And we can see here the Sim-Matrix car of Stein Prinz and Zoltan Vakonye still at it, about 1.2 seconds between the pair. And you can see now just the water is now starting to come off the track. It's not wet enough for wets yet, but the water spray is starting to become visible here at Spa. Back to Henry Sinnick now, and the battle between him and Pedro Gomez. Pedro Gomez already has the gap down to about 3 tenths, and you can literally see the gap getting smaller through Pouon. And Henry Sinnick really struggling on these wets. They are not the tyre to be on at the moment. He's trying to take a gamble with a huge undercut, and it's not working. Pedro Gomez just swoops around the outside. That was as easy as they come. Unfortunately for Henry Sinnick, but it appears, George, that his gamble onto the wets just hasn't paid off.
No, it's just they just haven't been brought up to speed just yet. But you have to wonder whether Pedro Gomez is going to want to make the most of these slicks while he can still use them. Just running wide there, you see the GTE car, but not out of the question is that of that man, Henry Sinnick. We know how great he can be on his day. Pedro Gomez just going out on the outside and just making his way through the winding S section in between Campus and Stavolo, and incredible move really under the conditions. Certainly it's still going to be a little bit slick for those guys on the faster tyres, and altogether I think as the race goes on we will expect a change in the wins, as I believe a Drillers Esports car has actually managed to get back through. That of course being Henry Sinnick, because they are pitting now, Ross. They are pitting now. Pedro Gomez is in the pits, I can only assume for wets.
Yep, the slicks may be faster, but now it's starting to get to that point where it looks things where you can be on either tyre. Henry Sinnick still struggling in his conditions. It's a 94.7 second gap to Chris Shepherd. That's a huge gap. With Pedro Gomez into the pits, I think we'll be seeing the wet tyres on his car very, very shortly. In 2 hours and 5 minutes to go here at Spa. But honestly, there's not been that many runners on the wets yet. Not a lot of people have taken that gamble. Still, the majority of the field resides on slicks. Perhaps those going onto the wet simply didn't have a choice. They had to come in for their pit stop. And and there's a spin there for Thomas Garcia. Manages to keep it. Oh dear, very, very close to Che Hatch there. Manages to keep it off the inside wall, and then Che Hatch with some great reflex there and avoiding action. Thomas Garcia loses the lead of the LMP2 category, and that is an indicator that it might be a bit wet down over at Eau Rouge and Radion, George.
Yeah, and that's the worst place to have the water, but no surprises there, to be honest with you, in a sense that the grip levels will be in a horrendous state right now. No matter what tyre compound you on, you go up through a Rouge with such a tight twisting corner such as that can easily lose your balance. But just see him now, and he doesn't even touch a curb. That is how slippery this track is. As you can see, Che Hatch last minute diverting his car around the outside. Sensational reflexes, like you said, Ross. And indeed now we're now watching Stein Prinz and Zoltan Barkonye. This battle is almost becoming a trilogy as they come down through the next right-hander, of course being Bruxelles, past the GTE car. And indeed Zoltan Barkonye is going to want to stay behind him as best as he can. Obviously maybe losing a little bit of grip around Bruxelles, now around No Name, but able to find a better exit through No Name. Indeed, he's going to try and negotiate his way past the GTE car himself, as well as they round Pouon. And this one, you can very easily make mistakes at Pouon. And you can just imagine the rain has just turned this whole race right on its head, in a sense, because it takes... it's going to mean that they're going to have to enforce a change of strategy. Some earlier pit stops they wouldn't have anticipated, perhaps, as we see a penalty for Thomas Jaeger. And certainly, it's going to really provide us with some really clinical finishes. I'm not sure where this race is going to go right now. But we're reaching the point now where the driver changes is going to come into force now, Ross.
They certainly are, and just looking at, it's slippy, but it still appears that the slicks are the tyres to be on. It is, we just saw with the Omicron car spinning around Eau Rouge and Radio, and Thomas Garcia having a bit of a moment as Van der Laan gets a penalty presumably for speeding in the pit lane there. But a lot of the GT runners are now coming in for slicks. But Che Hatch is on the wets, apology. But Che Hatch is still on the slicks and is still lapping significantly faster than Henry Sinnick. 5 seconds 5 seconds. And here we see there as well, there's been a driver change. Jerome Queekle is now on the Drillers Esports number 97 Ferrari. Jerome Queekle, very quick driver. And there is an absolute cluster of cars on the Kemmel Straight as we continue to follow Jerome Queekle around. He's a very quick driver. We've had Timotei, he's done his bit. Now we've got Jerome Queekle, the legend himself, in the car, and we go on board with him here. I believe he is on the wets as well, just looking through my live timing, and yes, he is on the wets. But as I mentioned a moment ago, George, Chris Shepherd in the lead of this race is still on the slicks, and on his last lap was 5 seconds faster than Henry Sinek.
Wow, so obviously that means that the slicks are probably still the optimum tyre, at least for now. But the thing is, you've got to take a gamble on a strategy, and you can't be seen to be pitting twice in consecutive laps. It just won't work for you. So it's making drivers make uncomfortable decisions, which is what installs the drama, I suppose. And it's prompted now the Drillers Esports team to obviously place Jerome Queekle in the car, but obviously you've got to apply some form of fair share for drivers. Obviously not just formally but informally, and the Drillers Esports car now maintaining a good steady pace. They're currently lying in P3 at the moment, being chased down by the DDoS Racing team. That of course being Samuel Bentley, who is now getting extremely close to the orange rear of that Drillers Esports car, and Jerome Queekle is going to need all of his talent now to keep Samuel Bentley in behind. And what complicates matters is obviously the addition of another GTE car in the midst as well, as they now round the next left-hander. They're now sandwiched in between as they now make their way up towards bus stop, and still it's going to be Jerome Queekle in front. But I've got a feeling we're going to see a very tasty encounter as we make our way up towards Kemmel Straight.
We are indeed. Jerome Queekle just doesn't appear to be settled into that car, and you can see there just like Martin and Samuel Bentley as well, and then the Team Imperium car as well behind them. Laszlo Zanto, that it's slippy enough that, you know, a lot of these cars want to be in the wets. They don't feel confident on the slicks, but it appears that if you are confident on the slicks, you know, you are still very quick. Chris Shepherd is still lapping around 3 seconds faster than Henry Sinek. And the GTE field, it appears to be the tyres to be on is the wets, because Laszlo Zanto, who's just disappeared from our screens, is on the slicks. You can see he's just dropped off the face of the earth compared to these two. So that's something to keep an eye out for now as we head onto the Kemmel Straight. And here we are now. This is where Sam Bentley's going to want the slipstream to make the move in that DDoS car. This is for the lead of the GT category. Jerome Queekle is driving down the middle of the road, but Sam Bentley's going to have a look to the inside anyway. And he's got the move done before the corner. Braking nicely. Lovely stuff there from Samuel Bentley into the lead of this race, but he makes a little bit of a wobble mid-corner. Perhaps Jerome Queekle's going to have a look now into Bruxelles. Let's see what he could do. Still neck and neck between these two. There's a Ferrari going very slowly on the inside there. And it's going to be Sam Bentley that takes the lead of the GTE category, George. Yeah,
incredible bit of driving there by the DDoS Racing team. They'll be delighted with that indeed. Samuel Bentley providing them with a bit of a cracker indeed as they come up down towards Pool. And of course the track is getting wetter by the moment. In comes a prototype. That's a number 48 car. Just trying to look and scan through my list. Obviously that's Wesley Bocart, who's just gone ahead of them there, and indeed has been now watching that man in the DDoS Racing car. What a tremendous display by Samuel Bentley to make that overtake on the outset of Les Combes, and moving down into Bruxelles. Incredible scenes here as we ride on board, and you can see the rain coming down on the dash, and certainly the windscreen being plummeted upon by this liquid falling from the sky. This is Jerome Queekle's car, should we say, just coming around this next right-hander very soon into Sector 3. They will be going around Blanchimont, and Jerome Queekle just needs to settle in. He's just joined into the race. It can be very difficult for a new driver to adjust, certainly when we're witnessing transition changes on circuit from dries to wet. And it's going to really test his moxie here as they come down towards bus stop, and yet again another prototype car making a dash on the inside, very close indeed. And that could have been chaos here. We got yellow flags in Sector 2, not sure what that's about, but still very close indeed between Samuel Bentley and the prototype. Jerome Queekle might yet get another chance as he settles into his Drillers Esports car, but we'll have to see as they now round La Source.
Indeed, and just something to take note of, Henry Sinek is in the pits and he's going back onto the softs. So that's very interesting to see. He obviously believes that the wets for the long time. He also hands over to James Zubia at the wheel of that number 7 Drillers car. So disaster there for the Drillers squad. The gamble onto the wets has not worked. The DPI category still very much that the slicks are the tyres to be on, but focusing back on the GT battle we've got here. Jerome Queekle looking to get that slipstream into Les Combes. He doesn't actually follow the other car into the slipstream. Sam Bentley, and they managed to go 3 wide there with a Corvette there. So it's all a bit chaotic here in the wet with under 2 hours to go now, over halfway in this race here on VMG TV. And just following Jerome Quickle around now as we get headed to Bruxelles. And he's just struggling to find a rhythm, I think. He's just not quite got the pace of Samuel Bentley, who needs to have a pit stop on a driver change anyway. So that is something to take into account. But Jerome Quickle, you know, you can tell he's just slightly struggling to find his rhythm. Again, there just with a big wobble coming through a no-name. Like, George, do you think it's just a case of maybe the rain's throwing him off a bit?
I think it's a combination. I think when you get into the car, obviously you've got to try and adapt. You've got someone who's been sat in the car for half the race. And the car is obviously, it's not like it's fresh, like you're sitting in it for the first time and it hasn't been raced yet in the race. Obviously, you've got to get used to the fact that it's obviously already taken part in a race format, so you've just got to jump straight into it and almost outright perform. But the problem is now we've added the rain into this transition period, so not only have you got driver transitions now being pulled off, but also weather transitions, so it's making the job for the second drivers ultra hard, as we're now seeing another battle being taken place between Van der Smissen and Van der Laan. And certainly as they make their way through Pouhon, it's the Phoenix Motorsport driver in P4 currently being hustled by that of the global endurance racing driver Van der Laan, who is literally coasting all over the rear end of him here. The spray being kicked up by the pair of them, and we got a battle here. Samuel Bentley still being pressured by Jerome Quickle with a prototype sandwiched in between as they go in together through bus stop. Oh my word, and it looks like Jerome Quickle might have snatched it, made slightly easier by Samuel Bentley's movement into the pit lane. But that is your move, but still the battle reigns through. As you can see now, still it's Van der Laan and Van der Smissen as they make their way down on the outside. In comes the Drillers Esports prototype, that of course being that man of, as I look on my list, it's still going to be James Huber, as we now see in the battle now go toe-to-toe. The GTE classes in between Van der Smissen and Van der Laan, making their way down towards bus stop. Phoenix Motorsport versus Global Endurance Racing, down through towards bus stop chicane, but Van der Smissen closes off the door, tries to hold on, but they're going toe-to-toe on the outset now once again. Van der Laan down the outside, making their way down towards the the Phoenix Motorsport car. They bash wheels, coming down towards La Source outside past the paddock. And it looks to me that Van der Laan has the tiger line. He certainly does. But can Van der Smissen get the switch back? No, he can't. Van der Laan snatches P4 at the death. Excellently executed. Phenomenal scenes, Ross.
Been a great overtake, and they've actually snatched P2 off of that as well, because Team Imperium and DDoS have both come into the pit lane. But now Van der Smissen is going to hopefully try and get the slipstream up the Kemmel Straights. Let's see what happens here. It's not over yet as a car just comes out the pits behind them. I believe that's the, I'm not sure who that is, apologies. But as they fly down the Kemmel Straight now, it looks like Van der Laan is not going to be, he's going to be too far ahead of Van der Smissen for the Phoenix Motorsport driver to make a move. And again, Van der Smissen just running wide at a heavy braking zone. I think he needs to come in, his tyres appear to just be shot. He needs to come in to the pits, I think, for a pair of intermediates or wets maybe, because that Porsche is not enjoying the rain at all. Here's Thomas, apologies, not Thomas Garcia, here's Hygo Poom, who is on the wet, and that he's running reasonably decent laps. No, still slower than the slicks, but better than what Henry Sinnick was running earlier on the wet. Currently in P3, here's a replay of Van der Smissen just running super wide, the car just not turning in at all, just washing out. Unfortunate there for the Phoenix Motorsport driver, but that's what happens sometimes. You know, you do just suffer from those washers out. Chris Shepherd still in the lead of this race, still on the slick tyres in the rain. It's been a very dominant performance from that team so far today. It's got a 126-second gap to the car behind, which is Roland Sukes in the Road Music Sim Racing number 16. Here's Thomas Garcia in the pits in LMP2 to fall back down to a P2 overall. I would presume he's going on to the slicks again, unless he goes onto the wets. Honestly, sitting here in the comments booth, obviously we do not know what the conditions are like. We can't tell, we're not the ones driving, but sitting here now looking at it, I'd say visually it would be time for wet tyres, George. But as we're seeing from the timing, it appears that slicks is still very much the one to be on if you're in a prototype.
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, the perfect answer for that is Chris Shepherd. I mean, he's done some phenomenal laps, and like you say, the differential 126 seconds separating him and Roland Zukes in P2, absolutely sensational stuff. And he's doing a tremendous job indeed for Epic RSR. They could be very chuffed for their man today as Dan Hoot manages to overtake. I believe there's a battle here between Danny de Haas and, of course, Dan Hoot as they make their way down now. The Global Endurance Racing team in their LMP2s, making their way around the next right-hander. Danny de Haas in P17. Dan Hoot there in P18. Literally 2/10 separated, just under 2/10 in fact, as they round No Name Corner. And Danny de Haas currently trying to hold off the incoming Dan Hoot, who's just about trying to make their way through. We'll have a look at a replay for that. And it looked like Dan Hoot just tried to crawl it up the inside and got very close indeed. Maybe just lost it slightly, very untidily through Les Combes. And incredible scenes here as Danny Hoot had to almost give away the position immediately. Just could not get it home and hosed. And that allowed certainly Danny de Haas to crawl right back through and regain that P17 position. But an absolutely intriguing battle nonetheless. Dan Hoot just slightly getting it wrong there.
Exactly, as you said, George. I couldn't put it any better myself. And it is wet, and even though these drivers are on the wets, the slicks are faster, as you mentioned. And if you make a little mistake, it's even worse because suddenly you've got even less grip to try and fight back that mistake from. So you find yourself understeering and sliding off a lot more easily in these conditions. So it really is now. Not only do you have to drive fast, but you really have to pay attention. You're never more focused in the sim racing and in real life racing than when you are in the wet, because suddenly your grip levels drop, your visibility drops. It just becomes a lot harder to drive. As we see there, James Zuba, I believe that was trying to go up the outside of Pedro Gomez, and he actually has done the move. So clearly the slick's working very well for James Zuba there. He's absolutely flying at the moment. At 2 minutes 7.3 was the last lap there. And Chris Shepherd as well has set a very, very slow last lap in comparison, 2 minutes 20. So, but it also tells me that he is in the pit. So Chris Shepherd, by the sounds of things, is in the pit. So I presume there will be a driver swap there for the Epic RSR number 9 squad. But yeah, James Duba proving to the world that the Drillers squad can overcome their mistake on the strategy front and get a shift on back on the slicks. He currently resides P3 in class, P4 overall, and he is on a charge, George.
He is, and he's showing incredible pace. Hygo Puma has now entered the pit lane. We just saw a replay there of Dan Hoot there trying to make a move up through bus stop, and once again really trying to throw it up through Danny de Haas, but Danny de Haas using all his skill and talent to try and defend against the incoming HPR Scuderia Blue, who's currently trying to let fly down at Danny de Haas from Global Endurance Racing. The LMP2 certainly giving us a racing feast as Danny de Haas spins in a Pouon and hits the wall. The rear wing flies off the back of the car, and that allows Dan Hoot through. Absolutely sensational scenes there, and very unfortunate for Danny de Haas. He looked to have it in control. He fended off the approaches of Dan Hoot, but when he needed the grip most around Pouon, and he spins again off the gravel trap, and surely that car is looking very worse for wear, Ross.
There is a Code 80 now out on track. We can just see there, just coming round and into the wall, just sliding through a Pouon. Just dreadful for Danny de Haas there. But that's racing. Sometimes you can't control it, and just unfortunately, Code 80 in play. This is really going to help people who haven't yet had a driver swap. They're allowed to come in and have a driver swap. And as Kazi just kind of carries on awkwardly around Pouon, and there is Chris Shepherd still in the lead of this race, and still on the slicks as well. He's put in a phenomenal performance so far, and he's still sticking with the belief that the slicks are the tyres to be on. But however, with this Code 80, that means that as the rain comes down, there's less cars going over there's less speed of the cars, which means the water doesn't get cleared as quickly. So this may be that the drivers on the slicks just struggle a little bit more on the restart. We'll just have to see what happens. There is Jerome Queekle, who is currently in the lead of the GTE category in that 97 Drillers Ferrari, who has done a pretty phenomenal performance. Most of the GTE drivers are on the slicks, so it appears to be that on the wets, apologies. So it appears to be that the slicks is very much only really working for the prototypes. So it's very interesting to see how the different cars handle the conditions. George, do you think that maybe it's just the added downforce of the prototypes is allowing them to get away with the slick tyres?
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there, Ross, to be honest. I think the LMP2s, the prototypes and the DPIs and the LMP2s certainly have or carry more downforce on the circuit. It allows them to stick to the track a lot more, as we now see Christopher Kienek coming in for the driver change from Mugen Sim Racing, exiting the pit lane. And of course, they're currently leading the LMP2 category. And by a country mile, may I add, Omicron Sim Racing currently down in P2. But I 100% agree with you, Ross. The GTE cars certainly don't carry the same amount of downforce as the LMPs, as we now see Danny De Haas making his way around bus stop. He's going to have to pit and certainly sort that car out. It's going to be a long time in the pit lane for him, and certainly won't do his race any favours. But again, like we said, despite the track with the rain coming down, the GTEs don't have the same downforce. They don't have the same grip levels. They require the wet tyres. So you're going to expect them to be going very slowly on this circuit. And this makes things very difficult for the prototype cars because, of course, not only were the GTE cars slower as we now regain to racing speed, the GTE cars are going to be extra slower on the track now. So this is going to provide us with maybe a few more headaches to add to the list for the prototype. So it's going to be a very, very heavy feast of racing. And Chris Shepherd now making his way past the GTE car right now, heading down towards the source, but he'll still lead the way.
He will indeed. He just negotiates that Corvette behind him. Yeah, as you mentioned, they do now have to deal with much slower GTEs. Obviously, the prototypes are going slower in the wet weather as well, but not to the extent of the GTEs on the wet tyres. So we'll just have to see how they deal with that. Chris Shepherd is still absolutely on it, even in the wet weather, just absolutely walloping the curbs there through Eau Rouge and Radeon. He's very much dedicated. That could come back and bite him at some point, but at the moment it seems like he's dead set on just driving as fast as he can, which I cannot blame him for. He's put in a very strong performance doing exactly that today, and as he carries on through Les Carmen into Rivage, I think he'll carry on, George.
Oh, it's just been a comprehensive performance by Chris Shepherd so far, and I'm really careful with what I say because I don't want to bottle it for him because he's been absolutely tremendous, and he's certainly led by example. And Chris Shepherd has certainly done epic RSR, the world of good here at Belgium. And just look at this, the pit lane there, and the cloud cover has certainly come across. It's so dark here, and the crowds here at Spa obviously have to watch on as the headlights get placed on these cars. And you can see the prototypes there in the pit lane, of course, with their headlights on full beam indeed. So it's a good chance we'll probably see some flashing happening on track now. That's Danny De Haas making his way round and actually exiting the pit lane. No rear wing on that car. Oh, no, yes, it is. It is on the car. It didn't look like it was on the car at one point, but he's exiting the pit lane, and hopefully he just needs to regather himself and put out some real solid performances out on track.
Now, Jerome Puigl still leading the way in the GTE class. Justin van der Smissen is still quite some way behind. 45 seconds is the gap between these two, and Jerome is absolutely flying. He seems to have found his rhythm at this point. Anyway, just as he drifts through the bus stop chicane, he's seems to be having a lot of fun out there. You know, he's not quite as consistent at this stage as his teammate, but he appears, as I said, he appears to be having a lot of fun. He's sliding around a lot. He's getting the throttle in nice and getting the car a bit of a wiggle. He's having the time of his life and leading the way in GTE with a very, very strong gap, so he can afford to perhaps play a bit on the safe side and just take the pace maybe down a notch or two, not quite, maybe about 95% of his true pace in the wet. Just try and take it easy, try and avoid the walls. As we're on here with Lucas Lichten in the leading Ligier, the RLR Abruzzi Esports car in 5th place, around about where it has been the entire race. And he's another man who's put in a very solid performance today. Mr. Lichten, he's been pretty solid the whole race, and been running very well. He was running very strongly early on. It appears that the Ligier is just a bit harsh on the tyres than the Orica. Because it came to a point where he just got completely swamped by his the other LMP2s. But maybe in the wet conditions, the Ligier will perhaps be the faster car. We'll just have to see what happens over the remaining hour and 40 minutes of this race.
Yeah, we will do, certainly. I think the wets are starting to come into their own now. We're starting to see a little bit of a changeover in terms of the times. I think the wets are starting to become more and more effective as we're now seeing what looks to be a potential battle unfolding here as you see the cars making their way up towards Eau Rouge. I believe that to be Lucas Lichten there that we're watching. Currently P12 overall, Abruzzi Esports, RLR Abruzzi Esports that is, and coming up into the Camel Straight. And just have a look at this. I mean, certainly the spray coming off the track is absolutely sensational. And just a small reminder as to what these guys are having to deal with, in fact. I'm just looking at, actually, in fact, are we actually seeing the cloud cover disappear? Is the rain stopping here, Ross?
I think it is. It definitely looks like it's eased up a lot over the last few laps. Maybe it's obviously Spa is in a very volatile area in terms of weather. The rain comes and goes very, very quickly. So there's every possibility that the conditions actually... We can see there on the windscreen of Andre Zampini that there is no rain falling at the moment. So that is so perhaps those on the wet tyres are going to have to come back into the pits and stop again. And we can see, yes, just looking at the live timing, a few of the GTE runners are now stopping and coming back out onto the soft tyres. So it appears that those who are on the wets, especially in the prototype categories, may have just thrown away a lot of positions here, because staying on the slicks seems to have worked a lot better than having the gamble onto the wets and hoping the rain gets heavier, because at the moment the rain is not getting heavy at all. In fact, it's stopping.
Well, it's a shame for Chris Shepherd, because of course he would have boxed for those wets, and now he's probably going to want to look to come back in eventually, because of course, remember, they carry more downforce on the LMP. So if you think about it, the guys currently in the GTE class who are currently on wet tyres making their stops onto the softs just goes to show that the softs are probably, when I say softs, I mean the slick tyres, are obviously the optimal tyre at this stage. You can just see the spray is indeed just letting off slightly, as we can now see there's a GTE car in the pits. That's a driller's car, and of course driving that car I believe is... I'm trying to see, is that James Zuber? Is it? I think James Zuber.
Queekle in the
Queekle in the GTE, yeah, of course. But yeah, exiting the pit lane, and indeed, I believe slicks are the order of the day now, Ross.
They are back onto the slicks. Goes Jerome Queekle on the driller's car, and yep, I'm sure you'll see a host of GTEs coming in very, very shortly for those slick tyres. They are definitely the tyre to be on at this stage in the race. But as I mentioned minutes ago, the weather here at Spa is so volatile, and it can change in the blink of an eye. So we may be seeing these cars coming in for slicks and then 2 laps later back in for full wets because a thunderstorm starts, and we simply don't know what is going to happen here at Spa. The weather is definitely sunny now, the track will be drying, and so that's something to keep your eye on. But as for the moment, the slicks, it's the only tyres to be on, because the track is now dry enough to completely run the slicks in for the GTEs. So yeah, we'll just have to see what happens with terms of the weather over the rest of this race, George.
Yeah, it can be a very deciding factor. Chris Shepherd still on top though. James Zuber's managed to sort of hassle back some of that time though. It's down to 88 seconds, the differential, which is quite a heavy tag back, I've got to say, because remember that was around about 128. So they've almost dropped off 40 seconds in between Chris Shepherd and Drillers Esports' James Zuber, which is quite impressive. And I've got to say, as they make their way around the next right-hander, we're now seeing what looks to be that man Lucas Lichten making his way around the next right-hander. And certainly as we head round, we've only got approximately 1 hour and just under 40 minutes remaining. So lots going on here, and certainly it means we're going to have a very heavy cascading finish. But I think the closest group out of them all, the GTEs, it's pretty much between Drillers and Glassing at the moment. The gaps between Mugen and Omicron, as well as the Epic Racing team, as we're now watching Lucas Lichten now in the Abruzzi Esports losing it around the middle sector. Now that's in between campus. In fact, that is campus at turn 14, in between turns 13 and 14. So incredible scenes really, as we now see Chris Shepherd now back on track. And I think he must have lost a lot of that time in the pit lane, potentially pitting for slick tyres there, Ross.
Yeah, he obviously came into the pits earlier, and James Zuber as well is absolutely flying at the moment. He's the fastest man on track. He was a second and a tenth quicker on his last lap than Chris Shepherd. So the gap is closing between the two, but it is also 87 seconds. So something to keep your eye on over the rest of this race, as Chris Shepherd flies through the inside of some GTs there. But it's still P1 for Shepherd at the moment in the Epic RSR Cup, but he also does have to have a driver swap at some point. So the question is, when will that be as he heads around for another lap? And how long will that driver swap take? Because at the moment, James Zuber might be able to get the jump in the pit lane if he does come in for a driver swap. But James Zuber then will also have a lot older tyres. Honestly, the race is going to come and go. Frankly, we won't really know who is really in the lead until the final round of pit stops. Because at the moment, it could be either of them taking this race win.
Oh yeah, it could well be, and you get to thinking that if this Delta time keeps crashing down, that it certainly would be in Chris Shepherd's interest and the interest of Epic RSR to pit ASAP and get that driver change out the way. But just to say, if you're a fan of what we're doing here at VMG TV, please make sure you use the hashtag VMG and get your tweets in as well. Not forgetting hashtag rFactor2. Of course, this platform, excellent platform that we're able to go racing on, is absolutely exquisite. Great to see all the liveries out on track as well. Great efforts by all the teams. And we'd like to thank all the viewers at home who are watching and listening to myself and Ross take you through this exceptional race here at Spa. And we've enjoyed certainly 2.5 hours of sensational racing, as we're now seeing Giorgio Cirelli making his way up through the next left and right, certainly through Eau Rouge. Justin van der Smeesen chasing him as well. And that's another, is that a prototype just going off there, Ross, in the background there? It seems to lose a lot of traction heading out wide.
I think it did. Looks like they've managed to keep it on the road, though. It must have been one of those in the group in the background I can't quite see because the Porsche is in the way. But yeah, Page coming over the top of Eau Rouge, just a bit too keen on the curves, perhaps losing a bit, running very wide. Managed to keep it out of the wall, though, by the looks of things. That's all good there, as we can see this group of prototypes coming into lap. Cirelli and van der Smeesen, who's been in the car for quite some time now, they are not letting the cars past at all, which I think would be rather frustrating to the prototype drivers. 3 of them there now, and there's this battle between the GT cars that not get through, or one of them gets past van der Smeesen, and they all get past van der Smeesen, and now they're coming for Cirelli. It is really like the hunters and the hunted. They find their way through. Steinprinz there behind in the... that's not Steinprinz, that's Vladislav Mochilienko now in the LMP2 Simatrix car, also finding his way through. And van der Smeesen has actually overtaken Cirelli during all of that, so I missed that. I was trying to look at what was happening with the prototypes, George, and I must have missed that. Did you have to catch it?
Yeah, I got to say, I watched it. I think van der Smeesen was hoping that the prototypes would do him a favour, because remember, he let them through pretty much after No Name Corner, which was the right move to make, because Cirelli just endeavoured to keep them behind him. But the problem is, as you round Pouon, it threw him well out wide, and that certainly lost him a lot of time. Then he lost a little bit of shape heading around the second part of Pouon, which allowed van der Smeesen to tuck in on the inside, as we now see Jorge Lopez coming through bus stop. And as he does so, we'll have to see, and a Lance in the back there. I'm not quite sure what GTE car that was, but Jorge Lopez taking a real clanger in the rear, heading round bus stop, causing him to spin. As Danny De Haas, now we watch him round in the next right-hander and heading down towards No Name Corner, or Bruxelles, should I say, before No Name Corner, being tagged down on the inside and just letting that car through there. Not quite sure what the manoeuvres for that is, but certainly just seeing now Global Endurance Racing in P9, currently part of the LM2 parade, or the LMP2 parade, should I say, heading around Pouon now and just trying to keep the grip on the tyres, certainly going around this left-hander. We'll just have a look at a replay here. This is Danny De Haas coming up through the Eau Rouge section. He did lose it, actually. Sensational loss of grip straight away, and something we've seen all too common here today at Spa.
Yeah, that Eau Rouge just seems to be the main point where people are just spinning out, just maybe being too keen over the curbs, just trying to carry too much speed over the top of Radeon. We've seen a few bigots that lucky Danny De Haas managed to keep out of the wall and managed to keep it out of his other competitors as well. But he's not been having the best of a stint, has he, Danny De Haas? He's been in the wall a few times, he's spun a few times. Unfortunate for him, and is that him off again? Perhaps it's a rather shiny car. No, it's Simon Clausen in the DDoS Racing livery, which appears to be not working on our screens for some reason. Apologies for that. A spin there for Simon Clausen, I believe that's out of Pouon, I'm inclined to say. I'm 100% incorrect though, and he's smoking and he's without a rear wing by the looks of things, so there is a code 80 inbound, and there it is, code 80 for Simon Clausen in the DDoS car. So this will be a replay here now. Let's see what happens. Just coming through No Name, got on the curb on the outside and into the outside wall. Unfortunately for Simon Clausen, and there was a car firing off onto the inside there as well. And there is James Zuby ahead of him. That's going to be frustrating for him. It's going to slow his charge down. Chris Shepherd, however, can probably get into the pits now. Or I take it back, he won't be able to get into the pits because he is on the opposite side of the track to where the code 80 has actually occurred. So that's unfortunately for Chris Shepherd, that would have been really helpful, perhaps his driver swap there. And there is Christopher Kianek leading the way in LMP2, and he's smoking as well, actually. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but a lot of smoke being kicked up. I'm not sure if that's just the rain or something. There's definitely so much smoke from Kianek there in the 27 Mugen car, as they all come over the top of Radin very, very slowly. Do you think that this Code 80 is perhaps going to have a bit more of a strategic impact than the others this late in the race, George?
I would imagine so, Ross. I think this is when you'll start to see more and more of the driver changes being made. Of course, we've got quite a few out on track that still haven't taken place. The likes of Thomas Garcia, Chris Shepherd, and Lucas Lichten. A lot of them have been out there for quite some time. Ian Piefer is still out there, as well as Sebastian Apostel, who, if you remember, went through that really hellacious incident early on in the race, down in P13 at the moment, altogether on track. But I think you'll start to see a lot of changes being made, drivers taking advantage of the pit lane, as we're now seeing Simon Clausen making his way around. Now, this was where the impact happened, and he did hit it at some force, obviously leading to the Code 80. And Clausen is going to have to come into the pits for at least some repair work to be taking place. Not ideal at all for DDoS Racing, and heartbreaking to say the least. But I've got to say, Spa has thrown us up with plenty of drama, as it always does. I mean, you can take any racing series to Spa and still draw up a good race. I mean, you could probably race Mini Coopers around here and still come out with a sensational battle.
If I remember correctly, George, when the Citroen C1 Cup was still, they did actually have a 24-hour race here every year. And apparently, it was the highlight of the calendar year. So there you are. You are right in saying that. But yeah, it's been a hectic race today here at Spa, and it's just, and as such is the nature of the track. It's tough to overtake, but always provides something exciting. It always provides drama and action, and that's what we're seeing today. Is James Zuber, is he going to dive into the pits? I don't think he will, and no, he does not. And there is, I believe, Lucas Lichten ahead of him, and we will be getting going green very shortly because and there we can see in the background. Yep. There is the cause of the Code 80 heading into the pits, and the green flag will be out very, very shortly, as they are now not on the track and not a danger to anybody else. As he comes through into the pit lane, the green flag will be waving any second now, and there is green flag. But away goes Chris Shepherd, back on his quest to extend the gap over James Dubia.
Yeah, leading the way, of course, and Chris Shepherd, of course, been in the car the whole time. And very, very, very good drive here from Chris Shepherd. Very, very well clear as well. And the second advantage he's got is absolutely hellacious. And James Zuber has got a lot of catching up to do if he wants to land a blow here. But as you can see, no droplets on the windshield, and the sunshine is coming out in the sky as we now right on board with Malcolm Schneider. And making his way through the S section for Solo Sport Racing, heading round Stavelot. And indeed, just taking it with great care. Doesn't want to overdo it. Heading around that bend, certainly it could certainly be a very opportune moment for a spin heading around Stavelot, because if you land far too left, you can obviously tangle with the raised curbs, and that will send you right into the wall, which is not ideal. But great to see the weather back to normal. We have got the lovely sunshine peeking through, and the windscreens are now very nice and clear. But the spray is still on the track, so the ever-changing conditions is going to force the hand of a lot of drivers to make certain changes.
We've just had some the DDoS car that did crash out Simon Clausen has DNF'd as a result of his damage. So that's unfortunate for him. Driven a pretty good race there, but he joins a list of Nick Moore in the TCC Motorsport 78, the Volante Racing 02, the Eurasia Motorsport 35, the Boston Motorsport 91. And the GER number 99 car. Big shame for all of them. The TCC Motorsport, the Volante Racing, the Eurasia Motorsport, all on the first lap as well. So unfortunate for them. But that's how racing is sometimes. You get damaged, you just cannot continue. As we follow Danny Van Der Neet and Jorge Lopez around at the moment, 15th and 16th overall. And it looks like Jorge Lopez is going to get a big run on Danny Van Der Neet down the kill straight. He's already on the inside. And this move is basically already done and dusted as they head through to Lake Kong. Yep, he moves back over to defend his place on the brakes. That is as easy as you like, George.
Yeah, very smooth indeed. And Jorge Lopez doing extremely well there, getting past Danny Van Der Neet. And that is going to certainly bode well as Van Der Neet goes very wide there. and certainly does pick up a lot of the turf and a lot of the chippings that are on that left-hand side heading down towards turn 10. We'll just watch this again, and here's Lucas Lichten. This is a replay from his perspective heading around bus stop, and indeed looked like a box there, and Lucas Lichten, I'm not quite sure what the drama was, but he came on the outside, looked okay, and very smart indeed. Jorge Lopez now in P15, being chased down by Danny Van der Niet, 2/10 the gap, and albeit I think that's slowly going to be drawn out, in fact, as they make their way through the next S section. But Jorge Lopez, certainly a very, very tough character on his day, as he now rounds past a GTE car, and looking very smart indeed as he now rounds the next right-hander. Of course, very soon he'll be tackling Blanchimont, and certainly it's going to be a real mission for a lot of the drivers now further down the classifications. They've really got to try and pick their game up here, because of course, as we whittle down to the final hour or so, there's only 20 odd minutes away, 25 at least, before we hit the final hour, and that is when you're going to start seeing the cars really go for it here to try and obtain the best position possible, Ross.
Indeed, they are. Honestly, this is the point where everyone realises that this is when they kind of need to get their act together. If they are far down the order, you're going to start to see a lot more risky moves being made if they are there. So you'll also probably see a lot more crashes being made as a result. So just keep your eyes peeled on the lower down cars in the order that are perhaps going to be a lot more willing to be risky and take a dive bomb that you wouldn't expect them to take. Instead of having a look, they are going to hit the brakes. They're going to try and make it work. Because at that stage, they're going to start getting desperate for points. So it's all to play for at this moment. Still an hour and 26 minutes to go on the clock here at the 4 Hours of Spa in the Virtual Motorsport Group Endurance Series. Here is Giorgio Sorelli in the GER number 99 car, this is the one that was the Aston Martin, not the one that's retired. And it's running very well. He is running very, very well today. Is Sorelli, obviously his teammate Van der Laan ran very, very well early on in the race, and was fighting in a car that he had barely driven, and now Sorelli is doing a similar job in the GT category, running 5th overall at the moment, which is a phenomenal performance from the team. And it's a great story as well, because the fact that they qualified and had all the race set up on the Aston Martin, and then there was a problem with the Aston Martin car, and they had to switch over to the BMW in the 15-minute warm-up, and I presume they got the setup off their teammates. So it's a great story to see them running so very well here today. It's been I think if I had to give a team of the day at this stage to anyone, it would be them, just for the sheer ludicrousness of the story and what they've managed to do here today.
Oh, they deserve every bit of credit, Ross. I mean, I've got to say, you don't come to Spa underprepared. I mean, they weren't underprepared out because of choice. They were underprepared for reasons as they lock up going through bus stop, and that forced Gergo Balau out wide there, who was trying to tag back. He loses a bit of shape there on the exit of bus stop, heading down towards La Source now. And you can see there Sorelli just hanging on to his position in P5. But certainly, yeah, going back to what you were saying, Ross, sensational from this team. And they did not expect to be in the BMW, but they've adapted to the changes extremely well. The setups have been on point. P5 is a sensational result, and they deserve every credit that they get.
Indeed, as they now head through the Eau Rouge Rally competition. He's getting very sideways here, though. Oh, and a big spin and very, very close. Oh, no!
Oh, wow!
Who was that just came? That's the British car.
That's a tyre gone.
That is a tyre gone from Giorgio Sorelli. And we were just talking his praises, and now he is out of this race. Absolute disaster for that squad, and there's going to be a code 80 for that, surely. And Jerome Queekle as well will have taken some big... And it's Jerome Queekle that's lost the wheel. So it's Jerome Queekle that's limping around without a tyre. It's a code 80 out. Hope he can make it back to the pits and repair that. But that is an absolute disaster for the Drillers squad. You know, they've got a long way to the car behind. But that is really not what you want to be happening when you're leading a race. Coming up Eau Rouge and there's just a car parked the wrong way in the middle of the track. I'm sure Jerome Queekle probably needs a new pair of trousers now. But absolute disaster for both Giorgio Sorelli, who has retired, and Jerome Queekle as well, who's trying to limp back with a missing tyre. But disaster for Globe Endurance Racing now with a double DNF. And we were just singing their praises. I feel a little bit of the commentator's curse was there as well, so apologies from us for that, but an absolute disaster for them, George.
Yeah, I can't help but feel partially responsible there, Ross, to be quite honest. But absolutely horrendous crash. I mean, obviously, we just saw them just come up through the Eau Rouge section as we now take a look at the current standings. Chris Shepherd on top spot still. James Huber in P2. Those two obviously making up the DPIs. Christopher Kianek in P3 for Mugen Sim Racing. Martin McGurley in P4. Thomas Garcia P5. Alexei Zagorodniev in P6, Peter Vagapov in P7, Lucas Schlichten in P8, Matthias Moos in P9, Hugo Tempes in P10 for TTF Racing, of course. Then the next 10, we've got Sebastian Apostol in P11, Ian Piefer in P12, Vladislav Milinkov or Malenko in P13, Damian Klein in P14, Jorge Lopez in P15, Danny van der Neer in P16, Dan Hoot in P17, Danny van der Haas or Danny de Haas in P18, Thomas Jaeger in P19, and Jerome Queekel after that hellacious crash, losing his wheel, P20. Andrea Zampini in P21, Simon Clausen, P22, Justin van der Smeesen, P23, Alex Tunbridge, P24, Gergo Balau in P25, Josef Frederick Suto in P26, Malcolm Schneider in P27, Giorgio Sorelli in P28, Daniel Burrell in P29, and Attila Molnar in P30. And Alex Andre Lino in P31 for 027 Racing. 32nd place for Edgar de Riek. P33 is Adam Schattler. P34 for Dionys Faros. P35 Neil Tasker. P36 Felix Neuberger. P37 Ernest Lapan. Paul August Lane in P38 and Nick Mora in P39. And we're just rejoining now the action on track, still under Code 80 ruling. And Ross, an absolutely horrendous crash. And certainly you can see now the car's starting to make the most. Ian Piefer coming in. And I can only assume a driver change on the cards. Actually, no, they're coming out. Is he exiting?
He is exiting. So maybe not a driver change, but yeah. Really awful incident. Jerome Queekel's probably the cause of this Code 80 because he's currently limping around without a front left wheel. So the Code 80 will be out for some time still before he gets back to the pits. But yeah, just a horrendous crash. Obviously, just not what you want to see. Giorgio Sorelli just losing the car. He did exactly the right thing, held the brakes. He did nothing wrong in terms of the spin, and then just was unfortunately placed. Gergo Ballo managed to just miss him down the inside, and great avoiding action from him. And unfortunately, Jerome Queekel had no idea that he was there. Comes around the corner, just absolutely smashes into the side of the BMW. Really real shame for both drivers. Jerome Queekel as well. He's leading this race. Still got quite a gap to the car behind, but just big disappointment there for Mr. Queekel. Hopefully he doesn't lose that much time in the pits. Hopefully he can get that repaired swiftly and head back out and fight for that win again, because that Driller's car has been so dominant all race, and it'd be a real shame to see them have it taken away, or even a retirement from an incident that's outside of their control. So a real shame for him. And you can see there in the bottom right, he heads into the pits. We'll be going green any second as we follow Peter Vagabov in the Team RS car. But yeah, big shame for Jerome Queekel there.
Yeah, very desperate indeed for Jerome Queekel. The gap between the Drillers Esports car and Andrea Zampini, who's in the Glassing Sim Racing. Remember that pink livery we saw previously, 44 seconds, the delta difference. And the Code 80 very shortly, we would hope, is going to go green very soon. So a great opportunity for Glassings here. And certainly Andrea Zampini would certainly have that on his mind. I'd imagine they're very much aware of the circumstances. Andrea Zampini in P2, Justin van der Smeeten in P3, and 4.6 seconds to delta there, so quite a healthy gap in between those two. But I can only imagine that Zampini's only got one thing on his mind, and that is trying to grasp that P1 spot, because this is a huge opportunity for their team.
Indeed it is, and Van der Smith is not far behind Zampini as well, so he's going to be able to capitalise on Queekel in the pits. Here we have a replay of Chris Shepherd. I'm not quite sure, he's run onto the gravel there. That's interesting for Chris Shepherd, so maybe he's just getting a bit tired behind that wheel, and he has come into the pit, so I presume this will be for a driver swap. Chris Shepherd will be getting out of the car at this point. There's Jerome Queekel in the pits, his Ferrari looking a bit forlorn As he gets demoted down into, I believe there's P3 now. He will be P4 as Alex Tunbridge and Gogo Ballo behind as well, both following around. Here's Christoph Kajnek, P1 in the Mugen Sim Racing car in LMP2, and that Mugen car has had an up and downy race, it must be said. They've gone forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards, and now they are at the front again. Let's hope they can stay there, George.
Yeah, very healthy difference. I mean, the car behind them, P4, Martin McGurley, currently 38 seconds behind that of Christopher Kianek. So he's doing okay. Very, very reasonable positioning. Certainly it's the only car that really Mugen Sim Racing have been able to really scream and shout about so far. But currently, the way things stand, they are in P3 overall. Just looking now, there's the Glassings car of Andrea Zampini. And of course, as you can imagine, looking to stamp their authority. They've got P1 now, and certainly puts them in a very good position as Andrea Zampini makes his way around Pouon. Doesn't want to brush those curves on the inset too much as he makes his way round towards the next right-hander, heading in towards turns 13, then into Campus Corner. That, of course, being the next left-hander as well as he makes his way around it. P15 next. And we've got a car exiting the pit lane, and Ryan Elliott has taken over from Chris Shepherd.
Well, this is the moment that Epic RSR needs to prove that they are the team to beat. James Zuber goes into the lead with a purple final sector as well to boot. However, they are now a pit stop behind, I believe. But Ryan Elliott now needs to put in a very strong performance to match that of his teammate to prove that Epic RSR, not just a one-man band, they are very much a team not to be messed with in this championship. Obviously, James Zuber is in the lead. We know that Drillers is a very, very strong squad anyway. We know that they are very much a very quick team, but Epic RSR right now will be looking to stamp their claim, say hello, here we are Epic RSR, and we want this VMG title. Let's see what Ryan Elliott can do at the wheel of this car. An hour and 50 minutes to go there or thereabouts. James Giubert leading the way as we follow him round. Ryan Elliott in P2 in the Epic RSR car. And then in P3, we've got the Mugen Sim Racing number 16, Martin Mergley, who's actually behind on track the number 27 car in LMP2, the Mugen Sim Racing car of Christoph Kajnek. That's good to see there. Still, Mugen getting third in the DPI, first in LMP2, but third overall in LMP2. And then they're also P4 with a podium, very much looking likely in GT. So it's a very strong performance across the board from Mugen Sim Racing today here.
Yeah, absolutely clinical. I have to say, Mugen Sim Racing, who looked a little desperate at the start, certainly in the DPI class. They've now got a car in third place in DPI, and of course they've got a car leading the LMP2 class. The GTE class as well, P4, so it's starting to turn around slightly for Mugen here, Ross. We spoke about them before, as we now see Jerome Queekle making his way out back onto the track, so they've managed to repair the car, as we now take a bit of a look here at Zago Rodnev, and just losing the car and properly losing it there, going around the next right-hander, and you can just see it, the TTF racing car just cruising onto the other side of the circuit, as we now see James Zuber now making his way out of the source, heading up towards Eau Rouge. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about that recovery from Mugen Sim Racing, because they are seeing their cars make their way into the top 6 in both DPI and GTE class. So maybe a revival here.
Yeah, perhaps. Obviously, Roland Zooks in the DPI car, apologies, had a huge incident early on, brought out code 80 at Eau Rouge as well. But that squad's managed to fight its way back into third place in the DPI, and then the LMP2 car as well early on was just struggling. The GTE cars had incidents throughout the race. So yeah, they're doing very well. And another team that's come back as well as this team right here, the number 7 Drillers squad, who Henry Cynic, was started from second on the grid, found himself 7th at the end of the first few laps, then back up to 3rd, then obviously gambled on the wets and it didn't work. Found himself tumbling down the order. James Zuby has now got in the car and is now flying along in P1, just setting a purple first sector. He's setting very, very quick laps indeed. Just keep an eye on that delta, because at the moment him and Ryan Elliott in the Epic RSR car are just trading fastest laps. So that is definitely something to keep your eyes on there, George.
Yeah, well, remember, Chris Shepherd was one of the fastest hot lappers around this circuit. Henry Cynic had that title as well. And remember, he landed a 158.175. So James Zuber looking to go quicker than that. And very keen to add the time upon the Epic RSR team, now being driven by Ryan Elliott of course, after Chris Shepherd's excellent sterling work, and obviously a nudge on the side there, and that was a GTE car. I'm not quite sure who that was, but they entered no-name corner and collided with the barrier on the right-hand side, as we're now seeing a group of cars here batched together. This is Martin McGurley making his way around the next right-hander, looking very, very smooth indeed. Currently in P3 position, but I've got to say, I'm not quite sure what happened there, going around the left-hander at no-name, Ryan. It was sorry, not Ryan, Ross. It was just a little nudge of the wall there. Incredible scenes.
Yeah, just, obviously it's late in the race. There's an hour to go. At this point, the whole team's probably quite tired of staring at their screens, watching pretend racing cars go around. It is a very draining, e-sport because and there's a car sliding off in the background there, and that's I'm not sure who that is, facing the wrong way. But yeah, it's just kind of getting it slightly wrong. Again, we've talked about how narrow Spa is and how unforgiving it is as James Zuber comes into the pits for a tyre change. Presumably, here's a replay of Adam Schattler. We were just talking about, just lost the rear on the way, and obviously that rear-engine Corvette handling very different to its previous counterpart, the C7R, and he struggles to get going again. But yeah, just losing the rear, and it's very much a narrow track, and any little mistake, such as we can see there, he spins back round again. Any just going into a corner too fast or going into a corner too slowly as well can really punish you, and you can just find yourself in the wall as we continue to follow around now Ryan Elliott, who re-inherits the lead of this race.
I was just about to say, a bit early for donuts, do you think, Ross?
Yeah, maybe just a bit. I mean, I'd understand at the end of the race if you'd won, but not quite an hour and 11 minutes to go. But, obviously it's sometimes turning around can be hard. I've done that many times myself. You just you overestimate it and you touch the grass as well when you're spinning back around. You spin back around. It's easily done. So hopefully they didn't lose too much time when they were facing the wrong way. Dale Adam Schattler, and he's managed to get going again. Well, that's the hope anyway. As we now follow around some more prototypes chasing down the Musion Porsche here, which is the Musion Porsche currently residing in a P4 in class. So they're doing a very good job. And there is the Revolution racing car off the road, and almost crashing into the back of them. It's Vladislav Mochilenko in the Sim Apex LMP2 car. Ios Lois just getting it a bit wrong, I think. Let's get a replay of that here. Coming in behind James Duber, maybe just grab the curb, or just going too fast and lost the rear end there, George.
Yeah, Iosi Lois just losing it there, going through Les Combes, and very easy to do if you touch the curbs. Obviously, like I said, very, very much raised curbs here at Belgium, as we now see Ryan Elliott make his way up through the Eau Rouge section. No mistakes being made this time. Just going back to that incident earlier on, of course, that's that real horrendous one that Jerome Quickel was involved in. There's quite a heavy blind spot at the top of Eau Rouge. Not many people can see a car until you reach the top of that sector. I get the feeling that the car in question that obviously Jerome Quickel collided with, I think it was just tucked away in that blind spot, and it just did not allow Jerome Quickel enough time to actually make a change into the way the way his wheel was going. So he sort of didn't really have a choice going into that incident. I think that's a pretty fair assumption, when you say, Ross.
Yeah, I'd say it's a fair assumption. I mean, it's Eau Rouge is a dangerous corner. I mean, motorsport and sim racing, it is dangerous. And Eau Rouge is a particularly dangerous corner. We've seen it like that before. We've seen it in real life as well. Obviously, if you cast your mind back a few years, there was the incident with Antoine Hubert where he unfortunately lost his life as a result of that blind spot. Just coming across the top, you can't see cars going slowly because such is the nature of the corner. It's uphill, off camber. And you come, when they say that when you're in a single-seater car going through that section, all you can see is sky, because such is the positioning of your seat, and with your visor in the visor, all you can see is the sky. You just cannot see through that corner. And as you said, I think Jerome Quickel just suffered from that today, just coming over the top of the corner, going along as normal when he's come round, and there is just a BMW sitting in the middle of the racing line. Very unfortunate for him, obviously. And it's just such is the nature of Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It's a dangerous, dangerous corner. And incidents like that do happen there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just a rule of thumb. Unfortunately, that's the way racing goes, as we now see Jose Frederick Suso, currently in P5, being gunned down upon by Malcolm Schneider, who's looking to try and gather pace back on the Team Imperium car. And the gap is currently lying around about 2.3 seconds in accordance to our delta here. as we now watch them make their way around the next right-hander. Of course, the GTE cars have been out in force here today, as we're now seeing Ryan Elliott once again leading the contingent around, heading up through Eau Rouge, and not having any problems controlling this car. Certainly Epic RSR can be very delighted with both efforts from their drivers here today, as we're only 8 minutes away from the final hour of racing. And I've got to say, it's been 3 hours of real fun, Ross. Real fun indeed.
It has. It's been pretty chaotic. We've had weather changes, accidents, gambles that haven't worked in terms of strategy. And hopefully we'll get much more of that in the last hour as well. It's been an absolutely fantastic first race of the season here to bring you as well here live on VMG TV. It's been an absolute pleasure, if I say so myself. So it's just been phenomenal stuff to watch. And as you mentioned, that Epic RSR car still just ploughing away. Both drivers doing a phenomenal job. And at this stage in time, they are very much in control of this race.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, long may it continue, I suppose, for them. And I'd imagine they'd be delighted to bring it home in this position at this moment in time. As you can now see, the gap beginning to come down between Malcolm Schneider and Jose Frederick Souto. And Souto currently in 24th position, Malcolm Schneider in 25th. And you can imagine that Malcolm Schneider is going to want to at least try and tag back some form of a result. We've got a replay here. And this is Attila Molnar. And this is for Mugen Sim Racing in the GTE class, and spins going into, oh my word, and that's a terrible place to spin. And that looked to be, if I'm not mistaken, was that Garcia's car that hit him there going into?
I'm not too, I don't know. I think it was the TTF racing car of Alexis Zagorontanev, who's coming to the pits. So I presume he's obviously coming to the pits to repair some damage. But yeah, as you said, just an awkward place to spin, especially when you've got a pack of cars coming at you as well. They've taken their avoiding action, they can do no more. Just one way to go, really, and that was the front end of the Porsche. Not the best of luck there for the Mugen Porsche. They've had a very upsy-downsy race, as they would say. But, with an hour and 5 minutes to go, hopefully they can get back on top. But again, just another incident in Les Combes. We've just seen cars going in too fast and just losing the rear. It's very awkward to see that. A lot of the time in Les Combes, the instant you see is cars misjudging their braking point and going straight on. What we've seen here today is actually a lot of cars just trying to carry too much speed into the corner, just the car looping on this very strange incident.
Yeah, I mean, Les Combes, in a nutshell, really, it's one of the most forgiving corners, because you can obviously recover yourself by cutting the chicane. I mean, not to say that you'd encourage people cutting the chicane, but at the same time it does allow for recovery, whereas if you look at the other corners at this circuit, I mean, it's very easily to tag a wall, really for Les Combes, it's strange why we see so many incidents there. I mean, I think the majority of the time people use it for overtakes. I think that's where the majority of it comes from, but there isn't really too many repercussions in terms of damage at Les Combes. Most of it you see, as we've seen before, going through Eau Rouge, Les Combes, even going through the bus stop chicane, Pouon, for example. I'd say they're probably the more hazardous of corners than maybe winding into Sector 2. I think you want to be avoiding any overtaking, heading through the likes of certainly Blanchimont, coming into Blanchimont. Certainly on the outside of Blanchimont, you can go nuts. As you can now see a prototype just swinging in back on the inside and nearly wiping out Jose Frederick Souto. So very, very good to be, certainly very wise to be alert to that one, as we're now seeing Malcolm Schneider. He's only 7/10, or just under 7/10 of a second behind the Team Imperium car now.
He is indeed. Malcolm is a very quick driver. He's also one of those guys that everybody seems to be friends with. He's just a very, very nice guy. Runs a nice little Discord server as well that just hands out leagues like they're going out of fashion. Honestly, if you ever need to find an extra league to race in, go and speak to Malcolm, because he'll find it for you. But as we can see here, he's displaying his pace. And that Ferrari is very much closing in the Team Imperium Corvette, as we're just right on board with them now, coming down into Pouon. And we can just see the gap just closing through every corner. The Corvette running very wide out of Pouon as well. And you can just see visually the gaps going on. I'm not sure if Joseph Frederick Souto's on old tyres or is maybe just struggling in this stint perhaps. But Schneider appears to be on a mission here. And he is very much set on closing down Souto, and Souto again running wide and onto the gravel. And that's going to allow Schneider to very much close up, coming into Stavolo. And now on the run out of the right-hander. Let's see if we can get the slipstream on the way into Blanchimont on the bus stop. He's definitely within the range of, a dive bomb into the bus stop now as we come up onto the last hour now. 1 hour, 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Here goes Schneider. What's he going to do? The gap is closing with the slipstream. He's definitely got the pace to have a look into the bus stop. Let's see what Suto does. Suto dicks to the outside. Schneider also doesn't dive. Obviously feels that he's not got the pace, but let's see what they can do coming out of La Source, George.
Absolutely. Frederick Suto looking to try and hold on here. Malcolm Schneider doing everything he can to close the gap, and he's not far away now, probably as close as he's been in the last few laps at least. Malcolm Schneider now 0.5 of a second the gap, heading into La Source. Now the key moment would obviously be, can he get something done into the long straight? But there's a penalty just to say for James Zuber, as we're now seeing a battle in force now with Vladislav Mochalenko and Giuseppe Saracino as they make their way around the next right-hander, and indeed Giuseppe Saracino just loses out there as they come down towards turn 10 at Bruxelles, and Mochalenko, very, very well done indeed, securing that P5. A sensational display from these two as we now ride back on board with these two going up through the replay, heading up through the right-hander. Indeed, it was Mochalenko who took the manoeuvre down the inside, going round Les Combes, got it done, had the Tiger line on the outset. Sensational driving, and now he's in P5 and has dispatched Giuseppe Saracino. Great racing indeed through Les Combes.
That is how you do an overtake into Les Combes. Stick it on the inside on the run from the Kemmel Straight, keep it on the inside, then the outside, then the inside again through the next right-hander. Phenomenal stuff there from Vladislav Mochalenko. That Sim-Apex car, it's one of those cars that's had, and there's a spin there. But yeah, that Sim-Apex car is one of the cars that has had a bit of an interesting day, as the Team Hardline car is without a rear wing, so I predict we'll see a code 8 in a minute here, George.
Yeah, I'd imagine we will. The damage obviously very clear on Daniel Burrell's car, Team Hardline. Certainly hard lines for that team. No rear wing on the car now. And the damage obviously evident. But I just wanted to talk about James Zuber as well, who's just come into the pit. And bear in mind, he's got a penalty. Now, if there's a penalty that has to be allocated, that's a very heavy crash by Daniel Burrell. And very lucky not to actually tag another car on the way up. But having a penalty applied, that's obviously an added complication to the end of this race. Now, bear in mind, Drillers Esports challenging Epic RSR. Just how key are penalties coming down to the final stages of a race? Certainly the final hour.
In the final hour, this is now the crunch time. This is where you need everything to be perfect. All the preparation and everything has come up to this point. You've all been working for this last hour. And the penalty is really the last thing you need, because early on in the race, you can work on that lap time. You have the time to get back up there, but there was contact between Andrea Zampini there in the glass sim racing car. Hopefully he's not got too much damage.
No, that is a horrific smash. I mean, he just caught him on the outside. It looked like he might have avoided him, but it looked like that the prototype just sort of moved slightly, and it just sort of leaned its way into the Glassings car. So real shame there for them. But there's Ryan Elliott just crawling around the track. But going back to it, that's how key these little moments are, aren't they, Ross? Because, like you say, we're coming down to crunch time now, still under Code 80 conditions, of course, but as we're coming down to the final hour, it's going to get really key for these drivers to pull out all the stops. This is when you start to see the lap times flying in.
It is obviously, as I was just saying a second ago, early in the race, you can... you don't want to make a mistake or get a penalty, but you can afford to do it because you have the time to build a car. Now there's an hour to go. You cannot afford to make a mistake or have a penalty, because that's just going to throw all your hard work out the window. Suddenly you've got a 50-second gap. You've got an hour to close it in. That's almost a second lap faster you've got to be than the guys in front if you want to build back up, and that's a really quite hard ask for the entire stint. So at this stage in the race, it is now just hunker down, set the laps in, and really try and stay on the road. Don't get into incidents, don't get silly penalties, and just keep it as clean as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's never more prudent than at Spa. But there's Christopher Kianek for Mugen Sim Racing, and been one of the main players for Mugen today. Certainly their LMP2 car has been the main one out of their garage. But they've got plenty of cars in amongst the best of them. Obviously, they got a P2 in DPI at the moment, chasing Epic RSR, but I'd imagine that Drillers Esports are going to be their main threat very, very soon. James Zuber, of course, not going to be lying down for anybody in P3. But looking down at GTE class as well, Mugen Sim Racing P4, they're very competitive. Only 38 seconds behind DDoS Racing, so maybe we'll see a tie-up towards the end of this race. And as we now see the trailing car coming out through the campus corner and just crawling its way through. There's Justin van der Smiesen, Phoenix Motorsport, leading the GTE contingent. And it's been a great drive from them today. Phoenix Motorsport certainly have done themselves proud here today, Ross.
They definitely have. You know, they've been lurking near the top end of the field for most of the race, and now that obviously there's been the incident or glassing that's probably dropped them back a bit, and then obviously Jerome Quiegel had his incident earlier as well, and that's really dropped him down the order. So it is, yeah, it's been a very solid performance by Phoenix. You know, they've managed to work their way up. They've been there consistently, and now they're in a great position. So you know, if this is the final finish position, if the race finished in about 2 minutes, I would say it was a well-deserved victory in the GTE. Obviously, it's far from over yet. Anything can happen in this last hour. But, you know, as of now, I'd say they're probably feeling very confident, sitting very pretty in P1 at GTE in the moment, George.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And there you can see Ryan Elliott just making a stop under the code 80. Very good time to stop as well. We should hopefully just about see the car in question come into the pit lane. You can see it on our camera just on the right-hand side, just crawling its way into the third sector. And I can imagine there's a very, very disappointed driver in behind that wheel right now. And code 80 conditions are obviously not ideal for anybody, but most importantly for the car that made, certainly that had the incident. And very shortly, I'm sure we'll see them coming into the pit lane to make necessary repairs. But obviously not a good feeling, Ross, when you go through something like that.
No, it's not a good feeling at all. You know, mistakes are never great in sim racing, especially when you're this late in the race and you're supposed to be bringing home a good points finish. But you know, they are unavoidable. You know, mistakes happen even to the best of us. Not saying that I am the best, of course. I'm far from it. But yeah, mistakes just happen, and yeah, it is a tough feeling. You know, sim racing is, you know, you put a lot of hard work into, you know, a lot of hours. We will be going green shortly because the car is now in the pit lane, is now not a danger on track. But yeah, in sim racing, when you do make a mistake, it does hurt simply due to the amount of hours you've put in and that your teammates have put in as well. So it's particularly tough.
It is. And there's Mochalenko, Vladislav Mochalenko in the Sim Apex car, just making its way. Very nice striking livery as well. Combination of the black and the green, and we are back underway. 55. We're now within the final hour, folks. 5 minutes into the final hour, as we're now seeing the GTE leader, the Phoenix Motorsport car, Justin van der Smiesen, making its way, I believe, into the pit lane. So stops underway, but so is the Glassing Sim Racing car. So very intelligent from the Phoenix Motorsport team. And the DDoS Racing team now, Alex Tunbridge, making its way into P2. We're just seeing him in our shots there, just rounding La Source. And very soon he'll be making its way up Eau Rouge as well. Letting the Drillers Esports car go ahead there as he winds his way through this S section. And there's a penalty applied to Goncalo Costa, which is obviously not ideal for him. And just cutting right across Justin van der Smiesen, our current, who was our race leader, now into P2. DDoS Racing have taken the lead. Mugen Sim Racing now up to P3 due to the pit stop of Glassings. And so that will allow Mugen to maintain themselves, at least push up into P3. But Phoenix Motorsport now only 2.1 seconds in behind DDoS. So we'll expect a battle very shortly, Ross.
Well, indeed, Alex Tunbridge, very, very quick driver, known very well. He's definitely not a very patient driver, shall we say. He very much gets the moves done and then drives into the distance. But we've seen that Phoenix Motorsport car has been quick all race long. And van der Smiesen is definitely no slouch. So we'll just have to see what can happen between these two. I'm sure that van der Smiesen will be trying to close that gap. But also Tunbridge will be trying to raise that gap for DDoS. So we'll just have to see as van der Smiesen does run wide there. So that's not going to help his chances. But yeah, we'll just have to see what happens between these two heading into the final minutes.
Absolutely. Well, only 53 minutes left to go, and we're getting into crunch time. And currently, the gap between Epic RSR in the DPI class is currently sitting at 53.5 seconds. As we now see Damien Clean and Danny De Haas trying to meet each other here on track. Seconds separating these two. And the Sanian Motorsports team currently in P8. Haven't really seen too much of them in this broadcast, that's for sure, but they are here now. And Damien Clean will surely be looking to Well, Damien Klein should surely be looking to try and hold on to that P8 position. Danny de Haas currently in P9 and closing the gap now. It's coming down into 5/10 or of that realm, heading around Bruxelles. And Damien Klein's got to try and hang on, at least for the time being. But Danny de Haas looking very potent in the Global Endurance Racing car. We have a yellow flag in Sector 3 as well as they make their way down towards Pouhon. And you just see that light blue highlighted livery making its way through, having a little look down the inside there of that GTE car. And once again, here comes Danny de Haas making his way into proximity for a potential overtake here as they do so, rubbing with the GTE car, but no damage or no contact really sustained there to get close, but not enough to send either of them into obscurity. We have a move going down in the bottom right-hand corner, going round the next right-hander into Lake Cobb, and a heavy tyre. I'm not quite sure who that is, but we will rejoin this battle now. And as they make their way around the next right-hander, certainly it's going to be a real on-course battle here as they make their way down towards bus stop. And as they do so, getting extraordinarily close as they make their way down. Damien Klein still holding on to that P8 position. Danny de Haas in P9, 0.3 of a second, getting close. Surely going to make use of potentially the straight. I think he might be diving into the pit lane. He is, Ross. An intriguing battle, but Danny de Haas in the pits.
It always seems that whenever something exciting is about to happen, they always dive into the pits for us, George. I think we've just got something against us today. As we can see here, Vladislav Mochilenko for P14 class just down the inside at Lakon. Lovely move there by him. But yeah, it was two very intriguing battles going on in MP2 at the moment. And it is, you know, you can see there Ian Longcar in the Ligier just struggling against the Oricas. I don't know what it is that the Ligiers today just do not have the pace. So hopefully that changes next time at Silverstone. I'm not sure if this is a maybe just coming to the end of the stint, or the Ligiers perhaps they just don't work around Spa. Maybe it could be any combination of those. We get a replay of Peter Vagapov and the Team Iris Orica. I'm not sure, just running very, very wide and having actually a bit of a spin out of last source. Managed to miss everybody, so good for him for not taking out anybody. And we move back over to Ryan Elliott, who's still leading the way in the Epic RSR car, which has been so dominant today, George.
Oh, absolutely. Ryan Elliott and Epic RSR, like I said, we keep saying class acts today. And Ryan Elliott, there was lots of question marks from us that obviously when driver changes happen, you know, Chris Shepherd put in a lot of certainly the hard work in the initial stages to put them in the position that they are in. But Ryan Elliott himself has sort of continued the work that Chris Shepherd has done. No real changes in terms of the deltas. Although I will say that James Huber has pulled off a clinic, as we're now seeing Alex Tunbridge and Justin van der Smeesen currently coming up together now very shortly. Alex Tunbridge only a second ahead. Justin van der Smeesen trying to gain back the delta time as they come up through towards Lake Cobb. And they'll be getting closer together very shortly, I can imagine, as they weave their way through this left and right section. And very shortly through past turn 9 in towards turn 10, which is Bruxelles. They're getting closer and closer. And very interesting battle we have got in prospect here. Alex Tunbridge, of course, for DDoS Racing, who overtook the Phoenix Motorsport car whilst it was in the pit lane, and is now going to be brought to task over it. I did say that Justin van der Smeesen will have his opportunity later into the race, and very likely this will be just it as they come down towards Pouhon. A very good chance here for Phoenix Motorsport to regain that P1 spot here.
Indeed it is. It very much seems to be advantage Van der Smissen at the moment. The Porsche is flying in comparison to Tunbridge, who himself is not going slowly. So just have to see what happens. Perhaps when Van der Smissen was overtaken, he was just having a lapse of concentration or something like that. But now he is all over the back of that DDoS Ferrari, and they are pushing very, very, very hard. So let's see what comes of this battle on the run up to Eau Rouge. It's a wobble for Tunbridge as well on the exit of Stavolo. So we're going to have to see what can happen on the run. There's a 5/10 between them at the last split. Van der Smissen, though, has the slipstream. So let's just see what happens through Blanchimont, Bus Stop and La Source. At the moment, he's way too far back to even have a look into the Bus Stop chicane. But has he sorry, I can't even speak English today, George. But if he can get a good exit out of the Bus Stop chicane as he gets very close on the brakes, and he can very much have a look into La Source and out of La Source down to Eau Rouge, Radion and up the Camel Straight. And I think we'll be seeing a move into Les Combes at this rate, because there's only 3 tenths between them now, heading into La Source. Hard on the brakes, both of the drivers taking a similar line. Who's going to get the better exit? It looks like Van der Smissen. No, it's not Van der Smissen. Tunbridge has the better exit, or at least the better acceleration, but Van der Smissen in the slipstream. Coming into Eau Rouge now, let's see what they do up the hill, the infamous right, left, over the top of Radion now. Here we go, Van der Smissen is all over the back of Tunbridge, who goes defensive. There's also a DPI that comes through to make things even more difficult, and it's going to go make it 3 wide. No, he's going to try and make a Hakkinen this down the inside. Van der Smissen's got the move done already, and that's a lovely move there by Van der Smissen to go back into P1 with the Phoenix Motorsport squad. Tunbridge now has to go back on the attack with DDoS to try and regain that place, but he's lost out big time with that DPI coming through at Les Combes, George.
Yeah, Justin Van der Smissen, poetry in motion there by the Phoenix Motorsport man, just cruised his way up through the Les Combes section of the circuit. Tremendous scenes there, and got it done exceptionally well. And Alex Tunbridge, unfortunately, relegated down to P2, but no, tremendous drive. We did expect that, I think. Obviously, after the pit stop was made, the Phoenix Motorsport car was in the pit lane. Obviously, the DDoS racing car made its way into the P1 spot, and he just snapped up his opportunity. Phoenix Motorsport would be delighted with that, and he's now on top spot in the GTE class. Sensational stuff.
Yep, great stuff there by Van der Smissen. Phoenix Motorsport now just trying to build a gap as big as they can with 45 minutes left on the clock here at Spa. A penalty for Matthias Moos in the top left-hand corner, we can see. Not quite sure what that's for. We'll have to find out later date. There is Jerome Quickle even recovering from that earlier incident down in P7. They've been dominating the GT category for most of this race, but he's now trying to fight his way into P6 as he laps a car. It's 69 seconds to Joseph Frederick Souto. And that's actually Alex Tunbridge he's unlapping himself for. So I believe it is anyway. So Jerome Quickle's on a charge, but he's got a big gap to P6 in the GT category. So we'll have to see what happens there. And there's Sebastian Apostel going a bit wide there in the Sim Apex car. I know Ian Pfeiffer is going to be absolutely loving the look of that, because he's all over the back of the Sim Apex car.
Yeah, Apostel, of course, involved in that very major smash earlier on. And now he's got Ian Pfeiffer all over the back of him now. 0.2 of a second, the delta time between these DPI cars now. 0.3 of a second, like I said. And they're about to come around Pouon. And Ian Pfeiffer looking extremely dangerous as they come around the next left-hander. And Apostel there still trying to hold on for the Sim Apex team. Sebastian making his way out now, heading around the next right-hander very shortly. This is the corner that will send around turns 13, 14 and 15. Very soon to be around Stavelot now. But there's Ian Pfeiffer just trapped in behind that of the Sim Apex car. And you'd imagine that we're going to be seeing these two go toe-to-toe around Blanchimont, heading down towards bus stop. Just look at him. Ian Pfeiffer not leaving anything to chance. He's staying within the slipstream here, and he'll have every chance as they head round the straights. There's a car off the track, and that looks like a familiar face. Giancarlo Costa for the Omicron Sim Racing team in the LMP2 side of things. P3, they are currently sitting. I'm not sure what the damage situation is like for them, but again, he spins going through Les Combes. And that is surely not going to be a good look for that team at all.
I'm confused as to what's happened there. I don't know how you spin out on the middle of the straight, and then he's obviously just misjudged his pace into Les Combes. Hopefully we can get a replay of that in a second, but that's not what the Omicron team wants this late in the race when they are competing for a podium. Yeah, just very weird incident. I don't know if there was contact with another car. Perhaps he now has damage. And but yeah, that's just a very awkward incident as we now go back to Sebastian Apostel and Ian Pfeiffer fighting for P6 DPI. Ian Pfeiffer's got a big run coming out of Eau Rouge and Radion, but he's not going to be close enough this time. Sebastian goes under the fence anyway, just to be certain. Maintains the inside line through Les Combes, and they are now stuck behind the Team Iris Corvette, who's not going to let them through at all, and he has no right to let them through. There is nowhere in the rulebooks that says you have to jump out the way for a faster class. You're going to have to jump out the way if you're being lapped by a car in your own class. That's just regular rules apply there in terms of blue flags. But Ian Pfeiffer is now even closer to Sebastian Apostel than ever before. So we could be seeing a big dive into Pouon, or perhaps the corners following. We're not going to see a big dive into Pouron because we've got to Pouron on there. Ian Pfeiffer not close enough this time round. Sebastian Postel has his mirrors full of blue, no doubt, and he's probably got one eye certainly behind him.
Absolutely, but Apostle is going to be under significant pressure still. A slight lock up there from Ian Pfeiffer as they make their way around the next right-hander soon. They will be challenging again, I'm sure, because we will have that auspicious run down towards bus stop. A great opportunity for Ian Pfeiffer to sort of gain some slipstream, indeed just to bring the delta time back to him. As they make their way around those GTE cars down towards the next chicane, of course, after rounding this next left. And certainly Ian Pfeiffer trying to close the gap, and he's doing it, certainly hellaciously now. Has a little look down the inside. Is he going to go? No, not this time. But will hold on at least to stay in behind that of Sebastian Apostel as they get down towards the exit now past the paddock. It's going to be the Satellite Racing's Ian Pfeiffer making their way down towards La Source. Going defensive, Sebastian Apostel as they go down the inside of the LRNMP cars now on the outset now of Lecom. Here comes Ian Pfeiffer, just over 0.2 of a second. A flash there from Ian Pfeiffer in behind Sebastian Apostel. I'm not sure whether that is good moves, mate, or whether it is jump out the way because I'm going to get you as they come on the outset now of Eau Rouge heading up towards Kemmel. It's going to be Ian Pfeiffer utilising the slipstream here. Dives in on the outside. Is he going to get the move done here? Does Ian Pfeiffer as they make their way up towards Lecom? It's a battle of the Titans here, but nothing can be done. He holds on, but a smarmy battle as they come down towards turn 9. But Pfeiffer can't get it done. It remains as it is, Ross. Remains as it is.
Oh, and there's a car without a wheel there. That's Red Archer VLT who are 5th in DPI. I was about to say something about there was contact between the two mid-straight, but what has happened there? Just through Matthias Moose coming through. Oh dear, that's a big accident. That is a big crash.
Huge smash.
Coming through. Just coming through. Blanchemont getting it very wrong. But there, that's P5 out of this race this late. It's on. Very disappointing for them. But I was going to mention that Apostel and people were, banging wheels the entire way down the Kemmel Straight. Neither of them is giving anything. They are very much on it, and they very much are both fighting over what will now be P5 due to the retirement of the Red Archer VRT car. But P4 now falling a lot further behind. Here's the onboard of Matthias Moose. I'm not quite sure, did he just get it wrong into Blanchemont? It appears that he did. Just turns in, loses the rear end and just smashes into the outside barrier. That's a huge accident. My, that's not what you want to be seeing this late in the race. Big disappointment for that team.
Yeah, no, and his tyres missing off the car as well, which was devastating. And once again, we look set for another battle on our hands. And we got the gap between Alexei Zagnarev and certainly Apostel currently strung out to over a lap. But the battle we're more intrigued with is obviously the one between Pfeiffer and Apostel. And certainly we could potentially see something happen here as they round La Source. And you can see in the rear wing of Sebastian Apostel, there's Ian Pfeiffer, who's probing the rear end of Sim Apex's Sebastian Apostel as they come up through Eau Rouge. Look how close he is indeed. He's got the slipstream this time, surely. It can't be in doubt as Ian Pfeiffer looks down the inside of a potential move here. They go on the outside of the other prototype car. They're going too wide here, leading up towards Lecom once again. It's version 2 of this battle, but Apostel closes him off, heads into Lecom. Ian Pfeiffer cannot get it done. Satellite Racing needs to live to fight another day. Sim Apex holding on to that P5, but it's not over yet, Ross.
This is a super aggressive battle between these two. Sebastian Apostel is leaving no holds barred in his defence of Ian Pfeiffer. They are robbing and touching all over the show. And I'm sure Ian Pfeiffer is getting a little bit more frustrated each second. And I think eventually, if Sebastian carries on with this behaviour, he may just be facing getting turned at this rate, because he is just absolutely leaving Ian Pfeiffer no space on the track. It's super aggressive defending from the Sim Apex driver, but this is P5 on the line here. There's a lot of points at stake, and with 40 minutes to go in it, well, 39 minutes to go in this race, even should I say. These are vital points in the championship. It's the first race in the season. You really need a good result here to stake your claim in the championship battle. As we can see now, Pfeiffer still very close, coming out of Stavlo now on the run up to Blanchemont. Let's see what he can do. Perhaps something into the bus stop chicane as we follow In the bottom right, we can see the reverse camera of the Sim Apex number 22, and Pifa is growing incredibly closer. He's faster at the moment, and he's getting a lot closer. He's going to have a dive into the bus stop. Let's have a look. No, he does not have a dive. He's too far back. He decides to play it safe, but Apostle runs very, very deep, so he's going to be able to get the switch back here, and he's got a great run out of the bus stop chicane. Let's have a look if he does anything to the last source. They are neck and neck across the start-finish line. But however, Pifa has the outside. It's going to need to hold a very, very strong line. And it looks like Apostle's going to have the inside, but Pifa will have the momentum from last source, the bank's last source corner, down the straight. Look how close the two are on the run down to Eau Rouge. Here we go through the left, up the right, and then round the left again. Pifa is all over the back of that Sim Apex car, and he's already pulling out to make the move. And let's see how Apostle handles this, but it doesn't matter because Pifa is already passed. That is the move done, and look how aggressive he is taking Apostle. That is, I think, some payback for the previous move, but Apostle's got the inside line, and he's still going to take it, but he runs way too wide, and that is Pifa up into P5 for Satellite Racing. So absolutely astonishing stuff from both these drivers, neck and neck for 3 laps. Pifa gets the move done. It is now game on, Satellite Racing.
Absolutely sensational stuff there, Ross. And I got to say, that's a hat tip for certainly battle of the day here in this sim race. Sensational stuff. And Sebastian Apostle, who just tried to close it out, just could not get it done. And there you can see Pifa just literally sneak up on the inside through Lecom. Sensational stuff indeed. And indeed, they're going to be delighted with that result. P5 for Satellite Racing. They're over a lap behind TTF, but that won't matter to them. They got the battle that mattered at the time. Sim Apex relegated down to P6, but you never know. These two might tie up again. Apostle still there in the frame. And I'm sure we'll see much more now in just over half an hour that we have left here at Spa. Amazing stuff.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, there's still 35 minutes to go. You know, it doesn't seem like a long time in the grand scheme of the race, but still plenty of laps, still plenty of time for Apostle to make that time back up to Pifa. Although Pifa is absolutely flying at the moment, so we'll just have to see what happens. And there's a car off to the right there. I'm not sure, I think that was one of the Global Endurance Racing LMP2s just having a bit of a spin. Actually, no, it's the Cadillac, I think, the Global Endurance Racing Cadillac, just having a spin there. No, I did lie. It is the LMP2, Danny De Haas in the 33 Orica, just going for a bit of a spin on the exit of Blanchimont. I assume he's got some damage. I'm pretty sure we've seen him diving into the pits, and yes, we do. Hopefully we can get a replay of that, but I'm not quite sure what's happened there. And here we have a replay. He just got it wrong on the exit of Blanchimont. Yes, he has. Just big hit with the wall on the exit of Blanchimont. Lucky that he's managed to get away with not losing a wheel or no damage. But yeah, big incident there, George.
Yeah, Danny De Haas, he's certainly been in amongst the drama across the race here today. And once again, this time hitting a wall. And there's Edgar de Rick there for Solo Sport Racing. And as he makes his way around Pouon, he's got a consignment of cars now chasing him here. And, oh, blimey. Yeah, very tail happy through there. That was one of the prototypes, blimey. That is sensational. Did not see that coming at all. It just literally tagged onto the back of the prototype, lost a lot of balance, and found its way into the wall. So I'd imagine there's maybe some minor suspension damage on that car. We'll have to see. But he seems to be going around okay at the moment. Maybe slightly laboured at this stage. But with the 35 minutes that we have left remaining in this race, it certainly is not where you want to be, is the pit lane.
No, I mean, obviously you might want to come in for a late change of tyres, but not to repair damage. Obviously at this stage in the race, you want to spend the least amount of time sitting still as possible. You really want to be chasing down the cars in front to just try and, you know, get those final positions where you just want to bring the car home. If you're Ryan Elliott in the Epic RSR car, as we can see now, he's done a splendid job at that wheel, and he's, you know, still just holding that 40-second gap to the Drillers Esports car with James Duba, who themselves have had a monstrous comeback. But yeah, Ryan Elliott's just he's having a great time at the moment, just having a bit of a party, I'm sure. You get a replay of Ryan Elliott. Oh, and there was a bit of a tap there actually with an LMP2 and a spin. So I mentioned that he's having a party, but in fact he's actually had contact with an LMP2 there. Oh, and he spun again. Ryan Elliott perhaps with some damage then, so this could be some late drama, and there's more contact between Ryan Elliott and the Musion car. Oh dear, and suddenly Ryan Elliott may be facing a late trip to the pit stop box. We were saying moments ago that you want to avoid, and now it could be advantage Drillers Esports.
Yeah, and I got to say, when you have moments like that into the final half an hour of any race, as we now watch the replay from a frontal perspective, you can just see him, he just took too much of the curb there, unsettled the car, and Ryan Elliott then tapped the Mugen Sim Racing car on when he rejoined after literally brushing that curb, and that has put him in a real unruly situation. And now that's going to add to any damage he already sustained by planting it into the wall. Now the delta gap has been reduced down to 22 seconds between him and James Juba in the Drillers Esports car. Now, what this gets me to thinking is that we could still be on for a potential fight to the finish here for the P1 at the end of this race, which is something that we've been, I suppose, hoping to see. Indeed, we don't, it's never, I mean, credit to the team for getting a clear victory, but at the same time, it's always nice to see a battle at the end, and you get the feeling that maybe James Juba is taking an advantage now to pit, and this should hopefully lead him, in his eyes, to the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm sure that James will be able to go to the end of the race. I think he's just potentially thinking about a huge undercut here, because if he knows that the Epic car has had some spins and possibly some damage, then he knows what Ryan Elliott will be going through in his head, because it really is like a mindset in sim racing. You have one incident, you get caught up over it, and you'll just go around thinking, I shouldn't have done that, why did I do that? And then suddenly you're getting in another incident, and it just replays over and over in your head, and you can't prevent it. So frankly, one crash always leads to another, is what I always say, and that could be what's happening with Epic RSR and Ryan Elliott here. So perhaps James Duba just trying to take advantage of that, maybe take a really, really big undercut and try and go to the end of the race here. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely crucial. And like you say, I want to talk about mentality as well, because that will be creeping into the mindset of the Epic RSR driver, Elliott, because absolutely they've owned this race. And when you start to factor in some of those little errors towards the end, it really does heighten the pressure. The more pressure that's applied, then you start making more mistakes. And this is why Ryan Elliott needs to take things steady, needs to reset himself. James Huber has just exited the pit lane now. The delta gap is now out to 78 seconds at least. So it's really important now that Ryan Elliott's able to sort of levy the gaps themselves and just try and maintain a healthy distance in between him and P2. But James Huber now obviously noticed the delta gap came crashing down, went into the pits to prime himself for one last attack towards the end of this race. We could still potentially be on for a one-on-one battle towards the end of this, certainly the 4 hours of Spa. Sensational.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. If you cast your minds back to December of last year and the season 1000 event that we held here at VMG, and you remember that there was an LMP2 battle onto the last lap of the race, and it was simple, and we actually had to basically ignore the DPI winner because of this LMP2 battle for P2, I think it wasn't even for the win. It was just simply phenomenal stuff going on. And at the moment, it looks like we could have something similar on the hands. Just all depends on what Ryan Elliott does. He's not lapping up to his optimum pace. James Duba's coming to the pits. I believe he will have to stop the fuel to go to the end of the race. Potentially have some damage repaired as well. So we'll just have to see what happens between those two. Half an hour to go here at the VMG, 4 hours of Spa. And basically the entire end of our race prediction depends on what happens with Ryan Elliott and the Epic RSR number 9 car.
No, absolutely. We just missed a battle there as well with Gugo Balau overtaking Andrea Zampini. Incredible scenes! Oh my word, the prototype there. I think that was actually Ryan Elliott himself actually colliding with Gugo Balau. And that very nearly came to a very, very sticky end indeed. Ryan Elliott just managing to hold on to it. And certainly wants to try and cut out these mistakes as we get the official call. 30 minutes remaining here at Spa. So it's crunch time now, and it's important for these cars and these drivers to sort of just nail down as best finishes as possible. The pressure is going to be heightened, and certainly the drama is going to intensify. Lots of racing left, only half an hour to go.
Exactly what you said, George, as we are just on the railing of Gogo Ballo here. Andrea Zampini trying desperately to close that gap. The Mugen Porsche currently running in P3. It'd be a phenomenal result for them if they've managed to go from accident to damage all the way up to P3. Simply great stuff there. And as we just kind of watch now patiently, waiting to see what happens, I think it's safe to say at this point that unless something goes wrong, that the LMP2 winner is pretty much decided. That Mugen Sim Racing car has got a solid lap and everyone else, and the Epic RSR car is in the pits, so Ryan Elliott is in the pits now. So let's see what happens with that. Will he take damage repairs? I don't know. It's 112 seconds to James Dubier behind. The whole race depends on this because Ryan Elliott will have fresher tyres, and if he takes damage repairs, that's longer in the pits because I presume he will have damage from those 2 incidents. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds towards the end of this race. You can just see him in the pits now. And let's just see what happens because James Zuber's already pitted. So we need to take a little keen look at the delta time. How much is the damage going to take off the delta? How long is he going to be laboured in the pit lane? There you can see James Zuber currently in P2 for Drillers Esports. Remember, the countdown clock is still ticking, folks. 28 and, just above 28 minutes remaining in this race. And James Zuber now making his way through the middle sector, round the next right-hander and in through campus. He's been held up slightly by a Mugen GTE car. And as he does so, just whittling his way through. He's also bringing Martin McGurley into this as well because Mugen have still got a car 3.7 seconds behind James Zuber. So potentially a 3-way fight here.
Potentially, I think James actually might have had a spin somewhere because he's a long way back in comparison to Ryan Elliott than I expected him to be. And I mean a long way. I was expecting him to be neck and neck, and he's actually only just coming into the bus stop chicane. So I believe there may have been a half spin or a mistake somewhere for James here. But obviously, still 27 minutes to go. There's still time to attack that as Ryan Elliott comes out of the pits over the top of Eau Rouge, back into the lead of this race. It's not 90 seconds between the pair. It's a lot more than that. But however, James Zuber has just set a purple final sector with a 2-minute 1.6 lap. That's certainly not a bad lap at all, although the delta, I believe, is definitely wrong, unless he's a lap down, which I don't believe. So I'm confused at this moment. Either our delta is wrong, or James has had a spin somewhere, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he might have had the latter because according to the delta, it is 96, but we'll have to find out. I mean, even for a spin, that seems quite aggressive, and we've just been informed now it's 20.9 seconds, the gap. So no, they are on the same lap. So do not get confused, folks. They're still in amongst a potential battle here. And of course, given the state of James Zuber's last hot lap, he's currently the 6th fastest driver out on track throughout this race, 158.896. And so certainly good prospects for him to potentially close in on Ryan Elliott. There's Andrea Zampini, who's currently 9 laps off the leader, that of course being Ryan Elliott, but of course the GT class running their own race as well, and 2.4 seconds away from the driver in front, that's for sure. Glassing Sim Racing, and still doing their bit here. Andrea Zampini, remember he got tied up in a pretty hefty battle earlier on, but he's doing okay now, just making his way through Campus Corner, and in fact rushing around this next right-hander, just keeping it nice and tidy. Soon to come round Bruxelles in turn 10. But it's been a phenomenal exchange, certainly from a lot of these guys in the GTE class. And as they make their way around the middle sector, 25 laps remaining. And there's Giuseppe Saracino battling with Vladislav Mochilenko. And I can imagine that delta gap is going to come cruising down very soon. Another battle on the cards here, Ross.
Indeed. Obviously, this is not for the win by any chance, but Vladislav Mochilenko is, I don't think he really cares. He's a racer at heart, and he's going to want a position no matter where. It's for last place, first place, middle of the pack. P5 on the cards here for the Sim Apex team. That would be a very, very strong result for them after their little, just an interesting race for the LMP2 squad. They've had incidents. Steinprinz had a spin, if I recall correctly. They've both been very quick drivers, just not quite gone their way today. 24 minutes left, and Vladislav Mochilenko is all over the back of Giuseppe Saracino. We can see in the bottom right the rear view camera of Mr. Saracino in the TTF car, and you can just see the gaining that Mochilenko is gaining already. Look at how close they are coming into Blanchimont. He's going to actually have to lift through Blanchimont in order to not crash into the back of him, so that ruins his chances into the bus stop, unless he's very, very keen. It is going to be very, very keen. He definitely has a look. Not quite close enough, but it's very close between the pair. Heading out the bus stop now. Let's see if he can try anything to La Source. I don't think he will, because if he's smart, he knows that he's probably better off waiting out of La Source and then getting the run down the kennel. Let's see what he does. Runs to the outside. Yep, he's going to try. He's not going to go for the overtake here. He's going to run with him and try and get him down the kennel. Right, so we're on board now with Vladislav Mochilenko on the run to Eau Rouge. gap's just increasing slightly. Saraceno had a better run out of the corner than Mochalenko, but he runs very wide through Eau Rouge, and this is going to be all Mochalenko now. Look at that. The move is already done before you even know it, and around the outside goes Mochalenko. That is as easy as you like. You might have to go on the defence here just in case Saraceno tries to dive on, but no, he doesn't. Ballast of Mochalenko in the Sim Apex number 56, up to 5th place in the LMP2 category.
God, that was almost too easy, wasn't it? But it's a tremendous exit out of La Source. I think is that's what definitely assisted him, and certainly the rise up through Eau Rouge, where just going out slightly wide was Saraceno, and it opened the door for Mochalenko just to ride through. And like you say, had the move done even way before Les Combes. It was pretty much done on Kemmel, as we now see Mochalenko just trying to negotiate his way through the Glassings car. So we're now seeing a contingent of cars here. Sebastian Apostel back at it again with Ian Piefer. Now remember, these two were battling before, and it was really, really tight last time. And indeed, Ian Piefer round the left-hander, indeed looking to try and close the gap. But as he does so, a little shaky on the exit. Sensational from Ian Piefer. Very nearly losing it on the outset. And there's another battle between the cars then. But crikey, imagine another Apostel and Piefer battle. That would be sensational, wouldn't it, Ross?
It really would have been this late in the race as well. To see these two still absolutely locked in it is phenomenal to see, as we're now following Ian Loncar around in the RLR Brute Esports. That Ligier, it's seemingly been struggling all race long, yet it's still somehow found itself in 4th place. So a great performance by the RLR squad here today. Obviously Lucas Lichten and Ian Loncar doing a bit of a service for the Ligier, running the Ligier flag, which it just hasn't quite had the pace compared to the Orcas here at Spa. But, you know, they've had a very strong race, and there could be a podium on the cars if one of the cars ahead makes a mistake and has to retire the Omicron car only a minute up the road. So it's, anything can happen. Touch on with the Omicron car doesn't have an accident, because that would be horrible for them. But there is every possibility that they could. Ian Loncar, P4 for RLR Brute Esports, as he comes now into Stavolo. I think at this point he's just enjoying driving around. He's got a bit of an unscheduled test session. He's got 60 seconds to the car behind, 60 seconds to the car in front. He's having a great time, I think.
Yeah, good opportunity, I suppose, to get attuned to the circuit. And there's the current leader, Epic RSR's very own Ryan Elliott. And just look at this as well. The gap is starting to certainly whittle its way down again. James Huber is looking to try and close the gap. I think just looking at it now, 21 seconds, now 20 seconds behind. And Ryan Elliott knows he needs to get a move on. Obviously try and keep that car on the track as well. He's had a couple of scary moments leading into the final half an hour. We're now coming up to the final 20 minutes. And there's James Huber now just crossing past the paddock line and making his way up through Eau Rouge now, up through the long stretch, very soon towards Kemmel. And Drillers Esports can be delighted with certainly their performance in the DPI class today. Certainly after a very, very shaky start. But they've recovered massively, and they can certainly thank their other driver, Henry Cynic, for his hard work as well earlier on, as we're now seeing Apostel and Piefer once again battling it out. And once again, we've been here before. They're coming round La Source now, and Ian Piefer looking to lock horns once again with Sebastian Apostel as they come up now towards the Eau Rouge section. They're going down this long straight, and once again it's going to be a question of who's tiniest up through this quick right and left, as you can now see Ian Piefer once again before the potential corner here. You can see Ian Piefer locking horns with Sebastian Apostel down the outside of Apostel goes Ian Piefer, come out towards Les Combes now, and he's got the line, he's got it done. Ian Piefer, sensational driving once again. It's like writing history all over again here in the dying moments of these 4 laps of Spa. Sensational.
Yep, great move by Ian Piefer, back up into P5. It's just been a phenomenal drive from that satellite squad, and them and Sim Apex and DPI have just been locked together for the entire previous 2 hours, and they're still going at it with 90 minutes and 30 seconds to go, as we see the leading Musion sim racing car in LMP2 in the pits. And yeah, Ian Piefer, I'm sure Vladislav Mochalenko is going to not be entirely satisfied with that. I think we're going to be seeing them two keep fighting over the remaining course of this race. We'll just have to see what happens. There's a yellow flag out in Sector 1. and it goes as quickly as it arrived. Now following around, we're not following around the feed, and there goes Vladislav Marchelenko on the inside of Ian Piefer, just as I said he would. But now Ian Piefer has got the slipstream all the way up to Blanchimont, so who knows what's going to happen between these two. Absolutely locked in a battle for P5, going around the outside of Jerome Creakle there, and Ian Piefer having a massive run out of Stavalo through Blanchimont. Let's see if he has a look into the bus stop chicane. I think there's every possibility that he will do. And braking, though, he decides against it. Obviously, he wants to play it safe, try and get the run up to. And where is... Oh, and there's Vladislav Marchelenko. He's run wide. This battle just keeps having a twist and turn, George. Vladislav Marchelenko dives up the inside of Stavelot and then overshoots his braking at the bus stop and runs wide. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Ian Piefer currently in P5. Apostle is there too. But as they're making their way up now, we'll just have a look at this replay. Ian Longcar. Now, I'm not sure whether that was a tap going in through a Rouge and an engine blowout in P6. We haven't seen any of these today. I remember back in Sebring we started seeing these late on, but here is Ian Longcar, P6 in the LMP2 category. And whether or not, I'm not sure how this is going to affect this yet. I think, could we see a code 80 here?
Possibly, I don't know, but that's disastrous for Ian Longcar and that squad. You know, they were the leading leisure car, RLR Abruzzi Esports. They were fighting so hard to have an engine failure just over 50 minutes from the end. That must sting. You know, condolences to that squad, the RLR Abruzzi squad. They've done a really good performance today in a car that has not been on the same pace as the Oricas. So my condolences out to them. But you know, we've got other things to focus on, bigger fish to fry. There's the last 50 minutes of the VMG 4 Hours of Spa here on VMG TV, and Sebastian Apostle is trying to desperately chase down Ian Piefer, and at the moment it looks like he's just slipping backwards. I think he's ever since that almost half spin at the bus stop chicane, he's just not quite had the pace. But look at the gap already. Ian Piefer's just absolutely bolted into the distance.
Yeah, he certainly has the pace, and he's absolutely flying. A penalty there for Iosi Lois as well, but indeed Sebastian Apostle now behind by 2.8 seconds of Ian Piefer, and it was sensational to see those two locking horns again, because that first battle we saw earlier on in the race was absolutely sensational and a pleasure to watch as well. So it was great to renew that once again. We'll call it round 2, shall we? But as he makes his way, Apostle through the bus stop, heading down towards certainly down towards La Source, and the time is ticking away, folks. Just over 16 minutes remaining. And it's nut-cutting time, certainly. Epic RSR still on top, but Drillers Esports now down to 18.6 seconds, the Delta time gap. And there's the look of Spa right now. The picturesque island of Spa, Belgium, a stunning country. And there's our leader, Epic RSR's Ryan Elliott. And doing well to just keep the car on the track for now, of course, after those scares he had earlier on. The Delta time...
Sorry to interrupt you, George, but is it me or is it raining?
Funny enough, now you say it, it has got darker, and the... is that
the definitely on?
The wipers are on Ryan Elliott's car, so this is a twist in the tail with 15 minutes left to go. Incredible scenes.
Oh, and Spa's just throwing another spanner in the works for absolutely everyone. The rain coming back in. We may be seeing the GTE category having to dive into the pits for the wets. We'll have to see how bad it is, because as we saw earlier with the previous rain, as Goncalo Costa comes into the pits, I assume that's just for a late top-up on fuel. But as we saw earlier with the rain, the prototypes was actually faster staying on slicks in the lighter rain than it was going onto the wets. Obviously, the Drillers squad... Henry Cynic took a gamble going onto the wets, and it really didn't pay off. They've done a great. You can see in the background. There's James Duber there. They did a great job going back onto the slicks and getting back up to where they are now in P2. But the rain coming in for the last 15 minutes of this race, and that is really going to throw a spanner in the works. This could really shake up the order later on. We could be seeing accidents. We could be seeing pit stops. Who knows what's going to happen here at Spa. 15 minutes to go left in round 1 of the VMG Endurance Series, and it's going to be a hectic 15 minutes at that.
Yeah, it certainly is, Ross, and we're just seeing a battle on the cards here now for the GTE lead. Here comes Justin van der Smies, and he's got Gurko Balau all over him, probing him here in the last 15 minutes. Here comes Balau into lane com now, and they're going wheel to wheel into this series of bends, and still van der Smies shuts the door, holds on to that P1 spot as the rain comes down. Remember, we said that the GTE cars are more touchy in the rain than what the prototypes are, as we now see Gogo below screaming down the inside, looking for a gap, trying to squeeze past the Phoenix Motorsport driver Justin van der Smiesen, but van der Smiesen hangs on magnificently. Here comes Gogo below on the outset now. They have Poo on once again. The Mugen Sim Racing car still all over him like a nasty rash, cruises into the next left-hander, no touching of the curbs as they make their way around. Ross, this is a thrilling encounter indeed. Van der Smiesen still holding on, but barely.
And with the rain coming in as well, it's going to make it even harder for these Porsches, which are especially twitchy as it is without the rain. With the rain, they're going to be even worse. And Van der Smiesen going really slowly through the left hand there. You can tell he's struggling already. It's not even wet yet. It's greasy, and already you're seeing cars sliding about everywhere. This is some interesting stuff. We've got 30 minutes and 30 seconds to go here of the VMG 4 hours of Spa, and we've just been given an absolute gift, have we, with this weather coming in like this. We just, honestly, I have no idea what's going to happen now. At first I was sitting here thinking, just 5 minutes ago I was sitting here thinking this race seems to be pretty done and dusted, but now, honestly, it's all back up in the air. We've just got to wait and see how it folds out in this last 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely incredible scenes. And obviously, thank you to everyone at VMG TV for providing this. We've got a great battle here on the cards as well for the LMP2s. But I want you all to leave a like and a subscribe as well to the VMG TV channel, as we're now renewed with this battle on the cards here for the lead. Phoenix Motorsport currently holding on to that P1 spot in the GT class. Justin van der Smiesen still on cards for it. And look at him on his wheel. He's got suspension damage in that Phoenix Motorsport car. That is not going to be easy to manage, certainly with the never-ending rain coming down. It's going to be hard to balance the car, but as we see them now probe their way up through the next chicane, up through a rouge, they're making their way up towards the Kemmel Straight, and certainly, as we're now seeing Gogo below tee himself up for a move here on the inside, curbs onto the grass there, they're going wheel to wheel, but Gogo below steals it before they come. Sensational driving, but here comes Van der Smiesen, hanging back off the car, but there's below, he didn't come back on, he landed on the grass. Sensational Van der Smiesen aggression going into Les Combes, and they both ended up off the track. Van der Smiesen just got back on, held the lead. Incredible stuff here with over 11 minutes left to go. Sensational, Ross.
How long he's had that suspension damage for, so phenomenal stuff. Both drivers just overshot the corner. Bilal just getting it all sorts of wrong into Les Combes, as did Van der Smiesen. Just Van der Smiesen got off a bit better there, and even with that suspension damage, he is fighting for his life. 2 tenths between the two for the win in GT category. The Porsches are absolutely neck and neck here, and this is honestly not the result I predicted coming into the last 10 minutes of this race. The rain coming down, 2 Porsches, one with suspension damage, both twitchy. And oh my, this is going to be phenomenal. Gogo Ballo now taking a look already, and it's a big slide from Van der Smiesen at the exit of Stavolo, and it appears that neither of them have got a better run out of the corner. We'll just have to see what happens now. Hard on the throttle they'll be, up the run to Blanchimont. There's a car pinging to the inside, they're going to try and go 3 wide. Van der Smiesen very aggressive defending there, and Ballo has nowhere to go, he has to lift off, but now coming up to Blanchimont, let's see what they can do. Flying through the left-hander, does Ballo have the balls to try and break into the corner? He swings to the outside, hard on the brakes, into the bus stop chicane. Now Ballo holds the outside. Van der Smiesen runs him wide on the inside. Van der Smiesen managing to hold the position for the time being. Let's see what happens into La Source, though. I believe Ballo might have got the better run. Let's see what happens, and bear in mind Van der Smiesen is running with that awful suspension damage as well. This is phenomenal scenes here at the VMG 4 Hours of Spa, George.
Yeah, Van der Smiesen with the suspension damage. You saw it earlier when we were driving on board with him, or running on board, shall I say, and his view from the steering wheel, the wheel was not straight one bit heading down this very stretch. They come out towards Eau Rouge now, and Gogo Balao is tucked in, right close and personal with the Phoenix Motorsport car of Van der Smiesen as they come up now through towards Eau Rouge. We have the confirmation of 10 minutes remaining here at Spa, and here comes Gogo Balao, moves in on the outside there on Van der Smiesen. He's got the move done before the corner, but the question is, can he hold it into Les Combes? Will Van der Smiesen go for one last move of glory down the inside? No, he can't. He runs wide, tags back on the outset of the bend, coming down in towards turn 9. Here comes a prototype to make things complicated, but Below runs wide again. Van der Smiesen tries to tuck it down the inside, heading into Bruxelles. Can he get the move done? slips it on the inside, contact on the exit, but Van der Smeesen out of nowhere secures their move as they round no-name corner, but here comes Below again after a sensational wind-us there from Van der Smeesen. Incredible, they're exchanging like no one's business, and there's distance at the back.
Full stop from both drivers there, absolute neck and neck the entire way around. Here's the replay of a spin, and Gergo Below just now will, I presume, leave Van der Smeesen behind. Now he's got some clear air. Van der Smeesen with some suspension damage, but my oh my, what a great section from both drivers. Absolute neck and neck between the two. At first it looked like Below just absolutely had it in the bag, then Van der Smeesen with an absolute send down the inside into Bruxelles, and then running wide at no name. Below back down the inside. Phenomenal stuff from both of them. Here's Sebastian Apostel with the Glassings Ferrari down the inside. Contact between the pair, and it goes spinning both of them. Hopefully not too much damage for either one of them. Just both of them keeping it out of the inside wall. So very lucky there from both of them. Look at the gap already. Below 2 seconds already that is done on Van der Smeesen. And unfortunately for Phoenix Motorsport, with that suspension damage, I just don't think they're going to have the pace to catch up Below with 8 minutes to go here at Spa.
Well, with 10 minutes, or just under that, in fact, 8 minutes remaining here at Spa, and the drama is still unfolding. Below, it almost seems like it's only just kicked off. We've been in a lull for the last hour or so, but we've almost just come into things now, and it's all kicked off. And there's our race leader, Ryan Elliott, in front for Epic RSR, but Drillers Esports and James Huber really starting to pull the delta down now, because remember, it was 18 seconds before. It's down to 14 and a half now. One mistake from Ryan Elliott could throw this race into question, as we now watch him make his way around the next right-hander, down through the next left. Don't forget, folks, if you want to post your comments, don't forget we've got social media activated, hashtag VMG. Please leave your comments on the Twitter, and don't forget to stay in touch. Do not forget to like this stream as well, and also subscribe to the VMG TV channel as well. It would really mean a lot. Everyone puts a lot of hard work into producing this content, and it's great to see, and we'll look forward to the next round as well after this one is concluded. But we've still got 7 minutes of racing left to go, and Epic RSR is still leading the way, and Drillers Esports' very own, certainly James Huber, absolutely flying. The delta gap now down to 15.4 seconds. He is absolutely flying, Ross.
He is indeed. On that last lap, he was 2 seconds faster than Ryan Elliott. At this rate, they're going to be close come the end, and Ryan Elliott just cannot afford to make a mistake. At the moment, he's the slower out of the two cars, and if he makes a mistake, it could be curtains for that victory. That Epic RSR have been they've been controlling the lead this entire race, but at this point, with the rain coming down, with Zuber lapping so much quicker than the RSR car, honestly, anything can happen in these last 6 minutes. It's simply mental stuff going on here, George.
Oh, incredible, and it's magic to see as well. Just looking now, James Huber still going to work on that delta time. 15.1 seconds still is the gap, but it is sort of slowly creeping downwards, and you can just see how he's attacking every corner, throwing the Drillers Esports car into every apex, and doing just that is absolutely sensational. James Huber, of course, no slouch here in the world of single-seaters or endurance racing, and he's showing us why now on circuit. Ryan Elliott knows that he's got a very formidable force coming up behind him very, very soon. The question is, can Ryan Elliott hold on before the end of this race, or until the end of this race? 5 minutes just over remaining as we're witnessing a replay. This is Goncalo Costa, who's currently in P3, losing it out of what looked to be the final left after Blanchimont. And oh my word, a very, very heavy incident. Very heavy indeed. I would not be surprised if there's some heavy damage there on Goncalo Costa's car. I'm not quite sure who he collided with, but he's in P3 of the LMP2 race, and I can't imagine his steering wheel's facing a straightforward fashion right now.
I can quite imagine he's currently got his arms the wrong way around completely. He's probably just got 180 degrees of lock, and that was a huge smash into his right-hand side. There's no point pitting at this point. The gap to Sim April's behind is too small. I think he's going to have to try and grin and bear it and carry on. Here's Daniel Birrell, who just smashed into, just unlucky, just tried to thread the needle instead of hitting the brakes, which would have been the sensible thing to do. And unfortunately, just the car poked out at the last minute, unfortunately for him. And just looking at the delta as well, the glassing sim racing car is only 4 seconds behind the Phoenix Motorsports car, so we could see the Phoenix car falling even further behind. This is the fact that the GT is always so close on the last few laps is very amazing to see. But you know, it's just, you know, it's a horrible feeling for the Phoenix Motorsports squad, who have been so good the entire race, and just have it almost ripped away from them this late on. As Gogo Bala was a big slide going into Puon, manages to keep it in a straight line, but that could have been curtains from there as well. It just shows you how treacherous these conditions are.
Yeah, well, bear in mind, a lot of these drivers opted back onto slick tyres, so don't forget now, if the track starts to dampen, it's easy going to throw this whole race into question. The spray is definitely more aggressive now than what it has been previously. You just see he's struggling with the traction here at the moment. Ross Gugo Balau really throwing caution to the wind. A penalty for Daniel Burrell. And certainly after being involved in that incident, I don't think a lot of us can be surprised, as we now see Balau making his way around the next right-hander. 8.7 seconds, the gap between him and Justin van der Smiesen. Don't forget, van der Smiesen has that suspension damage himself, so imagine having to negotiate that on slick tyres in aggressive wet conditions as well. Not a good combination, Ross.
No, not a good combination at all, but it's too late to come into for wets at this point. They've just stayed out on their slicks, and there's still 3 minutes to go. This rain could, you know, get heavier in the last few laps. Ballo, as we saw at Pullman, could be sliding off into a wall, and Van der Smissen could find himself back in the lead of this race. Anything could happen here in the last 3 minutes. And looking at the DPI category, Drillers Esports only 12 seconds back on Epic RSR, still lapping about a second or two faster a lap. All it takes is a mistake from Ryan Elliott, who we're seeing on the screen right now, and suddenly James Zubia has a win on his hands. Honestly, this is so close at the end of this race, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, 4 hours of Spa, and they are this close. I'm honestly speechless, George. I honestly am.
Oh, and he might have spun it here. He spun it.
Oh, no!
Elliott has spun it round La Source. He just caught it wrong. Ended up into the wall. He's lucky it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But that will cost him a lot of time if James Huber can keep up this rate of pace that he's showing here. And let's have a look at the replay. Here's Ryan Elliott. We're riding on board with the bonnet of the Epic RSR car. He just got in too close, I think. Just hugged in. And oh yeah, just turns so sharply. And that's brutal. That is absolutely brutal, and it's cost him slightly, I would imagine. James Huber still in P2, but honing now on the rear end of the Epic RSR car. There he is now, James Huber, just whittling his way through the traffic, coming up through Lake Com. We are within, I would say, at least 2 to 3 laps of racing here, folks. That's Van der Smiesen battling, I believe. I'm just looking further down. Yes, he is, because that is the Glassings car. And they're nudging right together. That's Andrea Zampini there, who gives them a flash there. Not happy with the moves made by Justin van der Smiesen as they come round Puon. Who's going to be able to hold on as they round the next left? Oh, hugging the inside. That's not wise by van der Smiesen. Taking a lot of the curve there, and Zampini can creep up on the outside and attacked there by the prototype on van der Smiesen. He's getting bullied on the track, but incredible from Zampini there. He got very close. And very nearly, it could have been all over for Van der Smiesen. He hugged into that line where he was literally running over the curbs, and it's cost him yet again. And it's allowed the Glassing Sim Racing team to snatch that P2 at the death. Incredible scenes there.
With these slicks and that suspension damage, Zampini just getting a bit of a nudge there as well for good measure. You could see from the flashing lights that he was not happy with that at all, but Van der Smiesen has just got such strong suspension damage, and in the wet I think he just can't help himself at this point, you know. That we saw on the onboard that his steering wheel is almost at 90 degrees down the straights. It's honestly, this is some crazy stuff, but what we should be coming on to the final lap of the race shortly. There is Ryan Elliott, there is 20 seconds on the clock, and there's 6 seconds between James Huber and Ryan Elliott. They are on the same straight. All it takes now is a mistake from Ryan Elliott for James Huber to win this race, and there's another half spin at La Source, and that's going to cost him even more time. James Huber is going to be absolutely praying to the gods above that Ryan Elliott spins out, thinking of any sim racing god names, and bring them now. 0 minutes left on the calendar. Here's a replay of Ryan Elliott's onboard. Again, just coming into the first corner, caught out in the same place, just turning in too fast, losing the rear end. This time not as bad, lucky to get away with it. And here he is, coming down the cover. You can see James Dubier in the background there of the shot. They are on the same straight. They are ridiculous. And Ryan Elliott getting held up by. I believe that's Gergo Ballo there in the Porsche. There's James Juba, and that gap is just getting smaller and smaller every time. Only 5.2 seconds separate them now, George.
Oh, I gotta say, I'd love to see the wheel action going on for James Juba, because he must be literally fiercely trying to keep that car steady. That Drillers Esports car, he's currently 6 seconds faster than that of Ryan Elliott, which is sensational when you think about it. But don't forget, Ryan Elliott could have suspected damage. Not only that, he's really struggling with the grip on the tyres, and not to mention, I can't imagine where his headspace is right now, obviously after two very, very similar incidents at the source. And as we're now seeing James Juba rounding Poo on, he looks very comfortable at the moment. There is Ryan Elliott making his way around the next right-hander. He's got to go through Campus, very soon Stavolo, and you can see him just toying with the brakes there slightly and just running over the curbs. He's doing everything he can to hold on to that car. Certainly he doesn't want to lose out on P1 here after all the hard work him and his team and his co-driver Chris Shepherd put into securing this P1 spot, as he now rounds the curb and heads down towards what will be the final sector. There's James Juba, and he's brought it down another 3 seconds. 3.1 is the delta time, and we could have one more lap of magic as they come down towards the bus stop. And as they do so, the Drillers Esports man is flying at the moment. Ross, what could this mean at the end of the race?
Honestly, I have no idea. It's super, super tight between these two. As here we are, see Ryan Elliott coming around the final corner and crossing the line. This will be the final. No, it's not. It's the race end. That is Ryan Elliott winning.
That secures it. He's done it. Ryan Elliott at the death secures the race win. A delta gap of 2.8 seconds. I say it again, folks. 2.8 seconds between that of James Juba and Drillers Esports. Sensational from Ryan Elliott to get it done at the death. It looked like he was going to be in doubt after two very, very difficult moments at the source, but he's pulled it off nonetheless. Brought it home for Epic RSR. Delight across the team, I can imagine, and Chris Shepherd as well after his first stint securing them that initial P1 spot. Credit to James Huber as well. He jumped into the Drillers Esports car. A sensational drive to bring them back into contention after a very difficult start. And nonetheless, Henry Sinnick's work has been put into the equation and has brought the Drillers Esports home in P2. Just to say, Henry Sinnick was the fastest man on track. He secured a 158.175, a sensational lap in amongst the best of them. Chris Shepherd was second fastest, a 158.340. And there's Gergo Balau on track, currently leading the way for the GTs, just running off there at Lake Com. But they've still got, well, I've got to say, absolutely sensational, Ross. You want to take us through the rest of the order?
Well, wow, what a fantastic last 15 minutes of this race. To have it this close at the end, absolutely phenomenal stuff. And I'd just like to say, I think there must have been a big sigh of release from the Epic RSR cars. We see Christian Kierneck winning in LMP2. Great result for the Musion squad. Wins in LMP2 and GTE. Phenomenal stuff from them. But yeah, I think a big sigh of release from the Epic RSR squad, because I think another lap James Juba would have been all over them. But then again, disappointing for James Juba and the Drillers Esports squad for the same reason. And I think had they not gambled on those wets early on, they very much could have had that race win. But there we are, Epic RSR winning the race. Ryan Elliott and Chris Shepherd taking home the DPI victory. Musion Sim Racing taking home LMP2 and GTE. Phenomenal performances by both teams there. It's been an absolutely phenomenal race. What else can I say, George?
Oh, absolute magic. And I've got to say, that is exactly what we needed, was that finale, that grand finale. And what a way to start an endurance series. I've got to say, 4 hours of sparring. I've got to say, Spa did not disappoint. We had weather changes galore. We went from dry to wet to dry to wet. Nobody knew where they stood. We had a grand finale where Epic RSR was struggling with the grip on the tyres. Ryan Elliott was put into question. Could he make it to the end? And James Juba's, incredible pace. Oh, it was just magic. And there's the view of the circuit. Obviously, the rain cascading down. But Ryan Elliott is your race winner for Epic RSR after completing 104 laps. Sensational stuff. James Juba brings it home in P2 for Drillers Esports. Martin McGurley there for Mugen Sim Racing in P3. Alexei Zagadorodev, TTF Racing P4. Christopher Kianek for Mugen Sim Racing. He wins for the LMP2 cars for Mugen Sim Racing. Ian Piefer in P6 for Satellite Racing. Peter Vagapov in P6 for Team Iris. Sebastian Apostol there in P8 for Sim Apex. Vladislav Mochalenko in P9 for Sim Apex. Goncalo Costa in P10 as well as Giuseppe Saracino for TTF in P11, Indrek Remeets in P12, Dan Hoot there in P13, Thomas Jaeger in P14, Damien Clean there in P15, Iosi Lewis in P16, and last of the running prototypes, I think Daniel De Haas in P17, and then Gergo Balau, who won it for the GTE class, for Mugen Sim Racing, Andrea Zampini in P19, Justin van der Smeesen, great drive in P20 despite the suspension damage, Alex Tunbridge in P21, Jose Frederick Zuto in P22, Jerome's Quickhill in P23, Malcolm Schneider in P24, Ian Longcar for the RLR, Abruzzi Esports is a DNF, of course, Michael Arugio there for the 027 Racing team in P25, Attilia Molnar in P26, Daniel Burrell was finishing in P28, Edgar Derick in P29, Levente Vaziskun in P30. That's for the Heimadal Racing team. Dionis Faros there in P31 for Team Iris. Matus Moose there in P32. Simon Clausen, P33. Giorgio Sorelli in P34. Neil Tasker was obviously DNF. Sorry, the DNFs right through the grid down here from Matthias Moose, Simon Clausen, Giorgio Sorelli, Neil Tasker, Felix Newberger, Ernest Lapin, Paul August Lane, and Nick Mora. And that rounds off your classification for Spa-Francorchamps. Ross, that was incredible.
That was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Well, obviously, just before we get going, thanks for coming along, George. Really appreciate the commentary with you. As always, it's a pleasure. But yeah, wow. Just what an end to the first round of the VMG Endurance Series we've had here today. And as you can see here, next race, 20th of February, 4 hours of Silverstone, round 2. So make sure that you tune in for that one. And we will hopefully see you then. So it's goodbye from me. I'm sure it's goodbye from George as well.
Yeah, thank you ever so much, everybody. Please, like I said, smash that subscribe and like button as well, folks. And I hope you all enjoyed the commentary. I certainly had a great time alongside you, Ross. It was superb. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well, George, for coming along. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. And thank everyone for racing as well. And we'll hope to see you next time at Silverstone. So until then.